Oh, I have a fun little story for you that'll take 15 seconds. I don't care if the stream hears this. Uh, One random guy through Twitter, uh, apparently sent $5 to me through Cash App with the caption, "Great job on the stream the other day." Money.
Your first profits from being a co-owner of the channel. Congratulations.
Yes, you do love to see it.
All right. Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate. That is Morgan J. Fold. We are streaming here for a multi-day severe weather outbreak. And this is day one. This is Wednesday, March 1st, 2023. If it's not March 1st, let's say it's March 2nd or March 3rd, there's a good chance that we're going to be live streaming there too. So if you can go to our profile, our channel profile, go to the home page for our channel, you'll probably find a live link or at least some form of link that'll let you, be waiting for the next stream or something like that. Otherwise, if it's past then, please go to the channel to find more recent content and stuff like that. But this is day one. This right here is more of a, it's a very weird mode. I would like to think this is going to be a lot of large hail, but there are chances for tornadoes, and some of which could even be strong. We could have some strong tornadoes across the area of extreme central to southern Arkansas, the Texarkana area, as well as areas into northern Mississippi and southwestern Tennessee. So a really interesting thing here today, at least from the tornado risk. Large hail is going to be towards the beginning. It'll be more on the western side of the risk. And then as this transitions more eastward, this will then transition more into a strong damaging wind risk. So we got a whole triple whammy as this continues to move on through. Morgan, can you take something real quickly?
What?
Oh, it's just food. Never mind. I was about to say, thank you so much. Oh, this is really nice. Thank you.
Better eat it up, because if you don't eat it, it's gonna stink up your room.
Yeah, you don't say. But thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you much. Thank you much. All right.
DoorDash delivery exclusive.
I think this is believe it or not, I think this is Red Lobster that I just got handed. So that's nice. I like Red Lobster, kind of. But anyways, as I said, interesting risk here for severe weather here today. Of course, it does not even hold a candle to what tomorrow could potentially be, but that's besides the point here. We're going to want to try and make sure that everyone here on day one of this severe weather risk is safe. We want to try and make sure that everyone gets the warnings whenever these storms do fire off and they end up becoming significant. So that's what we are here for. So please be sure to do me a favor. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, we're talking about the orange or the yellow here this evening, it is recommended that they pay attention to the weather. And if you would like, you could even send us our little live stream over to them, so that way they may be able to have a live feed. And that's, of course, if they don't have their local news stations covering this, because I'm not even sure if some would even be covering this style of an event. So if something, happens that could be, unexpected, we will be the first ones to cover it here, at least on YouTube. And then this...
So these areas...
Yeah, go for it.
These areas that we're talking about the very eastern Texoma areas. So Paris, Texas, Idabel, Broken Bow, Oklahoma, those areas. Right up I-30 through Texarkana, through Arkadelphia, through Little Rock, and then east of Memphis. All of those areas are in the level 3 risk today. And then as you go farther south, you're talking about areas like Pine Bluff, Monticello, areas directly east of Texarkana. The risk is not expected to, or rather the higher risk is not expected to extend much farther south than Shreveport, Louisiana, where you guys are on a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. But definitely be watching out if you're on I-30 today. You're going to see a common theme in the next couple of days. We're going to be mentioning I-30 a lot.
Oh, yeah.
That corridor is where we're going to be looking at for enhanced severe weather potential all throughout the next 2 days. And then the third day, we're going way, way east.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
a different discussion.
But get familiar with us calling these places, especially on the southern end of the risk. And actually, I-30 is going to be a place that we're going to call out for. Don't be surprised if Highway 82 that connects Texarkana to El Dorado, that could be called out a lot. I-49, if there's a storm that passes over I-49 from east to west, don't be surprised. And then I-20, the beginning of initiation tomorrow, could more than likely start near I-20, near the Tyler and Longview areas. So we'll get, of course, more into that a little bit later on, as we do want to make sure that everyone has an idea that today is not the only day for severe weather. We are talking about tomorrow, and we are talking about Friday, a multi-day severe weather event. So, one thing that is constant here across the board is that whichever storm does form and whichever storm does become severe, you need to have a plan of action regardless, all right? If there's a severe thunderstorm warning that's issued for your area, where do you go? How do you get indoors into a sturdy building? Is there a lot of windows in that building? If so, how are you going to get away from those windows? How are you going to get into the innermost part of that building? Stuff like that. If you get a tornado warning, let's say you're in a mobile home, how do you go from a mobile home to a sturdy building as quickly as possible? Or where could be a place to where you could reside for at least a few hours until the storms pass? Those small things right there mean a lot in the grand scheme of things, because when you're forced to think on the fly right when a tornado warning is issued, you have so little time to try and read and react, unless if you are so far out in front of the storm. And we don't want to procrastinate to that position to the point to where it could potentially impact your safety. So that's the reason why now would be the greatest time for you to start thinking about that plan of action. Where do I go when this situation occurs? Or what about this? Or if I'm on the road during this time, I should pull over, not under an overpass, all right? But I should just pull over to the side of the road. Or if there's an exit that's nearby, I should go over to the nearest gas station. Stuff like that. That is what you should be thinking about. One thing that I do want to say here real quickly, if you do want to help me spread this out to as many people as possible, if you want to help us spread this live stream out to as many people as possible, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It really does help us out. So if you guys do that, the higher that thumbs up count goes up more and more and more, YouTube will actually recommend this live stream out to more and more people. So please be sure to, to do that, and subscribe if you're new, if you haven't already. Let's see. We got a really interesting environment out in front of us. But I do want to say here real quickly, I want to get this off my chest before I get into... Well, actually, I'm going to shout these people out real quickly. Mini Stock and Felicity with the membership. 14 months from Mini Stock and 19 from Felicity. Thank you so much for being here. It says, keeping tabs of things from all the way in New Zealand. Stay safe, y'all. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And then Felicity says, you'll be needing your caffeine. Oh, yeah. I will be needing that as like an IV drop. If I could just have that on the side.
An IV
over
drop,
here.
yeah.
Right. It goes straight through the weather station.
It's like pumping
over.
just pumping right into you.
Right. Either that or it goes through the floor, like on the side, and then it goes up my chair, straight into my right arm, which will already be connected to my mouse, and I'll be moving anywhere and everywhere.
So you gotta have a wired mouse for an actual purpose now.
Thank you so much.
Just go right into your hand.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Felicity. I will definitely see what I can do over the next 12 hours. The one thing I want to get out of my way is this new update that Radar Omega has is actually pretty good. Now, I still don't like the fact that you can't update the font. The only reason why I was able to fix the font was because there's some map views that actually have larger font, but still a little annoyed that I can't really do that. And they didn't fix storm relative velocity either. It's still very, very pixelated. So as much as I do like I think Radar Omega is going in the right direction with its interface. Still a couple of things that I would like before I would say that this is the best, radar product that you can get that's very affordable. So, as I said, Radar Omega, Radar Scope, those ones are currently kind of tailored to each other by the hip based off of how valuable they are, and how efficient, I should say, they are to people who may want to start out. So if you want to get a radar and stuff like that, and if you want to follow us along here while we continue to do our live streams, either get Radar Omega or get Radar Scope. Either or, it still will be really nice. Now, before I get into people in chat and stuff like that, I want to talk about tomorrow and I want to talk about Friday. And I feel like it's going to be very important for us to do so because both setups for tomorrow and Friday have their own little unique situations that are tailored with them. So we're looking at it here right now. This is the day 2 convective outlook. Massive day 2 convective outlook here. 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in the yellow, 3 out of 5 in the orange, and 4 out of 5 in this red. They upgraded it late last night when it went from the day 3 to the day 2 convective outlook. They added a moderate for northeastern Texas, northwestern Louisiana, extreme southeastern Oklahoma, and central to southwestern portions of Arkansas. So this area over here is, as if you guys couldn't already tell, is going to be the main area to watch. But there's going to be 2 different modes, 2 different setups that are going to be accompanied by this. So if I go ahead and swap over to the HRRR, why am I hearing myself twice? Oh, that's the reason why I'm hearing myself twice. That's great.
That's the second stream in a row that you've done that.
I don't know why it does that, but okay. I'm gonna go over here to the model, so you guys are not gonna see Morgan here just for a couple of seconds. I know, very sad.
Can't see my beautiful face.
Unfortunate. But the HRRR here is gonna give us a pretty good idea as to what we could try and see here tomorrow. So watch this. We're gonna have Wednesday here, a lot of thunderstorms that are scattered across the board in the southern portions of Arkansas. That's the ones that are going to try and probably produce something tornadic. Also, watch out for this storm on the backside here. That one could also try and do so as well. But as we get into Thursday, we got a lot of morning convection here that's going to move across the area. That's not going to be as tornadic, all right? So don't worry about that too much. What will be tornadic is this little storm right here. You see that over there in northeastern Texas? That storm right there could potentially try to be your SIG-TOR. If you were to have a violent tornado and stuff like that, granted, you can have stuff along the line that can try and do so. But if you want it from a classic supercell that could take advantage of an environment that will be mainly untapped, that would
Tornado
be
watch.
That will be something to do it. That storm will be something to watch out for. It's right along the warm front. You're going to hear me say a lot, warm front truthers stand up. That's because I believe that the warm front is going to be the most active area for tornadoes out of all the areas. And, yeah, go for it.
I don't care about the game.
No,
60-30, 60-20, 60-50. I don't care about the game. I am confused.
I thought it was going to be 50-30. I'm going to be completely honest with you. So 60-30 makes me a little bit more excited. All right, well, if you didn't just hear that, what's the game? Go put it in chat. What do you think?
And no rewinding either.
No rewinding it. You can't do it. The game is simple.
You can't do that.
When a new tornado watch gets issued, and I'm assuming there probably will be another one that's gonna. No, actually, it covers over the majority of the
entire risk.
It's for the entire risk, so never mind. Tomorrow, whenever we say a tornado watch gets issued, okay, because it will be the case, I want you guys to put in the probabilities of 2 or more tornadoes within the entire tornado watch, and then the probability of 1 strong tornado in there within that tornado watch as well. So Just little small stuff like that. But anyways, back to the models here. All right, back to the models. We have our nice little storm that's going to be riding the warm front, and that will be the one that could probably be the most significant. And the main reason why I say that, you know, you see a lot of people that say significant tornado parameter and stuff like that with their videos or whatever, or extreme amounts of CAPE and whatnot. Listen, all right, for people who use significant tornado parameter, they're just trying to give you this oversimplified version of tornado stuff. And let's be honest here, all right, you may not think this is the case, but there are multiple different ways into which tornadoes can form, and there's multiple different types of tornadoes that can form in specific environments. For instance, ones that could last for a very long time, ones that can last for at least a minute or two before another one comes just a few seconds later. There's all sorts of different types of tornadoes that can move. They could veer left, they could veer right, and we can figure all that out based off of the photograph. But what I want to do here is to show you guys what I really mean as to how much intense activity there could be within that warm front is with the storm relative helicity from 0 to 3 kilometers. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, all you need to know is that is a very high amount of storm relative helicity, streamwise vorticity, essentially, which means that the environment is ripe and favorable within that area for something to go if something does happen right within that area. And it stays there for quite some time, even as we continue to move afterwards. The storm moves on through and we're talking about 7 to 8 p.m. Look at this area of storm relative helicity. It is still very high within that area, which means that you still have a very ripe environment. Contrast to what happens along the dry line to where you have barely anything. So, and then of course, if you wanted to go into the overnight, to which where the line starts to kind of merge, and the cold front starts to kind of, drive the dry line a little bit further, of course the storm relative helicity is going to be a lot stronger across the board. But that's mainly because wind shear starts to increase as you go overnight. But if you want a significant tornado and you want to chase that said significant tornado, northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, northeastern Texas. Right there is where I've got the highest confidence in something to try and form. In some other models, too, with the HRRR, we've also seen some instances to where we've had not one, but two supercells that do the same exact thing. They may not be at the same exact time, but they're in that same exact environment. And that's the point here, is that within that time period of about, I would say, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all the way through until dusk, probably at around 6, 7, 8 o'clock at the latest, that is when your storms are going to want to take advantage of that environment. If there's no storms within there, then obviously you get no tornadoes. But if a storm ends up starting to root and becoming significant, you now know that it's because of that area. So the warm front is going to be a big issue tomorrow if storms do stuff. All right. And then one last thing here to kind of transition a little bit further. I want to talk about Friday, all right? Because Friday is also important here, regardless of the fact of it being a lesser risk in severe weather. I've got pretty high confidence that this will be upgraded too, for both wind and maybe tornadoes. And I foresee it to be over here in the eastern portions of Alabama, heading into western Georgia, maybe even southeastern portions of Tennessee as well. So don't be surprised if something like that occurs over there as well, to where we had some strong damaging winds, maybe even some strong tornadoes as well. I'm not sleeping on Friday, all right? Friday is going to be a really interesting event in regards to tornadic potential, but it also depends upon how those thunderstorms form along the line as well. So it could be a loose cannon. It could be a glass cannon, if you will. So that's what I wanted to get into. Today is just day one. And then we have day 2 tomorrow, and then we have day 3 as well on Friday. So there's your new tornado watch that's issued. Thanks, Morgan, for spoiling it.
You're welcome.
You can see how far the tornado watch expands. It's pretty expansive. It goes practically over the same area in which I was talking about a warm front, for tomorrow. Just a couple, minutes ago. Very expansive area. The probabilities are actually, let me see if I can pull it up here with something else so you guys may be able to kind of see. Yes, there you go. All right, let's go over here. And here is your probabilities for severe weather here this afternoon and or evening. This tornado watch over here has a two or more tornadoes has a probability of 60% within that tornado watch. Probability of one or more strong tornadoes is 30%. So there is a shot for strong tornadoes. And then of course, as we get down towards the other stuff like wind and hail, we have a 60% chance of seeing 10 or more severe wind events, which is just like damage or winds over 58 miles per hour. And then we have a 20% chance of seeing the probability of one or more wind event that is over hurricane force. So that would be interesting. The one thing that's pretty consistent here is that there's a good chance we have some large hail within this environment. You note there that we have a 60% chance of seeing 10 or more severe hail events. That's, quarter size and above. And the probability of one or more hailstones greater than 2 inches is about 50% as well. So that's the reason why I say today is definitely going to be a hail risk, day style today. But, you can't discredit the other conditions here this afternoon. So this is just a tornado watch here for this evening. I'm going to go fix the bottom graphic now that we actually have a watch. So let me do that here real quickly. And I will pull up a radar here. Let's go with Little Rock's radar. And we'll play the loop here of what's been happening over the previous few. And while I do that, I'm going to put in the tornado watch thing here. It says a few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible, which is not that surprising. They said scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour likely as well. Scattered large hail likely with isolated large hail in upwards of 3 inches in diameter. Excuse me.
Very nice.
I'll have to pull up the graphic here in a second. So this is northeastern Texas, southwestern Tennessee, extreme southeastern Oklahoma, northern Mississippi, and central and southern Arkansas. As I said, there's a new tornado watch that just got issued for that area. And that will be in effect until 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. And the thing is just not going to be nice to me. That's great. Let me just do that. Effective. Save. All right, now it's time to bring back the watches and stuff.
The watches and stuff.
Yeah. Done. Move this over. We're going to do... Yeah, so that's already done. And that's already done. Perfect. All right, everything is set up. We should be good to go this afternoon to continue to stream and stuff like that. So here we go. And what we are going to start out with is this. This is our satellite imagery. We got some really interesting profiles here on satellite. Note that we got a lot of bubbling convection over here, just kind of north of Little Rock. I'm not really too concerned about that. I think that's going to be a little bit too far north. What I am going to be watching for very closely is this stuff over here in southeastern Oklahoma and extreme northeastern Texas. And then this stuff over here near Tyler and Longview also might be something to watch out as well if storms can form out in that area. And I actually want to go see for myself Dallas Fort Worth's radar, yes, that will tell us exactly what we want to see. Those storms that we saw on satellite are indeed starting to pop up over here across portions of extreme southeastern Oklahoma and northeastern Texas. So this will eventually move off further east in towards the extreme southwestern Arkansas area and even into the western portions of Arkansas. We're talking about Polk, Sevier, and Little River counties. That is where we're expecting this to move on through. So something to kind of watch out for as this, starts to kind of get going. This, as I mentioned with the watch, large hail is possible, strong damaging winds, there's threat for a tornado, maybe even two. So something to note with that. It's going good, Tanner. Nice to see you. Do I think it'll be upgraded to high tomorrow? No. Not right now, at least. The only thing about that storming is that I tend to create a lot of natisms. Yeah, so you can definitely tell that even though I was raised in the English community of, the English language, I should say. English is not my first...
English community?
I don't know. What else do you want me to say? English language. There you go. It's better. English is definitely not my first language. It is natism. Do I have traffic cameras? Yes, I do. I do have traffic cameras, and I'm excited to use them. I am very excited to use them. So... aerial forecast discussion for Little Rock is nutty. Oh boy. Well,
it is.
Let's read it, shall we? Shall we read it, chat? Let's see what we got. Hazardous weather outlook. All right. So day 1, severe storms will be possible. Significant hail, damaging winds, isolated tornadoes are possible. Flash flooding will increase today. Substantial threat. Several strong tornadoes. The potential for several strong tornadoes. And that's from the hazardous weather outlook. We're going to have to take a look at the aerial forecast discussion, though. Which I don't know how to find on the weather.gov site. Forecast discussion.
I am
Found it.
bot.
Got it. All right. Oh, no, I know. But that's just the kind of appetizer. It's good. All right, Thursday. Let's read it together, shall we? We'll opt to recycle the discussion for Thursday from the mid-shift
Wrote an essay. So
as nothing. Yeah, read an essay. As nothing the day shift did could really improve upon their work. That's very nice.
constructive criticism.
Yeah, clearly. Despite the exit of upper shortwave troughing Wednesday night, lingering instability and ongoing warm air aloft will support at least some convective potential overnight into Thursday morning, some of which may be severe. This will also be a crucial trend to monitor through today/tonight, as this area of convection may alter the warm sector, potentially reconfiguring the greatest severe threat area later in the day. Additionally, guidance remains persistent in its depiction of showers, with embedded thunder lingering over portions of central/northern Arkansas during the morning and afternoon. Okay, so it's the prefrontals. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty, shall we? We gotta speed it up, shall we? We gotta speed it up. A southward trend is noted based off of consecutive model runs, but to what degree this will occur remains unclear. Locations along south of the boundary we'll see instability in order of... Okay, so they're thinking very high energy. As well as strong moisture convergence along the boundary. As of this writing, the boundary appears most likely to be set up near the Mina to Hot Spring to Stuttgart to near Holly Springs, Mississippi. But again, this will likely change in future cycles. A more southern shift will push us towards a best case scenario for Arkansas, but a more northern shift will push us towards a more worst case scenario. So, all in all, what they are saying is tomorrow's crazy, but for where? That is essentially the Cliff Notes version of that. But yeah, someone asked if I had live cameras. I do have live cameras in these areas.
All up and down I-20.
Yeah, all up and down.
Excuse me, I-30.
That's I-30.
I-30.
That's I-30. You know, like for instance, I can even go over to Little Rock here real quickly. So this cell that is, or this little small teeny little rinky-dink that's approaching Jefferson, right? So I've got a storm, or at least I've got a camera that is over near Whitehall. And I can pull that up here real quickly. And we can kind of see that over there, granted there's not really too much to look at because it's pretty cloudy across the board. Yeah, we got the stuff here. Trying to see with the live meso analysis here because I'm trying to fix everything up. Meso analysis, please. 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 There we go. All right, so that's very interesting. Let's take a look at that. See this? See this? If you guys don't know what this is, it's completely fine. It's understandable. This right here is something that can be used to try and find where the best conditions for tornadoes could potentially be. All right? We're going to use this a lot tomorrow. This is called our 3 cape and our surface vorticity. This is your cape from the 0 to 3 kilometer range, which is our lower levels. And we also have our surface vorticity with it. So essentially, we've got our lower level energy and our lower level spin. And let's put it this way. The more red contours there are, the higher the amount of cape there is. So you can see there's a lot of cape, a lot of energy right within here. Right? That's energy levels. And then our blue is our vorticity. And you can see there's a lot of vorticity back here. But there's also vorticity right within here too. And we've got, as I said, a lot of that right with that environment. So seeing that tells me that there is definitely a primed environment for at least a few storms, if they do form, which they seem to do form here and become pretty widespread here within the next, I would say, what, 30 minutes to an hour, according to this?
About that.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit less than that, actually.
Yeah, maybe even a little bit less than that.
It does look like we're starting to get the beginnings of that in the Texoma area that I was mentioning.
Yeah.
North of Paris, west of Idabel.
Yeah. That would be moving into this environment, which tells me that we've got a good space for something tornadic. And, you know, let's put it this way. I don't like using significant tornado parameter. All right, I really don't. It doesn't tell the full story of what actually the environment is like. but it does tell you, in general, where tornadoes could try and form or what type of environment it has for tornadoes. And you take a look, it's all over here where all that main area of vorticity is. If this shifts east, where that energy is, yes, that southern area of Arkansas is where we're looking for here today. So that's kind of what we got here so far. And we can take a look at the other different types of significant tornado parameter if you want. It still shows kind of the same exact thing. We can even take a look at the violent tornado parameter, and that spells doom. But, we don't like doom, all right? We want to kind of give you guys just a general idea as to, what actually is happening and not it being misleading, right? But, it still shows that western side there, near where all that vorticity is, that's where the main area of tornadic potential is at. And as that starts to move into the better environment, right, we'll go back to our 3 cape and vorticity, things will start to be a whole lot better. So, at least for tornadic potential. So, there's your main area of vorticity. It's going to move east. That's where there's going to be a lot of pretty whack stuff. Lot of whack stuff.
Oh,
yeah, and you're 100% right, too, because look at all these storms that are over here in, like, Titus, Morris, and Bowie County. Even portions of Red River County. It's actually going to start to move into Red River County. And associated with the storms that are already over in Oklahoma, this is the beginning right here. This is your storm setup that you're going to want to watch. This is still for tomorrow? No, this is right now. This is right now. This is day 1 right here, the severe weather event. We are talking about a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. This is for today. If you guys know anyone who lives within the yellow or the orange here today, it is recommended that you let them know that there's going to be some severe weather today. And, I would even go further and say tomorrow as well. All right. What are you surprised about?
my Sharpie works again.
Great job.
Oh my gosh.
Now you're going to be having fun taking soundings all over the place.
No, now I'm going to go back to March of 2021 because I need to figure something out.
There you go.
Don't worry about me.
But
everything is fine.
If you live within this yellow or this orange, I would say for the next 2 days, you need to be weather aware. You need to make sure that you have plans of action just on the off chance that something does occur. All right. So just be mindful. All right. As I said, we're going to be here for the next 3 days. We're going to try and cover this as much as possible. But if you guys would like to help spread the information with as many people as possible, please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible on other platforms. That way they can start coming over to YouTube. So that way, if we tell people to say, hey, hit the thumbs up button down below, which by the way, if you haven't already, you should. That will help us spread this information to more and more people on YouTube. So the more people come to the stream, the more people that hit that thumbs up button down below, the more this can be spread out to more and more people. And we want to spread this out to a bunch of people. So that way people are aware that over the next 3 days, we got some significant severe weather. So something to kind of consider with that. I want to pull up here real quickly. All right. The tweet from National Weather Service tornado. And you guys can see here, few tornadoes likely. It's very interesting how they'd mention, they don't mention the strong tornadoes with this one, because I've seen other outlooks that have said strong tornadoes with a 30% chance with the graphic, but I guess they're just listening to me now and saying, hey, don't do that anymore. But you also see here in the hail department, apple-sized hail. Tell you what, I wouldn't be able to put together apple-sized hail in my head. Not because I haven't seen it or anything, but because, you know, it's kind of unimaginable to me. I can see baseballs. You know, I visualize baseballs because I've seen baseballs before in like videos. But apple-sized hail, larger than that, it's pretty large. So a lot of very large hail. Notice that you also have a lot of populace within this area too. Just north of 4 million people are being impacted by this watch. So I hope everyone has a way to get warnings this evening.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
Hold up. Here you go, downloads here. Do you remember how like Fridays kind of got a window,
Yeah.
so to speak? Do you remember at all, by chance, what the sounding at Centerville was on 325? Actually, no, you probably don't, because I was streaming it and you weren't.
Yeah, I was in. Why does it look familiar?
You tell me. There's some differences, but there are similarities.
Yeah. All of this
Now-
would have to be along the cold front, though. I don't believe that.
Yes.
I don't believe there would be any prefrontals. At least it wouldn't make any sense.
And if there is, there's a problem. Which, speaking of, I'm gonna see if my HRRR is just being goofy.
Your thing usually is goofy. I'm not too worried about it. It's typically goofy.
Cannot fool me. I'm familiar with your game.
Kinda Sam, warm front truthers stand up though. Alright? Listen. Alright? I gotta say, yeah, I'm gonna stand up here too. Alright? Warm front truthers stand up, okay? But at the same note, Morgan, I've been a Debbie Downer for this event this entire time, have I not?
Quite.
Listen.
For reference, folks, Nate turned into me, as I like to say.
Yeah, I really.
Most of the days leading up to this event.
I really have.
If you follow me on Twitter, shameless plug, follow me at MJFold54. You know that leading up to last Sunday, I was entirely out on this. Except for right along the cold front, where I thought the vorticity and the extreme forcing would do a lot, and it did. Norman happened. Yukon happened. OKC happened. Shawnee happened.
Mhm.
Shawnee, the one just north of Shawnee, I think was an EF2.
Did it get rated?
I believe so. I believe the one just north of Shawnee on 40,
Time to look,
I believe that is.
Because on
I-40.
I was not
Was
told.
an EF2.
Oh, there is definitely convection on the warm front, my guy. Take a look at that 18ZH RRR. It'll tell you. It's right there. That confluence band forces the convection out. It's just riding that warm front. That right there, Chief, is what you got right there. All right. Frame 27. We'll go to frame 27 right there. And then we'll pull up theta E. And look at that. That right there is your warm front, Chief. Right on that boundary. Boom. Big bang boom. You got issues. You got big issues. Anyways, let's go back to this. Oh, it got rated. Norman was... That looks to be an EF2. 130.
Norman was a 2.
North of Shawnee was 2 as well.
Yep.
What was Cheyenne? Cheyenne was a 2 as well.
It was also a 2.
Wow. That's really good to see that there wasn't anything worse than EF2. Andrew, what's up? Yeah, Morgan's up here with us too. But yeah, these tornadoes that were on Sunday, they did get rated, so they are there. Hey, and Morgan, we did see the tornado on stream with the with the traffic cameras too, because you remember the power flash, right? We saw a power flash that lines up with the damage assessment.
A lot of them.
So yeah, we did see a tornado on Sunday with the traffic cameras, and that goes to show, Morgan. All right, that tells you that that map helps. Me spending all that time.
So you having no life is good.
Me having no life helps us with situations just like this.
Wow, that is a special weather statement for a very elevated storm just south of Little Rock. Wow.
Just south.
Got some elevated rotation too. Right along Interstate 530. That little thing, it's really elevated.
Yeah, I see it. It's like in between Pine Bluff and Woodson. And Hill Rock.
Hail.
That is a lot of hail. Wow, there's also a storm that is in northern Louisiana for whatever reason. Like Farmerville, north of Ruston, northwest of Monroe.
Do we attempt to use Culm?
Oh, no, I wouldn't.
No?
I would not. It's not worth it. The data is older than 3 hours. This is possibly because the tower is offline. Yeah, no. With all due respect. It is time to go. Listen, Andrew, I agree. I said last night, they should probably wait until middle today to go moderate, but I still think it's got a shot, all right? It's just got to have numerous storms on that warm front right there, on that boundary. And you're going to get beach balls over on that northern portion of the dry line. True facts.
Oh, 100%.
Beach ball-sized hail is what you're getting. All right, let's shout out some supporters.
Thank you for reminding me. I have to actually update a friend of mine on the forecast because she lives in Shawnee and wants to know what the hell is going on.
All right, Excited Pats with the 2. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Says, what time will storms initiate in tomorrow's event? I'm thinking early afternoon, like 2, something like that. That'll be really when we're going to have to watch out for that confluence band moving over eastern Texas, and then that confluence band could start to fire off storms that could try to parallel the warm front. We'll see how it works. Yeah, that northeastern Texas, northern Louisiana, and southern Arkansas area is going to be crazy. But anyways, thank you so much for the 2. Really do appreciate it. Georgina with the 4. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Jeremiah with the 20. Thank you so much. It says, here's a couple of Red Bulls. You're probably going to need it over the next couple of days. Yeah, that's true. Someone actually told me that with their membership, they actually became a member of, or I think they became a member. I don't know how else you would word that.
Became a member.
I don't know. You can't say resubscribe because it's not it's not subscribe. It's not a subscription. It's a membership. So, remembered themselves. But they said, hey, you're gonna need an IV full of coffee. You're gonna need to put it right into your stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'll see what I can do over the next 12 hours. We'll see. But yeah, thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. Living Hope with the 3. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Thank you for being out for the stream. Really does mean a lot to both me and Morgan. And then Patty with the 20. It says, my go-to severe weather guy. Anything for Houston tomorrow? Realistically, not really. It'll be the lingering stuff overnight that could try to move on through. We can look over at the models one more time here just to kind of double check with that, which is probably what I'm going to do just to kind of fact check myself. Gotta make sure. There's your 18Z. And yeah, you get a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms over in the early afternoon hours. It's nothing really significant until you get towards like the overnight hours, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and stuff like that. That's when that's what the ARRR is thinking. Jacob with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. It says, what are the risks for Jonesboro, Arkansas tonight and tomorrow? Good question. We'll talk about tomorrow first, or actually not tomorrow. We'll talk about today first, actually. That way we can go in succession. First off, this is the outlook for today. So not just for Jonesboro, but for everyone. If you know anyone who lives within this yellow or this orange, it is recommended that you are weather aware here today. There has been a tornado watch issued because of that here, outlined in this dark red box. So if you are in this dark red box, you have a tornado watch that has been issued for your area. Jonesboro is at a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. They're pretty far north. If they're going to get anything, it's going to be a lot of elevated hailers. So not really a tornado risk, and more of a strong damaging wind and hail risk. It actually can be a little bit more of a little bit of both. Actually be a little bit of both.
There's downdrafts up there in particular.
Right. So a lot of damaging winds and hail within your area. And then we can shift off to tomorrow's risk. Same thing. It's the 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. I really do believe northern Arkansas is going to be pretty far out of the risk because of the placement of the warm front in southern Arkansas. I think a lot of that could be strong damaging winds overnight, but I also think that could also be elevated hailers overnight as well. So that's kind of what we got there with that.
Nathan.
Yeah.
New wrap.
Yeah, you're right. New wrap. I'll take a look at that here in a second. Because, yeah, the wrap is running.
Excuse me.
Does it like tomorrow?
Dude, it's negatively tilted by 3Z. We've got a problem.
You were confused with the back and forth from tomorrow's event. Heard Peef say since Monday that it should go high. Why does it seem people wanted to go high? Haven't we seen catastrophic damage in a slight? Yeah, and I mean, the thing of it is Evan Bentley, the Storm Prediction Center forecaster, said it best. They're not going to go high just to go high. They're going to go high if they think that there is violent tornadoes that can do significant damage, because violent tornadoes take up half, if not more than half, of the tornado deaths. So if they're confident that a violent tornado is going to happen, they'll pull the high trigger. All right, they will pull it, but they're not going to do it if they have a low confidence and stuff like that, or a lower confidence in that style of event happening. And you know, they also don't pull a high for wind because they don't really feel comfortable in comparing a high wind risk, you know, if they put a high out there, to something like, you know, a violent tornado, because a violent tornado obviously does so much more significant damage. Now, if it was something...
It's a matter of public perception, is what I think. So when you're talking about a significant tornado outbreak, you're talking about seeing tornadoes like more New Boston, like we had, Centerville, Alabama in 2021. Talking about stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's not very difficult, and I'm going to use my words very carefully here. It's not very difficult to verify a 60% non-wind. It's not very difficult to do that because wind is such a wide-scale event. Usually wind is such a wide-scale event. The reports come in from far and wide, and you'll end up with over 300 or so wind reports on a day that was maybe a slight or enhanced risk for wind, just because it's that much of a larger scale. Tornadic activity is much more of a smaller scale. It's much more individually like, you don't get unless you don't usually see a line of significant tornadoes.
Yeah.
Just going up and down a cold front, significant tornado, that doesn't really happen.
For people who try to compare anything and everything to April 27th, 2011, that's so rare. It is so rare for it to happen that realistically, you know, when people say it's a once-in-a-generation style of event, they really do mean it. They really do mean that that style of event is a once-in-a-generation style event. And so
Last time we had a high risk, I believe,
it was,
was 25th,
mhm.
2 years ago.
And
And we had 2 of them in the span of 8 days.
right.
The SPC does not use that. The SPC does not use that label. They do not use that color, because if it gets overused, the public is going to stop believing it. So wind is a much more, as significant as it can be, it's much less significant than the strongest of tornadoes.
Right.
Because strong tornadoes can sweep a building right off its foundation, just provide no proof that anything was there to begin with.
Yeah.
They're not going to use something like a wind risk on a high overall outlook,
Mm-hmm.
because it's going to have no issues verifying. Wind is going to not have a problem verifying. Tornadoes, tornado-driven high risk. It's much more difficult to verify, and it's very infrequent that we come around a scenario like that ever. Now, does that bring up the question that the SPC should make 60% and 60% SIG wind a moderate risk? Yes, that does bring up the question, and that is a totally valid point, and something that I would frankly be behind, because, like I said, it's not very difficult to verify 60 SIG wind or 60 non-SIG wind. The perception, if they use high risks for wind, would completely overshoot what a high risk means. It'll lose its meaning. It'll lose its impact on the markets, which is what they want. As much as it's concerning people, it concerns people to the point where they will take action. They will take action to make sure that they don't get impacted, or that if they do get impacted, they're prepared for it. So it's a matter of public reaction, I think, more so
Right.
than just worrying about verification.
And this is talking about
opinion.
from a forecast perspective. We can even get into the nowcasting perspective of how they utilize their watches. Because if the wind event is going to be as significant as it is, they'll pull the trigger on a particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch. They've done it before. They did it last year. But it's just the fact that ahead of time, when you have the opportunity to try and pull these said risks of, a high risk for wind, you really want to put a high risk when you think a doomsday scenario can occur somewhere. All right. And the fact of the matter is that most wind risks don't create that. All right. If not almost all, it's once again a rarity that those style of wind risks create a doomsday style event. So when you look at high risks for tornadoes and them being pulled that way, all right, and you think, okay, this is for significant tornadoes, strong tornadoes across the board, violent tornadoes in some areas as well, all right, that gets your heart pumping. It makes you think, man, there's going to be someone somewhere that is going to potentially have their life altered. When you think about a high risk for wind, do you think that, for wind? Or do you think that anyone and everyone's going to see the same exact thing? That's the point that they're trying to make right there. And that's the reason why,
Allow me to provide a comparison for those that have been involved in weather to some extent, dating back a few years, more than a few years. But it'll mean something. April 27, 2011.
Yeah.
Generational, and I say generational, tornado outbreak across the southeastern states.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's take that, compare it to about August 10, 2020.
Yeah. August 10th, 2020.
140 miles per hour wind gusts. Straight line. Now, yes, they're both significant. The altercation of someone's life after being hit by a Phil Campbell
Yes.
or hit by a Tuscaloosa, possibly the taking of someone's life after something like that. His lives were lost that day.
Yes.
There's a difference there. Simple as that.
Huge difference. So, and that's also the reason why whenever Morgan and I hear people throw around a term like a high risk so loosely, and it's not for the people who are actually genuinely curious. It's for the people who know better but decide to say, high risk, high risk, high risk. It kind of just makes our heart kind of just like, it makes us kind of feel pretty crappy a little bit.
Sits in a different spot.
Yeah.
Sits in a different spot.
I don't want to say it's disrespectful, but it's disrespectful for the people who got impacted by those said high risks, regardless if they functioned or not, regardless if they were to what the Storm Prediction Center thought they were. All right, because we can talk about May 20th in 2019 all you want. All right, but it just kind of hits us in the wrong spot for the people who did get impacted by that high scale of an event. And had their lives altered. We feel for those people. So,
seeing somebody mention March 17, 2021, I also saw someone mention March 2, 2012. Those were outbreaks, 100%, and I'm not disregarding those. But the magnitude and the scale that 427 impacted people on was just something we haven't experienced since to this day.
Right.
And the closest thing was 325-21, which happened to be our last high risk.
And the funny thing about that too, that was from the widespread scale nature of that. If you want to go from a discrete thunderstorm, look no further to December 10th, 2021, with the longevity of the long track tornado. All right, because it had two different tornadoes in that same supercell, but you could take at any stage of that lifespan, of a singular tornado, and put it onto Alabama, and it wouldn't be that different. It's almost identical in that situation. And so if you can compare, or I should say compare, if you can combine the two style of risks, and this is why, forecasting an event like that is so difficult, weather is so difficult for it to try and put the two together because there's just so much stuff that has to go into it. If you can kind of combine the two of the widespread characteristic of the 25th and the discrete nature and the long-lived characteristics of the 10th, put them together, and that's what kind of 2011 was, but on a much more significant scale. And that's the reason why it was so intense, so big, so difficult to really comprehend. That's the reason why people say it was a once-in-a-generation style of event, because realistically it was. So, and you can even go even further if you want a better example of not exactly discrete, but discrete widespread characteristics. Easter was another good example. Someone said that too in the chat. Easter was a great example of widespread characteristics, right? The widespread nature, and it still had that intensity on the chip, but it still couldn't hold a candle because it wasn't as widespread, and it sure wasn't as strong as, some of the other high-end tornadoes. Now, it was strong. You could definitely put it in that environment of, you can try and compare it to some of the other tornadoes that were on that day. You could try to. But the fact of the matter is you can also say you're comparing apples to oranges because that just so happened to be the fourth largest tornado in recorded history in the United States. So
yeah,
that's another thing for another day. The one thing I can say is that we've got a lot on our plate over the next few days. All right, we're not expecting that high upper echelon threat that we've been mentioning and we've been talking about for the past 10 minutes, and us trying to compare different events and trying to put out, a perspective. All right, what we do think is going to happen is severe weather will occur. All right, that's a given, and we think that it will be most likely, All right, if you were to look at this outlook here created by the Storm Prediction Center, we think it is most likely going to occur for tornadoes in northeastern Texas, northwestern Louisiana, southern to southwestern Arkansas. Right in that area is going to be the gold zone. If something does form in that area, expect myself and Morgan to an extent, because he's got funny stuff happening tomorrow night as well. Expect us to be putting that area under a microscope. Expect us putting that storm under a microscope.
My call time is 6:30. I should be around for most of Warm Front Truthers.
How long are you going to be out for?
Ceremony's at 7. I can't imagine it'll take all that long. And once it's over, I can get the heck out.
Yeah.
Because I don't have anything to do with it.
You're going to be gone here, too. And, you know, it's not like you're a senior or anything.
Just want to get the heck out in general.
But that's the general idea.
Enough.
Is Jonesboro good? They should be good for tonight. They're gonna get a lot of elevated hailers though. So don't be surprised if you get hail, don't be surprised if you get wind. Tornado is not really a huge threat here for you all today. One thing I do want to point out here real quickly, because as we've been killing time, the storms that were over in southeastern Oklahoma have started to kind of develop more and more. And this is what we've been kind of waiting for in regards to tornadic development. And these would probably be the storms to try and do it. There's other ones. There's other ones that could be really interesting. I'm talking about the ones in northern Louisiana. And then there's also a storm that is recently fired up north of Shreveport. There's actually a couple of storms that have started to form around the Shreveport area. These ones could potentially be ones to watch out for as well. And I'm actually very interested to see, because we have traffic cameras over there too. We got traffic cameras everywhere, all right? We're covered for today's event. We know what to look for the most part. I want to see, are there any traffic cameras in that portion? The answer seems to be no. There is some camera right there in Arkansas, so I might be able to look at that one there. And no, it seems pretty cloudy for the most part, which is kind of Maka-esque. But yes, there is really interesting activity across the board, and we're going to be watching out for this very, very closely this evening. I also want to go show you guys here our satellite again. Our satellite is going to be a main contributor into what we could potentially have today and what we are looking for. And you can see as this updates, you can see our big mass of convection over here south of Fort Smith approaching the Mena area. And then we also have some big mass over here out in front of this approaching the Memphis area. We'll actually take a look at Memphis here in a bit, moving on through. But note here, storm over here north of Monroe. And then if we zoom in here, down here, you can see north of Shreveport, you got one or two stuff that could be trying to form out there as well. Those storms right there, those storms that are right here along the border of northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, those ones could definitely be the ones to try and go as well. And interestingly enough here, guys, there's actually a little small thunderstorm, a little small supercell, believe it or not. This one over here due east of Little Rock is very interesting. I'll actually pan over to the storm right now. Let's play Guess Where the Storm Is. You have 2 seconds. 1, 2. Did you say this right here? If you did that, that is your answer. That is the correct answer. This is a little mini storm that's going to start to try and fire off here in a bit. And I'm not sure about you guys, but it's got that hook echo right there. It's got that hooking characteristic to where it is pulling rain around and it is trying to pull it back around east to try and create that little bit of counterclockwise spin. So when we have that, those ones are definitely tornadic thunderstorms. So that's a storm to watch 100%. Of course, the storms that are over into the western portions of Arkansas is something to watch. And then the ones that are on the northern portions of Louisiana, those ones are going to be ones to watch as well.
Hey, Nate, I think I figured out the issue that the HRRR is having lately.
Yeah.
We better hope and pray that there isn't a random supercell that fires at like 10Z on Thursday. Because its anvil precip is ruining the environment.
Yeah, that's the morning convection. But it's not like entirely ruining the environment because you still have the confluence band in extreme eastern Texas. If you look at Theta E.
But same time, the environment was much better off without said crap action.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it happens. We'll see if that actually lines up with observations, and later tonight we'll be able to figure out what we're kind of looking at.
Right.
I gotta figure out what's going on though for Oklahoma for a friend of mine. So I'm just
yeah, go for it. So someone was asking about Memphis, and I respond accordingly by showing you guys Memphis. Memphis is right here. This storm right here, I'm gonna be completely honest with you, shouldn't really be something to worry about all too much. If there is gonna be anything that's done from that storm, it'll be just damaging winds, maybe some small amounts of hail, but it's not really too much. So this is the Memphis look right now. Here's your general thunderstorms that are moving on through. The time for Memphis to watch will be a lot later on this evening. It'll be a lot later on this evening. That storm that's southeast of Little Rock just got severe warned here, by the way, guys. Just got severe warned, and oh wow, it is looking very nice.
That's some nice structure.
That is some very nice structure on that. Look at that. I actually wonder what type of environment it's in. Oh wow. You know what? It's
gorilla hail.
It's actually not bad. You got 100 3 cape, and you got some small amounts of vorticity with it. You know what? That one will be something to watch.
It's gonna take a bit for anything to go to the surface, though, for sure.
Oh, of course. And actually, just to look at surface observations, oh, actually, it's not that terrible. It's like 68 on top of 64. So it's not terrible. What is the LCL height within that area? It's in between 750 and 500. So it's not elevated completely. It's definitely down there. So what we're talking about here, guys, is this storm right here. And someone brought up a good idea. Let's 3D it. Let's just see what this thing looks like in a 3D scale. For those of you guys who don't know, we have the capability to actually 3D the thing, all right? This thing over here with Radar Omega, don't let anybody fool you. This is not real 3D, all right? We'll pull up the 3D. That is not 3D. That is taking the highest reflectivity possible and then making it higher than everyone else, all right? That is not 3D. This is 3D. You see that? That right there is 3D, okay? And man, oh man, does this thing kind of look good. I am not going to lie. I will edit it so that we can kind of make this out just a little bit better. But this right here is a supercell, believe it or not. And what we got here is a hooking mechanism where we've got a lot of rain that's being pulled on the bottom part of the storm up and around the hook, just like that. And then what happens is the rain gets pulled up into the updraft, just like this, and dispersed out in front of it because of the upper level shear that's up on top of it, all right? So when you've got good ventilation out in front of this, this is able to get a lot of that rain out of what is out in front of the updraft to kind of create a little bit of a clear slot. And that clear slot is then able to pull in a lot of the moisture that's in the environment here today and be brought into that little clear slot called the inflow notch. And so when you have a lot of moisture being constantly brought in, that can then create a lot more vorticity. That can also then create a lot more energy for the thunderstorm to continue to move on through and sustain. And when you have that same process replicated over and over and over again, then you can start talking about the fact that there could very well be a sustaining supercell that can move on through and become a problem later along. So this is definitely a storm to watch. And basically the thing of it is I compare these storms similar to how you play the game of Pac-Man. All right, when Pac-Man moves on through and eats the little dots, it gets more and more points and you're able to then advance to the next level, right? The difficulty starts to get higher and higher after a little bit of time. That's essentially what these thunderstorms are with the moisture present in the atmosphere. It's able to move on through on its own little trajectory, and it eats those little bits of moisture as it continues to move on through. Now, I won't exactly get into what the ghosts exactly are in this scenario of Pac-Man, besides saying that the ghosts to the, this storm is other storms. They're fighting for that same moisture and that same energy, and there's just not enough moisture to go around in some instances, and that's very similar to what we've got here today. So, yeah, this is a very nice looking model here. Nice little 3D presentation. It doesn't... Actually, there is a little bit of rotation aloft, and I'm very interested to see here. Storm motion from morning. And what do we have aloft here? Oh yes. Oh yes, we do. Green's moving towards, let's change. That's not what I wanted. Green's moving. I wanted the black pen, please. Green's moving towards, and red's moving away, and red's moving away. Interesting. So our updraft is definitely there. It is definitely present. It is just up there in height. It is very much so up there in height as of this moment. So give it time. Give it time. If this thing is able to sustain a little bit further. We'll be talking about Prairie County in Arkansas near Devall's Bluff and Fredonia. That'll be impacted by the storm.
Hey, Nate.
Yep.
Great job.
What do you mean, great job? What did I
I
do?
think you disconnected.
Huh?
I think you disconnected.
I disconnected? Huh.
Do it again.
Yeah, I am gonna have to do it again. Whack. Copy the link. Put it up. Paste. Do that. There you go.
Very cool.
Join the shenanigans.
Having fun.
Come inside. It's fun inside. How is the boot heel of Missouri looking tomorrow? They're looking fine, honestly. They're fine. That is a severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky. Which is not entirely that surprising.
It says I joined. Did I join on your screen, or do I need to restart?
Hasn't shown up yet.
Really?
Not yet, at least.
Wah, wah. Come on.
But yeah, severe thunderstorm warning here for Owensboro in Kentucky. And this will be in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So this is for Spencer, Davies, Henderson, McLean, Hopkins, and Webster County until 5:15 p.m. as I've mentioned, for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So if you're in those areas, it would be best for you guys to try stay indoors, get away from windows. Well, I know you guys can hear Morgan, you just can't see him.
Yeah, what is going on? Says I'm joining, but you ain't there. So I don't know if that's a me thing or if that's your Streamlabs being crap. Hold up.
Could be both.
Very possible.
Actually, you know what I could do? I'm going to generate a new link and see if that works.
Did you just share the same link twice? You did
Looks like
share
it.
the same link twice. Well job.
Looks like it. Let's see what happens, Chief.
You know, you've never been the brightest of the bunch, I must admit.
Well,
But that was just...
It said, do you want to copy the link? And I was like, yeah, I'll copy a link. And I thought it reset.
Oh, you're still not there. That may be me. Then.
Might be you. Interesting.
This is being whack.
It's not the biggest thing in the world if, you know, we aren't able to get that. It seems the storm over in northern Louisiana has started to kind of fire off. Yeah, look at that there, guys. Look at that. What about Jonesboro? Jonesboro should be fine. Too far north. Look at that here, guys, near Cressette. Or at least approaching Cressette. Got a pretty tall storm here that's starting to fire off. I also want to go take a look at Fort Smith and their stuff over there. So let's pull that back. Never forget Weast. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, those storms over here, just approaching Mina.
That's kind of linear. The wrap is, nah.
Not liking tomorrow?
It's like even more linear than the HRRR. Unless I'm just not taking soundings in the right spots, which is quite possible. No, it's just linear.
Wow, that low-level jet tanked in the early mode. What's the rundown for Northeast Texas? Yeah, Northeast Texas needs to watch very, very closely. There's still some uncertainty, of course, but the threat for some very strong supercells that could try and produce some strong tornadoes, the potential is definitely there. It is there. The wrap, that's right. We also can see what happens on Friday. Hold up.
That's what I was talking about. It's linear.
Linear?
Friday is linear, according to the wrap.
Let's take a look.
It's in a book, The
I
Reading
wouldn't say that's
Rainbow.
entirely linear.
It's mostly.
Mostly. Yeah, if you get closer towards the line or the cold front, I should say. Yeah. Oh, what is that? That's not linear. That's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. It's gonna be a little HP though, I'll tell you what. Welcome to Dixie. Never fails. It never
Nobody
fails in
got me. I
Dixie.
know Dixie got
Nate
me.
cherry picking? Yeah, I'm just trying to get the environment. I'm going up, like, bottom, middle, up. Bottom, middle, up. It's Thursday. Friday. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait for 0ZH triple R for that.
Excuse me.
What are you excusing?
The National Weather Service in Paducah has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Spencer County in southwestern Indiana, Davies County in northwestern Kentucky,
Owensboro? Yeah.
southeastern
Welcome to
Henderson
club.
in northwestern Kentucky, northern McLean in northwestern Kentucky, northeastern Hopkins in northwestern Kentucky, and northeastern Webster in northwestern Kentucky. And this will be until 5:15 for 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. 5:15 Central, I will note.
I would ask
Owensboro,
Chad
Calhoun.
if he knows, but he knows. Love you, Morgan.
What do I know?
All right, let's go back to Little Rock. Let's go back to that little storm right there. The little storm is not having fun. The reason why I say that is because there seems to be a bunch of other storms that are forming in its wake. And out in front of it. What in the world is that? You see that, chat? See how a storm just formed right there, and then right there, and then right there, out in front of the original storm? I mean, that's how you kill... That's how you kill a shot at how to get a thunderstorm right there. If you don't want one, it'll be from that.
All right, I'm going to give up on this whole Streamlabs bull. We can try again later if necessary, but it's really not that big of a deal.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back to Fort Smith because I really do like that storm that's near Vandervoort or Vandervoort. Vandervoort. It's got two O's and an R and a T, and I'm like, But yeah, that storm that's over there that's approaching it is really, it's looking really good.
Starting to turn.
You can see right there, you got that hook echo.
New frame. Yeah, you're right. 100%. Starting to turn a little bit more.
Yeah.
Inflow starting to go.
Yeah, that
also looks like Paris is starting to get a couple of cells too, so those are also going to need to be monitored.
Yes. And then I also mentioned to Morgan, I'm not sure if you heard, but there's storms on the northern portion of Louisiana that are also doing stuff.
I did.
Yeah.
See that.
There's also this one random little thunderstorm that's over Texarkana. Texarkana? Oh my gosh.
Oh, Canada.
Texarkana. There you go. Texarkana. There's a little storm right there. I'm not sure what it's going to do in the future, but I guess we'll find out. I guess we shall find out. I'm going to get another radar. I'm going to put it in Memphis. It'll be my 5th radar that I have got up. Texarkana. It's another one going into the Natism.
Natism, yes.
Yeah, that little storm that's over near Batesville. Actually, these storms in Mississippi in general are really interesting. I'm gonna move my my radar Omega down to Jackson just to kind of try and compensate. 'Cause I Need to see if these ones have rotation, and it seems they don't, so I'm not too concerned. There is a special weather statement that has been issued for that storm that's crossing into Arkansas from Louisiana. That'll be approaching Cressette. So, special weather statement for that area. We'll go back to Dallas-Fort Worth here to kind of see the status on these storms from Paris. And they're starting to become a little bit more intense, at least the Paris one. We're looking at the enhanced echo tops here, and you can see that the northern one has started to get some yellow colors to kind of breach within it, meaning that the storm is starting to continuously build up more and more strength. So that will be a one to watch as that heads off towards the Broken Bow, Hugo, and Idabel areas. Where am I from? I never seem to get bad weather. Yeah, you are correct in saying that. I live in southern Pennsylvania, where there is nothing. I mean, there is a little bit of weather, but I mean, there's pretty much nothing. Pretty much. Ooh, I just picked up the ZDR. That right there tells me that we got a pretty strong updraft aloft with this thing. Very strong updraft. Our updraft indicator. And we've got a nice downdraft associated with it too. So we have a downdraft right here. Oh, it just updated. Oh! Okay, so now we're going to see a lot more rain starting to come down towards the ground. But we got pretty heavy downdraft here. Pretty heavy updraft right here. That is going to be very interesting to see how this thing is going to try and function. But I mean, yeah, this thing does have rotation.
I'll be back 1 second.
Yep, go for it. And it is definitely surface-based. So Vandervoort, I'm not sure how to pronounce that one. And Wicks here in Arkansas, in the southern portion of Polk County. I'd probably watch out. This is Highway 71. Joshy, what's up? This is just barely to your south. So assuming that this storm continues to stay to your south, you should be fine. Do I know where Carlisle is? Yeah, that's not far from me. At least not terribly far away from me. That's that gold cell that someone was mentioning in chat, but it definitely is not anywhere near what we need it to be. We'll take a look here at the satellite, and you can clearly see that would be the gold cell, and it is a very baby cell. Baby cell. So, we're watching for this storm, or these storms over here, this one down here. Maybe this one approaching Oxford, we'll see. And of course, the Memphis cell, which is actually approaching Memphis right now as we speak. Let's see what it's doing. It doesn't seem too much. Doesn't seem like there is much with that. So that's kind of the good news. Who am I kidding? It is very good news. Selin, Marion, Huttig, and Crosette. We're starting to get further away from the radar, unfortunately, though, which is a little bit of an issue. That's looking up 9,000 feet. Little Rock's radar is going to be looking up... Oh, that is a supercell, too. That's looking up 14,000 feet, so that's definitely not going to help. When do I think North Georgia will get their storms? Friday. Friday. Definitely Friday. Yeah, that storm that's over there in Owensboro is not very significant at the moment. Although it is, severe warned. Yes. It's just got a lot of downdraft potential, damaging winds, and maybe even some spotty hail. Not really anything too much beyond that. Alright, yeah, that storm that's approaching Cressette is looking very interesting. I'm going to pull up a camera. And it's probably not going to be able to pick it up. Unfortunate. This was looking west. That's really my only camera that I've got down here near Cressette. It's looking west. So this is like Cressette, and that's the camera right there. So here's Cressette, and the camera would be like right about there. That would be where the camera is. And it's looking west. So it's not looking south. Can't do that. Can't look north, you can't look east either. It just looks one direction. Vondervoort. I really don't know how those would be pronounced. I really don't. Those storms in Mississippi are very interesting. That just got severe warned. The Vondervoort cell got some pretty spotty hail. See Twitter? Whack. I should actually let me do that. And then I'll put Twitter on this page right here. Let me pull up Twitter. Let me see what I got here on the side. Yeah, city names are not exactly my forte. Oh, that's pretty cool, Justin. It's from the 27th. That's interesting. Really nice supercell, look to it too. Trying to check to see. Does this mean that I-20 east of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metro get lit up? Interesting. This is what Sean put up here. If you guys want to go look at this. Sean and I talk when we can. Sometimes, I would say frequently. But anyways, it says, just an interesting observation from the RTMA and HRRR analysis. Temperatures are slightly cooler, closer to the Arclitex, but slightly warmer, where substantial diurnal heating is taking place further south based on the 18Z HRRR. HRRR also slightly underdoing moisture as well. Meaning that also could mean that storms could be a lot more surface based. Could be a lot lower to the ground. But you can kind of see here, based off of the little images, that the red is basically the color as to if the models were warmer than what the current analysis is, and then the blue is cooler than what current analysis says. So, all right, let's get back into shouting out some people for supporting the channel. Andrew with the 2 says, "In the rap we trust, I do agree." I also say that warm warm front truthers are going to be the way to go here for tomorrow's event. Tyler with the 10 says, what are the tornado chances for Fort Smith, Arkansas area? What are my thoughts? I think you guys are going to be a little too far north, honestly, so I think you guys should be fine. And that should be for both today and tomorrow. So I think you guys will be a little too far north. Let's see. Thank you for the 10, as I mentioned. Tanya with the 17. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Miss Pac-Man with the 2. Thank you so much. And Eli with the 10 says, yo, Nate, how are things looking for northwestern Mississippi, specifically the South Haven area? Pretty low LCL, so I don't know. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of scatter showers and thunderstorms over near your area that are going to be pretty widespread, if I do say so myself. So, whether or not they're going to be tornadic, I don't think it'll be super tornadic within that area that far east until we start to get in towards like the late evening hours. So, yeah, probably not quite yet. If anything. I want to take a look at the environment. Definitely looks pretty volatile for the most part. Let's take a look at the... where is it? There it is. Storm relative helicity seems to be pretty high. It also seems... Wait a second. Is that a supercell print on the HRRR?
Wouldn't shock me.
That is... Yeah, it is printing a couple of
You
them.
cannot fool me. I'm familiar with your game.
Yeah, I am very familiar with your game. You can't do
Familiar.
this. Familiar. And wow, storms really do become pretty widespread here. Look at that. And then the fortunate thing is by the time we get to like midnight, it'll be over. So at least for some areas, it'll be over. I actually question to see what that is. I mean, that's still a good... That's actually a really nice wind profile for the most part. What is the helicity track? You know, just out of curiosity. What are the funny? The funny is big-time supercells across central Arkansas. Oh, what? Excuse me. Yeah, make that make sense. That's a really nice sounding there from the HRRR. I'm not gonna lie. But something tells me that isn't correct. Let's actually use the photographs and the cape for me to try and figure out what exactly is supposed to happen. Something tells me that's not supposed to be correct. So the rap says that the warm front's going to go a lot further south, which doesn't really make too much sense to me, but, you know, go off if you can. Huh. That's interesting. That is very interesting. Alright, how's the storm that's approaching Cressette? We can't tell what's going on over here, by the way, because there is no radar whatsoever. There is nothing. Need news for Murfreesboro? Today you're fine. Murfreesboro is definitely okay. Might get some wind overnight tonight, but that's pretty much it. Murfreesboro is definitely okay for today. And even for tomorrow, you guys are fine. I think it'll be more on Friday is when you guys can get your stuff. How bad will it be in Searcy? Searcy? Tomorrow it might be interesting for you all. It'll depend upon how far north and how far south that wind threat is overnight, but right now it's definitely okay. Is it possible for the National Weather Service to issue a high risk tomorrow? Or is there way too much uncertainties? Yeah, there's way too many uncertainties. And to also go into a little bit of it. Interesting thing here that I want to try and bring up because I think it is a very important thing to bring up. I'm going to post a tweet that I retweeted for you all. I gotta find it here in a second, of course. There it is. All right, so if you want to go take a look at this tweet, click the link. It's a thread. I quote tweeted a thread that is from a Storm Prediction Center forecaster, an SPC forecaster. So, you know, for reference, those are the guys that are the ones that issue the high risks, the, you know, moderate risks and whatnot. So I recommend you go read that to kind of get a better perspective as to what they're, you know, what's in their head when they go through this stuff. While you're at it, you should totally give me a follow on Twitter.
Hey, that's my line. Y'all follow me first.
I'll tell you what,
sense.
that severe storm there in Polk County, in southern Polk County, is looking really nice.
Why do so many memes of me exist on the internet? What is this?
It just happens. There are reports that Fair Play, Missouri, got hit by a tornado that didn't get tornado warned. Live YouTuber picked up the debris ball on his radar. He wasn't happy and seen it was warned. So, depending upon the intensity of the said tornado, the National Weather Service can actually pass it off as strong damaging winds, and it would be something comparable to that. So, that's the reason why National Weather Service Birmingham doesn't issue a whole lot of tornado warnings for weak storms. Because it's just, you know, they're pretty comparable to just damaging winds. Anything happening with the storm in Kentucky? Not really. They've issued a special weather statement out in front of it now. Oh, what in the world is that, though? You know, I've got an idea here, chat. You want to know what my idea is? Guess who's got cameras in Owensboro?
Oh, no.
Guess who has cameras in Owensboro?
Can we don't?
What do you mean, can we don't? Oh, this camera's not going to load. Lamau? Never mind. We don't have a camera in Owensboro. We don't have a camera in Owensboro. This, the website said, oh, I know what you're going to do. Yeah, no thank you. To that I say, understandable. Yeah, it's just not going to do anything.
Jacob Chikrin is a senator.
What? I mean, I knew that would be the case, like, I don't know, before the season, but, like, why do they take so long?
Conditional first in 2 seconds.
Wow. Senators are just rough. That's their future gone, and they're not even ready yet.
It'll be fine. Anyway, back on topic.
Man, I'll tell you what. The more you look at this, the more it looks like a supercell, right? Rain wrapping around just like that. But I have to think, you know, I would have to think, right, that that the supercell is kind of replicating the wind profile here. Not too much veering in the lower levels. So it's not quite there yet. That's my thought process behind that. Yeah, thanks, camera, for not being helpful. Where will this eventually head off towards? This storm is moving northeast towards Big Fork, as well as Mount Ida and Norman, Arkansas.
I was about to say, try again.
Norman, Arkansas. Am I happy with the new radar in Oklahoma and in North Carolina? Yeah, there's also some other radars too that they're adding as well. So there's one over... So they're adding the one in Durant. They're adding one in Baton Rouge. They're adding one... There's a couple other ones that they're adding. I have to try and remember. Yeah, they're adding that one in North Carolina. Oh, they're adding one in South Carolina as well. So yeah. No, it's not active yet. It's not active. Oh, Morgan. Polk.
Sarepta. Oh, that's not what I was talking about.
Polk County. That... Oh, it's starting to get a ZDR arc. Weak, but present. This storm's going to start to intensify here, folks. And, ladies and gentlemen, this could be one that could start to,
Storms in Louisiana look like they want to try.
Oh, what in the world? What is that? Oh, yeah, they are definitely blowing up.
A supercell.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Oh, look at that ZDR arc. What is that? Look at that ZDR arc.
Yep.
Ouch. Ouch. For those of you that don't know what a ZDR arc is, it's essentially a sign on radar that tells us that a storm is intensifying. That is a ZDR arc. That is a pretty intense ZDR arc. This storm is intensifying. Ouch. Ouch. It's got mid-level rotation already. Look at 1.3 tilt on Cullen. It's already developed mid-level rotation. This thing is trying. Are you serious?
Weather.
This is weather right here. Yeah, that is a heck of a ZDR arc right there, chat. These storms down here in southern Arkansas, I'll tell you what, if you see this tomorrow, run for the hills. Legit run for the hills. All right? If this happens over here, if this moves over just a little bit to the west and it occurs in this environment just like that, run for the hills because you are going to get some sig tours. All right.
If we see that happen along along I-20 east of Dallas, we need to run far, far away and never come back.
Right, because that will be the worst case scenario right there. That will be the worst case scenario. So for right now, we're watching for those storms in northern Louisiana. They are not severe at this time, but they are intensifying rapidly. So we are watching out for the development of them as they get into southern Arkansas. And if you are in southern Arkansas, I would recommend you watch out, because that's what we are, this type of severe weather is what we're expecting here today. It took us a little bit to get to this point, I'll tell you what. I have no idea what this thing is doing. Give it another 20 seconds and it'll update its wind profile. Let's see.
Wind profiles. Shreveport.
Now.
What's your profile? Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah, I really do believe Polk could try and go. That thing definitely is, yeah.
Nate, are you seeing Shreveport's wind profile or no?
It's time for me to go look myself, because if you said, oh, good lord, the good lord is probably...
It's not the most amazing thing I've ever seen, but it's better than what was forecast for this area.
Vertical wind profiles. Don't fail me now. What do you got, Chief? What do you have? Survey says, oh, that is pretty good. That is pretty good. Then with the fact that there's more energy down there, a lot of cape down there, that's actually pretty nice.
Yes.
That's actually pretty...
Which is why I am a bit concerned for those cells.
Okay.
What just happened to it?
No, that's not what I meant. Look at mesoscale analysis with 3 cape and vort. That one near Cressette might be an issue. That might be an issue.
That's SPC, not surface obs. Well job.
Go to the meso analysis.
Oh yeah, that might be an issue if we can get it structured together.
Oh yeah.
But the ones that we've got right now in western Louisiana are a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And don't even sleep on Polk too, even though it's got a low 3 cape. I mean, it's spinning. There's a lot of vorticity back there.
100%. There's also vorticity in the region of east of Paris.
Yeah. Yeah, there is.
Folks, this is the time. It's 23Z. This is the time that we're going to start to see stuff fire off a little bit more.
Yeah. We are watching this very closely. Let's go back to that cell that's over in Polk County.
Yeah, Mount Ida, you guys need to consider the following about what's heading right up your way. Oh, crap.
Reed's heading to Magnolia? Where's Magnolia? Oh, it's west of El Dorado. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
A little too far north, I'd think.
Maybe so.
Or, excuse me. A little too far west.
Why is... Alright, yeah, I was tripping. Vince really likes the idea of that Cressette cell, which I don't blame him. He went from Hope, Arkansas, all the way over, and now he's like approaching Monticello, which is kind of crazy. Let's go back to the cell that's over here near Spring Hill. Yeah, that's ZDR arc, man. And that's a pretty large ZDR arc, too. Look at that. It's elongated itself. Yeah. I'll tell you what. That is going to be a very interesting storm.
Well, that camera is completely and entirely unhelpful. Thank you, Arkansas.
Which camera are you looking from?
The one that's north of Y City. There's hills. It's already looking south to begin with, so it's looking into the freaking forward flank. But there's also hills.
Yeah.
The freaking
Oh, you're
flank.
talking about like that
Bulls.
southwestern portion. Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bulls.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yep, and now
Yeah.
it's starting to spin. Look at that, guys. It is wrapping its rear flank downdraft around on that bottom part. This is a full-fledged supercell here. Yeah, this is a supercell here, guys. This is, I mean, obviously Captain Obvious at this point. Oh wow. Okay, now this is where we start to take things a little bit more seriously with this storm. This is where we start to take things a little bit more seriously with this storm. So, when you start to see the spectrum width and the normalized rotation create this little S shape right here, that tells you that a supercell is almost ready to produce. And you'll see it actually intensify when you have a tornado on the ground. It will have that S.
Oh, this thing is starting to root in the environment north of Shreveport. It's starting to turn east.
Really? Already? Oh, you are right. You are 100% correct. That thing is rooted already.
Wah wah wah. Yeah, if those two cells can stay out of their own way, that's a problem.
And I think as soon as that cell over in Spring Hill, that northern one does, I think you won't have any issues. Because even though that anvil precip will still be, spraying, it won't be heavy anvil precip. You can still get a mainly untapped environment within that area. Any idea when the snowstorm up in Duluth, Minnesota will be passed? Good question here. Real quickly, let me just do this. So that way we may be able to try and get through this as quickly as possible. There you go.
Passable.
All right. Passable. See. Give it until, I would say 6 or 7. 6 or 7 is when this thing could probably start to slow down. I mean, it still even might flurry even after that, but it won't be as significant. So there you go. All right, back to Polk County. So if you're just tuning in here right now, this is day 1 of a multi-day severe weather event. Massive flash flood warning just got issued, by the way. Starting with today.
Massive flash flood warning. Very nice.
Yeah. Starting with today, this is our risk for today. All right. Big time risk here for severe weather. A 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, and 3 out of 5 in the orange. This is also where there's the potential for significant tornadoes. You can see this kind of mesh-looking yellowish color right within there. That right there is the threat for significant severe, and you add that with the fact that yellow is the 10% chance for tornadoes. You have a 10% significant chance of seeing EF2 tornadoes or greater or stronger. So something to watch out with that. And then you, of course, have the smaller risk of tornadoes, 2% in green, 5% in brown around that. We can also switch off over here to the day 2 outlook, and we'll go into the south central sector so that we can show you that. There you go. 1 out of 5 in green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and 4 out of 5 in red. This is where the potential of strong tornadoes is possible here tomorrow. So it is recommended that the people who are over in these same areas that got impacted today should probably watch out for tomorrow. There is a good threat for not only strong damaging winds as we move over towards our wind outlook. You see that very similar mesh right within there, which means that you have a 10% chance of seeing significant wind within this area. That would be hurricane force winds or greater. But you also have, back over here, there you go, there's your tornado risk here for tomorrow as well. You have an additional risk, a red area, a 15% chance of seeing tornadoes within a 25-mile radius. Add the significant severe, and you have an additional 10% chance of seeing a significant tornado within that general area as well on its own right. So 2 different significant events. You can also talk about the large hail and the fact that there's going to be some significant large hail. Probably I wouldn't be surprised if we had 4-inch to 4.5-inch sized hail, maybe even 5 inches if this updrafts get significant enough. We're talking about like very, very large hail in this regard. So it'll be something to kind of monitor with that. And then we can move off into the southeastern sector again to where we have a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here for Friday. Another threat for severe weather across the majority of the southeast with the exception of the Florida Peninsula. So it's recommended that you're over there, or if you are over there, you probably should watch out for that. I would not be surprised if this got upgraded. If a 3 out of 5 was introduced, it would be somewhere over here from Alabama to Georgia, maybe even to southeastern portions of Tennessee, and maybe even into portions of South Carolina. But would not be surprised if it was for the strong damaging winds and maybe even the threat for tornadoes in that area. So a multi-day severe weather event here is going to be ongoing. We are going to be covering it live for the next 3 days here. You don't want to miss it. Please be sure to subscribe and turn on channel notifications, post notifications by hitting that bell button down below with it so that you stay up to date with all the latest information that we will be able to provide. We also ask that you guys share this information with as many people as possible. If you want to share this live stream, please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Send it to people through text message if you know that they live in these areas. That way we can kind of spread this from people outside of YouTube and try to bring them in. And if you would like to help us spread this on YouTube, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below to help us get this out to more and more people. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. So it would be greatly appreciated if you guys would help us out on that front. And, you know, Morgan and I really do appreciate it. So thank you guys so much. Yeah, that cell that's over there in Spring Hill is starting to kind of rotate a little teeny bit more. And that's interesting. But I want to go back to Fort Smith. And wow, okay, so we have definitely a supercell here, obviously. But this thing is definitely rotating. Now, it's very weirdly rotating because what is happening here is it's not kind of channeling all of this wind into one spot and packing a punch. Instead, it is more or less kind of spreading it out all into one area, creating a lot of strong damaging winds. Very strong damaging winds on the southern side of the storm, which would mean that they would have to more than likely issue a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Montgomery County. So if you're in Montgomery County, Arkansas, please be sure to watch out for this. Even the threat for tornadoes is possible with this one, as this does have rotation. We, still look at the velocities. Greens are moving towards the radar. Reds are the winds moving away. This counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is what is favorable for tornadoes. So finding this at such low levels and being able to, interpret this on radar is crucial for National Weather Service meteorologists to be able to determine as to how significant this storm is, which is the reason why I'm saying that if there's anyone who lives out in front of this in Montgomery County, do not be surprised if a severe thunderstorm warning is issued. Don't even be surprised if a tornado warning gets issued if this thing continues to intensify. It is just something that we should definitely watch. That is a very interesting storm. That is,
Adabel?
yeah, south of Idabel.
Yep.
Very intense.
Hail.
Very intense storm there that, yeah, probably will produce large hail. Oh. Hey, Morgan.
Hmm.
I'm not sure. It looked like it did become a right mover. Wow. It's such a small right mover, though, and it's going to get killed by the forward flank of the other storm that's down south in Sarepta. I'm talking about the one that's in northern Louisiana.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. I'm sorry, I was answering text.
That's all good.
I think that southern cell is probably going to be the one to give way, even though the northern one is better structure,
Yeah.
unless there's additional development.
Oh, what? Side lobe contamination. I'm looking at this random activity over here east of Memphis now. These storms that have moved out of that general area.
There is a special weather statement for Memphis. That's nice.
Random storms over there.
No, 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 no.
This is really going to make me put a radar over in Columbus Air Force Base, isn't it?
Probably. I don't know. Good call.
Now I have a flood advisory in Owensboro. I wonder how much rain has actually fallen over your area. Oh, what? Hey, Morgan.
Hmm.
Do me a favor. If you can, of course.
Oh.
Take a vertical wind profile of Columbus Air Force Base. And then just move a radar over there just for a little teeny bit.
What?
That's what I said. What?
It's a new mesoscale discussion. Conditional risk of severe thunderstorms exists this evening from central into northeast Texas. It's for Waco and Colleen and Tyler. Wash issuance probability is 20%, so. Sighting capping is the reason stuff isn't going to get going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really am going to need to put a radar over there. That's majorly unfortunate. All right, well, Dallas,
You
you
don't
are
need
the
to
victor.
keep it there. You don't need to keep it there. I just needed you to look at it for a little teeny bit. That is a ZDR arc. That is a massive ZDR arc in Coffeeville. That is funny.
Coffee.
Coffeeville. Did this storm over here in Polk County moving into Montgomery County become a right mover?
Yes. Yes, it has.
I wonder how that will interact with the environment then. I wonder how...
The ones in the two cells in Texoma have not yet. So
Morgan, you know what I just realized?
what?
Look at the METAR station in Hot Springs.
Da 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 da.
For people who don't
Yeah.
know, this is
That's
that is southeasterly flow. Now there's a station near Mount Ida that's got pure northerly flow. So this is the warm front.
station on Mount Ida is also higher up.
Oh, that is higher up.
So
That is pretty high up. That's at 702 feet. That's at 540 feet. But it can ride that warm front, potentially. And we could be talking about a tornadic storm here in a second.
Hey, Nate, check your DMs.
DMs. What? Really? Oh, really?
Seems he forgot something. It's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Norman and Mount Ida. 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail.
I don't see it on my screen, Morgan.
6:15 Central Time.
I definitely do not. Oh, now I see it. Now I see it. Yeah, now I definitely see it, which is pretty funny. Yeah, look at that. Montgomery County. So that's the new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. Polk and Montgomery. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yep. The Weather Channel is showing a funnel cloud on that storm. Do they have a chaser there? Like, who's... Is Jeff Petrowski showing a funnel cloud? Because he's all the way down south in Shreveport with... What?
Oh my god. What in the cell merger?
The cell merger, why? That one near Emerson and Haynesville?
That's making me regret life choices.
Charles Peak is over in Magnolia. Or at least he's east of Magnolia, going on 82 to El Dorado. Yeah, okay.
I'll be right back again.
Came back with some food. What did you miss? Not too much. Storms are starting to really kind of root now at this point. They are starting to become a little significant. Oh, it's Charles Peak. So yeah, he is on that storm. I'm not sure that's a funnel cloud, though. I doubt it's a funnel cloud. He's way too far northeast. But, I mean... Oh, and it left split. It left split. It did become a right mover. It became a right mover by left splitting. It left split hard. You see this remnants right here? See that right there, chat? That right there is a left split because you had a storm that went to the left of where the main body went, which is right. So that is a left split. And that thing is now going to undergo some form of merger. If this storm can sustain, if this thing can still go, oh, this is going to produce a tornado. It definitely will produce a tornado. And it's under some really nice vorticity, too. It's got a nice vorticity band there, or vorticity axis. It's under some good 3 cape. Yeah, that might be some issues if this storm sustains, but it's got to sustain first. In 10 seconds, we're going to get a new wind. We're going to get a new velocity.
Yeah, you said you were going to get a new wind profile in 10 seconds earlier, and I just kind of kept it to myself because I knew what you were talking about.
Well.
But
Oh, velocity's just strengthened. Oh, boy. Oh, look at that rotation. Okay. Yeah, sure, Chief. Yeah, it's got some pretty decent rotation on that. I'll tell you what, actually it's not just pretty decent, it's actually pretty good. It's just got to survive through this cell merger. If it survives, it'll get it.
We've got problems if it survives.
If it survives, it'll happen. And I'm not too surprised if that would be the case. What DMs am I supposed to check? There's like 5,000 different DMs that I have. Please leave your name and number.
Please leave a message after the beep.
I have no idea whomst. Oh, Hey, Morgan.
Hmm?
Would you like to consider the following? Spectrum width. That cell.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. There's a Boeing segment in Arkansas.
Oh, yeah, that
That's
one.
fun.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about that one. Although that one is
Gorilla
definitely...
hail.
Look at all that hail. My goodness. That thing... As soon as that thing rooted, it said, yeah, I'm going to start producing all the hail. Yeah, and now it's got a hail
Jesus.
spike.
Look at ZDR. Oh, no.
On that Shreveport cell? Oh, yeah. That's fun. Look at spectrum width. It very well might have a funnel, now that I look at it. Now that spectrum width is starting to do stuff and it's starting to become... Did it just... What in the... It's trying to perform that... It's trying to do that merger. It really is trying to do that merger. It really is trying. Meanwhile, the storm over near Tom and Winthrop is definitely doing stuff too. A lot of large hail with that. Kind of surprised that's not severe warned. Oh yeah, that is a massive bow echo. It said, yeah, enough is enough.
Hail.
Oh, that is a big hail spike. That is a big hail spike. With that Mount Ida cell and Norman.
Norman, Arkansas.
Cotron 13. Check that in my DMs. Cotron 13. Are we talking about, like, Discord? Are we talking about Twitter? It's definitely not on Twitter. Are you talking about Instagram? That is Instagram.
Nah.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, which DMs? I've got like 5,000 of them. Goodness.
Well, now you have
gracious.
5,001. You're welcome.
Yeah. All right, where's Shreveport? Go back. Um. Oh, the storm partially split. It split again for a second time. Yeah, the storm split. So look at this. We'll play the loop here again from the beginning. So when this storm was curling to the right, it lost a portion of it on the northern side, just like this. And then it'll, as soon as this other storm here catches up to it here again and collides into it, it'll lose the front part of it as well. Which, I don't know how sustainable that'll be. But you can see there's one part right there, it loses that. And then as it tries to move through again, you can see that this right here gets lost. Yeah, just like that. And now we just have that, which... How much is that going to... Is that going to be able to really sustain at this point? I mean, it's still got a pretty strong updraft.
What?
What do you mean, what?
My God, this thing.
What
Oh
thing?
my God. Emerson.
Yo! What is Mount Ida doing?
Oh. Hail! Holy crap.
That is a damage threat considerable for large hail, golf ball sized hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Yeah, damage threat considering is what I'm doing.
Damage threat considering. There it is.
But yeah, that cell is yes with the newest scan.
With the newest scan. Oh, reflectivity. Oh, it survived. It survived. Yeah, it's just gotta survive this little teeny little rinky dink down here, and once that's done, El Dorado, Mount Holly, and Smackover, as well as Weston and Junction City in southern Arkansas, need to be on alert. Because that right there, that'll do it. Yeah, it did survive. Wow. And it's got decent rotational off, too. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's got a meso... That's a really nice mesocyclone, I'm not gonna lie. It goes up to 4-degree tilt, which is 20,000 feet. Yeah, okay. Alright. I apologize, I wasn't familiar with your game.
I owe you an apology.
Yeah. I owe you an apology. H? Yeah, Emerson and Atlanta. That's, yeah, it's got some
Atlanta,
pretty good...
Arkansas. Atlanta, Arkansas.
Atlanta, Arkansas. Yes. Not Atlanta, Georgia.
Or Friday.
Yeah, that is Friday. If you guys would like to help me spread this out with more and more people on YouTube, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below, because we're going to need to get this one out to a bunch of people if this thing starts to continue to intensify, which is what we kind of think is going to happen. I want to go back to the Norman cell because, number one, side lobe and the 3-body scatter spike is absolutely shredding the storm. On the other hand, we got over 3-inch size hail with this storm. 3-inch size hail. You're right, Macy. You are 100% right. Yeah, this is a happy meteorological spring to everyone. And that's a lot of hail.
Yeah, there's snow on the ground here.
Morgan, look at the ZDR.
What?
On the Mount Ida Norman cell.
Oh,
look at how much hail that is.
There's 2 hail spikes.
Yes, there are 2 hail spikes, and that's some very high reflectivity. This type of hail.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it right now. Crystal Springs and Hot Springs. I would advise starting to figure out how you're gonna get into a safe space when this comes around, because I know for sure I wouldn't want to be near any windows as 3-inch hail falls around me.
Nope. No, thank you.
I don't think it's necessarily important that that the room of the house is particularly low, but it needs to be in the middle, away from windows, because this is whether that be a hallway or something like that, just a room that doesn't have windows to the outside where glass can shatter and hurt you.
Right. That's the big thing there. Okay, yeah, that ZDR arc is back and it's very vibrant. On the Emerson.
On El Dorado.
Yeah, El Dorado cell. I guess that's
You
what
look
we're
at
gonna
spectrum
call it.
width on Norman.
Let's not, because that will tease us too much with how much contamination. Yeah. Look at all that contamination there, chat. You see that? That right there. Whenever you see that, that's when you know that something is very wrong with the radar, and that the radar is having some major issues. This also reminds me of the time into which the National Weather Service, ironically in the same jurisdiction, issued a tornado emergency for a cell that had a massive hail spike like this, and massive velocities. Now, I'm not saying that this thing can't produce a tornado, alright? I actually think that this thing is in a good environment to try and produce a tornado if it can. But,
It will not be in this moment, though.
no. Yeah, that's still golf ball sized hail, according to the National Weather Service with this one. And man, oh man.
Oh, it did survive the merger.
It did
It's
survive.
gonna take in that little. It's gonna take in that little shower into the inflow, and it's gonna be, oof.
Oh, once that little shower is gone, though. Once that little shower is gone, right?
I think it's literally just gonna get sucked into the storm at this rate.
Oh, it could. It could. Has there been a tornado yet? No, but the environment is starting to ramp up. What's that south of Little Rock? Hold up. Oh, what is that?
Pine Bluff? Or near Pine Bluff?
It doesn't look too much. What is that near Princeton, too? There's a couple of these storms
Hail.
that are starting to fire off. Interesting.
Wow. Yeah, even that thing down by Pine Bluff looks not too terribly impressive. It has a lot of frozen substance in it. It's kind of what we're going to be expecting throughout the duration of the day.
Yep. Yep. You know what, chat?
And for what it's worth, depending on how stuff's faring, I may go to bed early tonight, just based on the last few days and how I was up till, 3:30 with the rest of us looking at the HRRR last night.
Yeah. Alrighty. The supercell that is southeast of Mount Ida now has over 75, or it's actually at 75 dBz, which means there's just so much stuff. There is a lot of hail. There is a lot of hail in that storm.
That's a really nice hook. Which is really funny for me to say, but that's a really nice hook.
There's a lot of hail. And yes, that is a very nice hook. That thing is tanking. Anyways, you want to know what I think of this storm here, chat? I think it's time for us to take a slice. And oh my!
I was just gonna say that's a lot of hail. Don't get impaled. Should I take a slice? Where'd you slice it through?
Southwest to northeast through the inflow notch. And just look at reflectivity in ZDR.
Ha ha ha. ZDR.
That is a lot of hail. That is a lot of hail.
Even in the inflow notch, that's crazy.
And then you can see the inflow notch right there with a lower amount of reflectivity right here. That is a lot of hail. What about Katie? Oh, that was a mistake. Wait a second. Hold up. Hold up. Timeout. Timeout.
The disappointment.
No, timeout.
Nathan Snyder, his first charge. This will be a 30-second timeout.
Give me a second. Hey, Morgan. I think the supercell is masking its ZDR arc. If you look...
You can tell by KDP.
Yes. And the only reason why you can tell is because low or negative, I should say negative values of KDP can depict dry hail, which in turn can mask ZDR. Because remember, ZDR picks up the
New tornado warning.
That's got to be
Hot Springs. It's that cell. Yeah. Wow.
And Little Rock agrees with that 100%. Little Rock agrees with that 100%. It's the same thing that would happen in Benkelman, Nebraska, to where when you have dry hail, right? Remember, ZDR picks up the sizes and shapes of said, you know, there's the new tornado warning, guys. Of the said particles, but when you have KDP, right?
Arkansas,
KDP
Central Saline County in Central
looks
Arkansas,
at moisture content with the hail, and if you have water that is punching through that SVC, right, that destroys it. But there's no water there in that instance with KDP. Instead, you have nothing but dry hail on that spot, and that's the reason why you have this masked ZDR, which means that this supercell right here, and that's exactly what that is. Look at Little Rock's radar right now at KLZK. That is exactly what that is. Because if you look at it on there, the ZDR is 100% there. There's the ZDR arc right in front.
Yeah, it's coming.
And that is
coming forward now.
And that is as clear as day.
And KDP and the dry hail is even showing up where the RFD would be in that little inflow notch. That's an excellent point. And velocities are starting to follow suit a little bit better organized now. So if you live on United States Route 270 along Crystal Springs down into Piney and eventually into Hot Springs, you guys need to be taking your precautions now. Underground or lowest airmost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is a right-moving supercell at this point, which we have been discussing for quite some time. It is rooted in the environment. It's going to go right up 270, right into town, and maybe eventually impacting areas like Fountain Lake and Mountain Valley with some of that large hail as well. So just because you're not maybe in the imminent path of the tornado does not mean you're not at risk here. A lot of large hail falling with this that could shatter windows and do a lot of damage to property. So it's very important that if you are anywhere in the tornado warnings bounds, aside from Mount Ida, you guys are in the clear. You guys are behind the storm at this point.
Arc.
But it's very important if you are anywhere in this warning that you are taking your proper precautions. So that includes like Hamilton, Piercy, Myers, Crystal Springs, Jessieville, Hot Springs Village, Mountain Valley, Fountain Lake, downstate Route 7, as well as State Route 5. Lonsdale a little bit farther along. Hot Springs, Piney, Rockwell. You guys all need to be in an interior room.
Yeah, I mean, that ZDR arc is now 100% evident. I'm going to have to use I'm going to have to use Little Rock's radar now. Because the Fort Smith radar is just looking through too much hail. It's masking everything.
They're
So
looking through the forward flank downdraft.
right, exactly. Whereas Little Rock is looking directly through the inflow notch, which is what we're going to have to use for that. But man, that is exactly what that is. That was being obscured by all that dry hail right in the forward flank. You know, all where that large hail falls, where there is no rain whatsoever with it, associated with it. And because of that, it showed a negative value of KDP sitting within that area. But you also see on ZDR, if you look at the Little Rock radar, 100%, there's your ZDR arc, and it's still relatively vibrant. We can go back in time, and you can see it was always there. You can still see that it was right in that spot over there near Mount Ida. So the fact of the matter is, this thing has been intensifying under our noses because it essentially used a deception tactic to our radars to kind of mask its true identity here. That is absolutely insane right there, what just happened.
I'm gonna just make a note of a couple things here really quickly. We're gonna need to be watching out in northern Mississippi for some of these cells. That environment that you mentioned is actually very favorable for smaller cells to start rotating. And indeed, we actually do have one northwest of Bruce. This would be on track towards Tupelo in the next hour or so. So we're gonna need to keep that in mind. There's one just north of Oxford. That's along State Route 6 out there. And then one just south of Paris, northwest of Bruce, like I mentioned, that are rotating to a solid extent, have some good structure. So we're going to have to monitor that. No imminent threat as of now, but definitely something to keep an eye on.
Oh, yes, 100%. And you are right with that, with, you know, all those storms over there in Mississippi. That's very interesting, the fact that they're all starting to pop off now over there, too. And with that being said here, Morgan, something just caught my eye. Memphis's radar, we're talking getting towards the Hickory Valley and the Bolivar area of Tennessee, south of 64, approaching Hardman County. This is well west-northwest of Corinth. That is a supercell there. That is 100% a supercell. And that is a ZDR arc within it too. I have no idea what the wind profiles are in that area is. I have no idea. But that right there is a supercell. That is indeed a supercell. I also want to see, that's actually a lot of vorticity.
Memphis's profile is atrocious, so we're not going to even... Memphis's profile is atrocious, so we're not even going to go there.
Yeah.
It's got negative helicity. Which,
those storms that you mentioned near Bruce are slightly elevated, but it's still like in a good spot to try because it's got all that vorticity. Even if it's elevated, the fact that you have all that vorticity in that area means that you're going to probably get some good activity with that. So it's in the realm of possibilities to try and do something. Let's go back to Little Rock's radar here again.
I am also gonna note that this supercell that is tornado warned is going towards
Hot Springs.
Going towards I-20. Benton.
Oh yeah.
Cameras.
Oh well, there is cameras in Hot Springs too. There is.
Get him.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in here for the first time, this is a tornado warning for Hot Springs, Arkansas. If you are in Hot Springs, Arkansas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic storm as possible, because this is indeed quite a tornadic storm that is going to be surging on through, producing not only some strong damaging winds and the potential of a tornado, but very, very large hail. We're talking about 2 inches in diameter. That is just slightly above golf balls, which is very intense, and we have seen golf ball sized hail absolutely wreak havoc to windshields and windows. So when we say get into your lowest innermost portion of a sturdy building, we really mean do not be watching the storm from your window, because if a golf ball sized hailstone moves through and moves to the side of your house and tries to hit the side of your house, guess what? If it hits that window, it's going straight through that window, and you're the one that's going to be impacted. So do us a favor. Do not risk that, all right? Do not try to be outside when this storm moves on through. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So as I said, a lot of very large hail that is with this storm here as of this moment, but this can also, as the National Weather Service has mentioned, produce a tornado. And when you have all three of those characteristics, the strong damaging wind, the large hail, the tornadoes, it's just not something you're going to want to mess with. So, once again, Crystal Springs, Mountain Pine, Piney, Myers, Rockwell, Percy, Lake Hamilton, Hot Springs, Fountain Lake, Mountain Valley, Hot Springs Village and Jessieville, areas along paralleling Highway 270 all the way through Hot Springs and out through past Hot Springs, Highway 70 as well. You guys need to get into your safe space now because this is a pretty strong storm moving on through. So if you can, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to spread this out with as many people as possible. If you know anyone that lives in any of the areas that I just called out for, send this to them through a text message saying, hey, there's someone doing live coverage of this. Come on over. That way you guys may be able to know exactly what is happening with these storms. And if you would like to help us spread this information more here on YouTube, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. As I said, this is a tornado warning right now. This is for the counties of Saline, Montgomery, and Hot Springs, as well as Garland. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So please be sure, if you haven't already, get into your safe space. Here is the reflectivity here based off of the radar. You can see that you have a lot of rain that is going to be pulled up, down, and around into this hooking fashion. So whenever you see a hook just like this, that is when you are starting to get what is likely to be a supercell. And so when the rain gets pulled around, you also get a lot of moisture that gets pulled into where there isn't a whole lot of rain. Right in this area right here is where the inflow notch is present. And so right on top of the hook, right about there, is where the tornadic rotation would be. This would be heading off just a little bit to the north of Hot Springs, near the Piney and the Mountain Pine area. And it is recommended that if you're in those areas, give or take about 5 to 10 miles, you need to get into your safe space because, once again, this is a tornado here. We're talking about a storm that can deviate in all sorts of different directions, and we want to make sure that everyone under this warning is able to get into a sturdy shelter. So I need you guys to take this one seriously, regardless if this thing is going to produce a tornado or not. It'll produce some very large hail, which means if you have any pets outside, valuables, or if you have any cars that are laying around, you need to get those into shelter too, because of the fact that large hail will do significant damage to anything laying outside. We're talking the windshields on your car. We're talking about the windows on the outside of your house, as well as the siding. We're talking about a lot of injuries that could be possible with people without shelter outdoors. That includes pets and stuff like that. So you need to take that one seriously as well. If you have anything of value outside, bring it inside. Let's take a slice through the storm and be able to see how interesting this really is from a slice perspective. And look at that here, chat. My, oh my, that actually looks very, very interesting here. We've got practically a well-defined storm that is evident here based off of our slice, where we take essentially a 2D slice along along a specific spot. And what's happening here with the storm is when you have that moisture that gets pulled into the inflow notch, just like this, the roof of this inflow notch is about 10,000 feet, and this moisture gets pulled into this area right here where there's this rain that's tilted from the bottom left to the top right. And what this is this is our updraft right here. You can see with ZDR that is also the case right within there too. Notice the ZDR is relatively high in these areas right here of this red. And so this updraft is carrying that moisture aloft, and it is being brought into the upper portions of this thunderstorm. And because of that, once we get past the freezing level, which is this this yellow line right here that you guys can barely see, the precipitation starts to turn into this pink right here. We have a lot of this pink and very frozen precipitation aloft here within this thunderstorm. And then once it gets into the upper portions of the thunderstorm, it gets released from the updraft. The upper level winds start to push it out in front, and this thing takes a dive straight down towards the ground, which is the reason why we have a lot of very large hail evident throughout much of that area. So just something to note there within that. And then we also have some really interesting velocities here. It does seem as if this thing is rotating. You can see the reds that are being pulled in, or the grays that are being pulled in just like that, and then the greens that are going the other direction. That right there indicates that there is some form of rotation right within that area. So this is definitely something to kind of monitor as this thing does move on through. But this is a classic supercell that is moving off along the US Highway 70 or 270 area and the 70 area. And the long story short is that if you are over in Hot Springs, you need to get into your safe space now. If you are along 270 west of Hot Springs, you need to get into your safe space now. If you are north or south of Hot Springs by about 10 miles, you need to get in your safe space. If you're along Highway 70 from Percy and eastward, you need to get in your safe space now. If you are over along Highway 5 in Arkansas, north of Hot Springs, or if you're along Highway 70 east of Hot Springs, you have a little bit of time, but be prepared to get into your safe space when the storm does approach you, all right? Because the storm is going to eventually get closer and closer towards your area. That's really interesting. I want to go back down south to the storm that's over near Emerson, and yeah, it didn't survive. The small storm killed it. The small storm killed it.
But did it really?
The little teeny small storm killed it.
Ha ha! How? Sag. That's very sag.
It happens. But the small storm did kill it.
Actually still got rotation, funny enough.
It does still have a little bit of rotation.
And it's got a crap ton of ZDR in the newest frame. What the heck?
Really? Oh, it just fired up again. So maybe it was a brief recycling period, I guess? I don't know. That wouldn't
Maybe
make a
it's
whole
split.
lot of sense.
This is weird. This cell is weird.
That cell is weird. Let's go back to Little Rock once again. We want to continue to emphasize that we've got a very dangerous storm that is approaching Hot Springs. So if you know anyone that lives near Hot Springs, you need to tell them to get indoors and seek shelter immediately, as there is a tornado warning that has been issued for their area. So Crystal Springs, Mountain Pine, Rockwell, Hot Springs, Fountain Lake, you guys all need to get into your safe space if you have not already. I want to take a look over here. And that is a camera looking west, so we're going to use that camera right there.
It's not the greatest quality, but there is a lot of lightning.
When the storm gets closer to Hot Springs, it might be easier to utilize. But yeah, we do have a camera over there, so I'm going to actually keep that right there.
There's also a very good chance that any rotation there might be is concealed in rain or hail.
I think that is definitely the case. Once again, massive ZDR arc, so this thing is still trucking. And yeah, this thing.
It's doing it again.
What, Emerson?
Da 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 da.
We've got a lot of side lobe with the storm over here in Hot Springs at the moment. which is a little annoying. You said it's doing it again.
ZDR, just kaboom.
What? It is doing it again. That's some really nice lightning there. There is not as much vorticity on that as there once was. That vorticity has started to kind of shift away.
Ripperonis.
Ripper. What is it with your vocabulary tonight?
Amen.
Amen. There is something wrong with you. Okay.
I learned well.
Can you consider the following for 2 seconds, Morgan?
What?
Go to Helicity Tracks on the 22 ZH just for the funny.
Oh no.
Just for the funny. And make
I
sure
don't wanna.
make sure that the region is Arkansas.
I don't wanna.
Why not? Why not? What ZDR?
Local
ZDR, so the Z is silent and it's differential
Arkansas.
reflectivity. It essentially looks at the different size and the particles that the radar is picking up.
Slabbed.
Yeah. It is slab.
That is what we call a right moving supercell, Nathan Snyder.
Yeah, I would agree, and that would mean that we are going to be on this storm for a good bit.
For a while.
We're gonna be watching this storm until Kingdom Come.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's pretty funny. But this is a heck of a storm that's approaching Hot Springs. If you're in Hot Springs, as I mentioned, you need to get in your safe space yesterday. You really
Yesterday.
You really need to get in your safe space yesterday. Because this thing is intense, man. I'll tell you what, it is very, very intense. You know, forget about the wind profiles for a second. Forget about the wind shear, or just the velocities on your table. And we can talk about the large hail. I mean, the large hail that this thing is spewing is pretty immense. So I would
definitely looks like it's transitioning from as much of a hailer to now a little bit more of a tornadic storm, but it will take a bit.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna actually change this to
I actually think this is on its way to go south of Little Rock, which is pretty funny.
south of Little Rock.
Yeah. It's like really going right.
Yeah, it does look like it is kind of going, or it could potentially go a little bit further south of that.
That is a excuse me.
What are you excusing?
That's a severe thunderstorm warning for Tennessee.
Yeah, it's the Hickory
Hardman,
Valley
McNary,
cell.
and Chester. That storm, what?
Yeah, it's both of those storms. It's both of those storms. That's a meso indicator on Hickory Valley. Oh, that might...
Oh, and a new severe thunderstorm warning for Mount Pleasant.
Morgan,
right behind
Hickory
it.
Valley and Bolivar and Selmer should probably... We probably should watch that one very closely. Do me a favor and go to 1.3 tilt on that with Memphis.
With Memphis?
Yeah, with Memphis. Because these storms right here are pretty...
Memphis.
Tour possible on that Bolivar, Hickory Valley, so...
There's an insane amount of 3 cape over there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that storm's gonna need a tornado warning in the next 10 minutes.
Brenadair and what's his face? Brad Arnold are on that
And
southwestern
what's
cell.
his face?
They're on the Byhalia cell in Red Banks. They
Oh
didn't-
yeah, it's about to go. It's about to go to the surface.
Yeah, Bolivar.
Yeah, that's gonna need a tornado warning soon. Has good
Yeah.
ZDR arc.
Yeah.
So if you are in Hornsby or Bethel Springs, that's along United States Route 64 and United States Route 45, I'd start thinking about what you were going to do in the event that a tornado warning gets issued for your area. Quite a possibility at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely hail for whoever called it. So you got 2 out of 3 of the stuff that I would look for. All right, so low ZD. Oh, that just updated. Go back, please. Low ZDR, right? Low correlation coefficient. Reflectivity is nothing. You can also see. Oh, it actually doesn't show it on here. I guess this has a little bit of rain with it, so that's a little interesting. But that, yeah, is a little bit of hail. That also could mean that that could be a disrupted ZDR arc here in a bit. But, yeah, that is not a debris signature.
Oof. The one south of it, just to the north of Red Banks, has also got a lot of hail to it. Goodness.
Yeah.
Just looking at CC, it's taking lower values with it.
Oh,
If
yeah,
you're in Mount Pleasant, I
100%.
would be get your BA inside.
Yeah.
Fill in the
Yeah.
blank.
The tornado warning for Hot Springs has now been canceled.
Interesting. Which I suppose for the moment it makes sense.
Yeah. There's a lot of people going home in Hot Springs, too. There's a lot of... I mean, there's a lot of people that live in Hot Springs.
That's a new tornado warning.
That's got to be for Tennessee.
And it's for that storm. Yep. Bolivar.
Bolivar. Bolivar! There we go.
Tornado warning for Central Hardeman County in West Tennessee, Northwestern McNairy County in West Tennessee, Southwestern Chester County in West Tennessee.
Well, we said this earlier that this storm could definitely try. We said that this one could definitely try. And that is exactly the case. This one is definitely looking pretty intense. So if you live in Hornsby, if you live in Bethel Springs, or in Selmer in Tennessee, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you guys see anything on Twitter, please be sure to at me, at Nate_Snyder, so that way I can try and feature some of the stuff on my channel and show you guys what actually is going on. Because it will be... You know, this storm does seem to be kind of out there, away from main populace. And if there's anyone that's going to be posting about it, it's going to be storm chasers more than likely. So if you guys find anything, or if local populace actually end up, you know, posting videos or pictures on it on Twitter, please be sure to at me, and then at your local National Weather, or not your local, but their local National Weather Service office if you know it. There you go. Oh, velocities. Oh, yes, velocities. That right there.
Starting to turn the corner with the that's a problem. I say it's starting to turn the corner with the RFD. You know, Hornsby safe space now if you're, excuse me, safe space yesterday if you're not already. Oh, the upper levels. Oh, the upper levels.
I'm putting this on Twitter here real quickly, so bear with me, guys. I'm trying to spread this with as many people as possible.
Chat, our man Nathan Snyder really said that might mean a disrupted ZDR arc, and the storm said no. So
I said
Nate, when
that
you get a
could.
chance, go ahead. Go ahead and go look at it then for me.
What the heck happened with it? What happened? Did the updraft just
boom.
blow up?
It might have. Look at Spectrum with.
Oh, that's side lobe. There's some side lobing with that.
Part of it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Covering it live.
New mesoscale discussion. I'm gonna find it. What? Oh. Wait a second. When did they issue that? Oh, that's not a mesoscale discussion. That's a pressure gradient. What the hell?
All right, guys, you know the
All
drill.
right.
I'm going to post this tweet here in the chat. Make sure you guys like it and retweet it as much as possible. That way we can try and get this out to a bunch of people. Because we want to try and spread this out with a bunch of people. If we can get it out to as many people as possible, this would be, that would be great.
Severe risk, including the potential for a few tornadoes, continues across much of Watch 50. Recently, the strongest cell has been moving quickly across Garland County, Arkansas, toward Hot Springs, where a tornado warning was just recently in effect. The storm now appears to be just north of, but riding roughly a warm front, but should move atop a slightly deeper stable layer over the next half hour, which should limit tornadic potential. Another cluster of rotating storms is indicated either side of the Tennessee-Mississippi border near the eastern edge of Watch 50. A new watch farther downstream may be a consideration over the next hour. Overall, moist and amply unstable warm sectors in place, and a wind field characterized by weakly veering but strong increasing flow with height. Potential for severe storms and local tornado risk will continue over the next few hours into the night.
You know, there might be one thing that can stop this storm here that's near Bolivar. There might be one thing. And that would be the storms to the south that's approaching it. Now, they are also kind of moving northeast. So this storm has a lot more time than, you know, most would think. But I mean, it's getting close. It's gonna be close. It's gonna get very close, actually. Just got a video here from Aaron J. Jack. Someone sent this in, by the way. Unforgiven. Thank you much. Aaron J. Jack. You can see right there. Phenomenal chaser, by the way. As I said, I've always said that he's one of the best out there. This was with that cell that is over near El Dorado, down south. And I mean, you can kind of see the reason why that storm was so relevant. Look at that wall cloud right there. Maybe even a little bit of a funnel, possibly. If that's the funnel, then that's slightly concerning. Though I do see a lot of rain wrapping around, so that could be the rain curtains around the actual rotation. That's very interesting to see.
Tornado warning continues.
But that is from Aaron J. Jack once again. Amazing chaser he is.
Is this thing really about to undergo a cell merger?
The Bolivar cell?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think. It has a very short window of opportunity for it to try and produce a tornado. And it looks
like it's closing already.
Yeah, it looks like it's being shut. Slammed shut. Going back to Little Rock here, just to kind of see. Yeah, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued as the storm went over Hot Springs. So if you're in Hot Springs, hopefully you stayed indoors and hopefully you stayed away from windows. And wow, it still looks like a good supercell. I think it actually, believe it or not, I think it might be undergoing a splitting process. It looks like it's starting to split. Because you can see a bunch of the hail move on through to the northern part. Yeah, I think this thing is going to try and go for it again. But it'll take an abundance amount of time. It'll take a lot of time to get to that stage. It does have a mesocyclone. It does have a pretty strong mesocyclone aloft. So that I'm not too much worried about if this thing were to try and produce a tornado. This thing, you know, if it were to sustain, you know, that is at least going to be a constant. You're in Stuttgart, storming really bad. Let me check where that is specifically. Stuttgart is over there. Let me check with Little Rock's radar. Yeah, there's a lot of scattered hail over in your area. So just all in short, don't go outside for right now. But tornado-wise, yeah, you guys are fine for the moment. You guys are good. Just a reminder here, ladies and gentlemen. Just a reminder that today is day one of our multi-day severe weather outbreak that we're going to have here over the next 3 days. This right here is the outlook for today's event right here. If you are in the yellow or if you are in the orange, you should watch out. All right. This area right here of central to southern Arkansas, extreme northern Louisiana, northeastern Texas, northern Mississippi, southwestern Tennessee. This is the area to watch here for today for some significant severe weather. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, I recommend you let them know when you tell them that this stuff is up and around this area. I would even, if you guys, know that he doesn't, or he or she, they don't have any sort of way to get warnings from the National Weather Service, send them the live stream. I'll be able to keep you guys up to date as much as I possibly can, because these storms are going to be lingering for a good period of time tonight, at least all the way up until midnight. So stick around if you guys would like to for today, because it's going to be pretty intense. And then tomorrow we have a pretty significant threat for severe weather, as we have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale for areas just a little bit further south. Notice that there is a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here in red for northeastern Texas, northwestern Louisiana, southwestern Arkansas, extreme southeastern Oklahoma. This area right here is going to see a massive threat for severe weather. And if you know anyone who lives within that area, the orange, which is a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, the yellow, which is a 2 out of 5, or I would even go as far as say the green, I would tell them to watch out for severe weather here tomorrow. And especially if they live in the yellow, orange, or red, I would tell them to be very weather aware tomorrow of the ever-changing conditions. All right, so Watch out for that. I will be streaming this live too, so make sure you guys are subscribed and turned on notifications so that way you guys are updated as to when I start going live, because you are not going to want to miss it. It is pretty expansive and very widespread to what type of event we are going to be seeing here. So 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale then. And then we will go over to this here real quickly, where you can see this is a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale for the southeast here. But don't be surprised if this gets upgraded to a 3 out of 5. All right, this very well could be upgraded to a 3 out of 5. And I would foresee this to be in the Alabama, Georgia, southeastern Tennessee, and the Western Carolinas area. That would be the area that I would watch out for. So make sure you guys are weather aware. Please stay safe when you guys can, as it's a multi-day. This is a multi-day severe weather event that's going to unfold here. And it's only March 1st. Interesting. Yeah, we still have some side lobing there. It's got some decent rotation still. With this storm that's over here in Hot Springs. It's got some pretty decent rotation, actually. This thing right here, this storm that just went through Hot Springs, this is a hailer. This is a large hail maker. Big time large hail throughout the area. And because of that, this storm right here, wherever it goes, is really going to impact anyone who's out in front of it. So it is imperative that you get any warnings, if you get any warnings, that you need to watch out for this very, very closely. And believe it or not, this is actually going to get very, very close to the traffic cameras over near Benton, which is going to be really interesting. We're going to have some good views on what's happening over there with this storm. I'm going to go back to Memphis's radar here, because I just saw something really interesting here on my side screen. Yeah, these storms here are going to start kind of suffocating. And the only reason why I say that here, chat, maybe besides the storm near Hickory Flat, the storm near Hickory Flat in Mississippi might be the next one to go as it goes north towards Walnut. And if it starts to route, it'll head to the east towards Corinth. So that might be something to watch out for. Northeastern Mississippi with this storm over here in southern Benton County. But these storms are just kind of smacking into each other. We'll play the loop here so that you guys can see. And notice how they're just smacking into each other across the board. Nothing can get out by itself. And so when I was talking about earlier in the stream how storms are kind of like Pac-Man and it eats its little dots to get stronger and stronger, Pac-Man's got to be out by himself. All right? If you get other storms around Pac-Man, the other storms are the ghosts. And, you know, every other storm outside of, you know, say a singular storm that you may have is going to try and fight for that dominance. And because that is the case, I mean, we have got a messy mode over here in northern Mississippi. But this storm over here near Ripley actually is moving a lot further northeast than I thought it would. And this is going to actually, if this thing routes, this would, instead of heading towards Corinth, this would head into the Ripley area and the Boonville area, which might be something to watch out for as well. So I'm going to keep watching out for that. But that is very interesting to see This was another view here. Wow, this is another shot here. This is from Emerson. Wow. This had to have been way back in time, no? That is a
What?
weird looking storm, but look at this from Aaron J. Jack here, guys. This is Aaron J. Jack, as I said, one of the best chasers. Look at that. That is something.
Did you retweet it?
Um,
Oh.
yeah, I just did. That is absolutely insane.
I wasn't that long ago either. Wow.
No.
I mean, it was a bit ago, but
Look at that. That. Wow. That's freaky. That's a little freaky, I'm not gonna lie. Can you imagine
that's really close to the ground. Imagine if these storms weren't elevated.
Oh, well, but that's Emerson. That's Emerson. That's that small storm, Morgan.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like the storm. What?
That's Emerson.
Dude, I moved my radar away from
When
there.
does main prime storm
Oops.
season start? So technically meteorological spring starts today. So it would start today and then it would end in like the middle of June. Something like that. But that's that little small storm west of El Dorado. That's weird. That's very weird. That is... Oh, they just upgraded that severe thunderstorm warning heading to Benton. Damage threat considerable, which means they got golf ball sized hail with that thing. Yeah, that's golf ball sized hail. That is golf ball sized hail. 100%.
That was when?
According to this, 15 minutes ago. I don't understand it either.
15 minutes ago, you say?
Yeah?
Well, if that's the case,
What do you mean if that's the case?
damn it. Hold up.
Language.
Sorry, my thing isn't functioning properly. There's your radar image whenever it sends.
Whenever it sends. Yeah, that does have some rotation with it.
Yeah, but at the same time, like,
It's...
I wouldn't think that's what would come out of...
No. Yeah, the audio does sound a bit too eerie. Oof. Benton's about to get slammed. If you're in Benton, you need to get indoors right now. You need to bring your pets inside. And you know what? Honestly, I would kind of treat this similar to a tornado warning. I would kind of treat this like a tornado warning if I was in Benton. Because there is going to be some very, very large hail. Very large hail. I'm talking like significant hail within this area here. Let's see what cameras would be working. So not the middle one. We would be talking about this one here. That one's down too. That's great. That's looking south. That's looking west. That's looking west. let's pull this camera up right here. And let's actually look at this live. As I also try to fix that there real quickly too. What I am gonna do is I am actually going to turn this into, or I'm actually going to delete that. And then I'm also going to get this display capture number 2. Add the source. Make it smaller, of course. That's not what I wanted. And then we shall move this down all the way. If I can, please. All the way down here. Wow, what a lightning strike that was. And boom. There we go. Look at that. I fixed it. I fixed it. Pretty easy. Actually, I would say it's easy, but it's not always like that, isn't it? But Benton and Haskell in Arkansas, if you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space right now. There's the new damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Near the new damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. This is southern Little Rock now that we're talking about. So that's Grant, Jefferson, Garland, Saline, Hot Spring, and Pulaski counties until 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Nate having problems? I wouldn't say that. I was just trying to add something here. But this right here is a pretty strong storm, to say the least, that is moving on through this area. So Benton and Haskell, get into your safe space now. Very large hail is on its way. We're talking about golf ball to even 2-inch sized hail possible within this storm. And maybe even larger than that in some spots. I would not be surprised. So please be sure, get indoors, stay away from windows, especially if, you know, if the large hail is true. If there is some large hail within this storm, there is going to be a good significant amount that can try and hit the side of your house, side of your siding, which, you know, if one goes through your window and you're sitting right there at your window looking at the storm, you are,
Could get hurt.
You're gonna
Could get impaled.
hurt. So please be sure, if you haven't already, please be sure to share this with as many people as possible. Hit that thumbs up button down below to help us spread this out more on YouTube. And copy the link to the live stream. Put it on different Facebook groups, Twitter, Instagram, and stuff like that. This is a big storm. This is a very big storm that's surging on through. Can I look at the CC I'm betting? It doesn't add up to you. That's a lot of hail right there. That is a lot of hail. That is a lot of significant hail. My goodness. Look at all this lower CC right here. This is hail, Chiefs. This is... Wow, that is some hail. And that's hail being pushed into the inflow, or the, not the inflow notch, the RFD, the rear flank downdraft. That is some significant hail. That's interesting. This was a picture from Olive Branch, a lot earlier. Let's take a look at this a little bit more with a full screen. There you go. And this is from Spencer Denton at Denton WX. Look at this lowering here from Olive Branch earlier on. This was at 5:30. So a good while back, but I mean, look at that. That is a heck of a storm right there. I feel like I've been saying that a lot, but I mean, it's just like, it's true. It's a heck of a storm. What? Where did you get that image from? Baseball Science. Yeah, let's watch live here. All the cars trying to move through. With all the large hail. A lot of lightning there, actually. If it actually was a little bit better quality, if it was during the day, that would be great. But it's not during the day. This might be our best shot right here at getting an idea as to what they are dealing with. Man, that's some very, very large hail over there. Very large hail. I'm going to move this over here for right now. People are saying for me to check Cincinnati. A lot of these thunderstorms over here in Cincinnati are just scattered. Not really super intense.
Elevated windy stuff.
Elevated windy stuff. A lot of wind. So... I wouldn't be too worried if you're in Cincinnati. The storms mainly have passed at this point, by the way. Although there is a new severe thunderstorm warning on the eastern side of Cincinnati. But I would not be worried with that cell. Brandon Kopic has intercepted the Benton cell. And I am very interested to see what he is seeing. So if you don't mind, I'm going to look at Radar Omega and see what he is seeing here. That's a lot of wind and hail. He is getting pelted with hail. Oh, that's a lot of hail. He is getting pelted with hail. And of course, everyone here on the interstate's getting pelted with hail, but Brandon's getting... Oh, that was a huge hailstone. Huge hailstone. Yeah,
Well job.
with all due respect, that ain't it for me. I am not going through that storm if I were to chase. That is massive amounts of hail. I mean, we're talking golf ball-ish, like at minimum quarter, but golf ball-ish sized hail. Man. Oh, the visibility on that camera is just like nothing. That is... Ouch. Look at that there, guys. Imagine driving through all of that. No, thank you. No, thank you. All due respect. It looks like this storm that's over near Benton has started to become a little bit more of a cluster. I think there's some convergence that occurred out in front of the storm. So watch this here, guys, real quickly as I deviate back. Watch this here. You see the hook right here, guys? You see the hook right here, chat? So this supercell ends up, you know, creating a lot of moisture, but look at this down here to the south, right here. You see all this moisture convergence right in that area? And a part of that, I think, is also because of this storm that's over here near Murfreesboro. But watch what happens here over time. Lot more precipitation builds up right within here. And then it just falls down way far out in front. Look at that. Lot of rain. I actually want to take a slice through this area just to kind of try and confirm my suspicion. Yeah, that's very interesting there. Yeah, I want to say that a lot of convergence out in front has just occurred, and now you have this giant messy thunderstorm. This messy mode. That's what I want to say. So, Bowling Green, Kentucky. I think you guys should be fine, honestly. Hold up. Yeah, you guys are good. There's a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms are in your area for right now. With that, I'm actually going to put Radar Omega back because I'm done watching Brandon for right now. I am done watching Brandon Kopic. I got all I needed to see from him. A reminder that this is day 1 of 3 with our multi-day severe weather outbreak. Multi-day severe weather outbreak. All right, this is day 1 here. Show you guys the outlook here as you guys can see. We've got a pretty expansive risk here across portions of the southern Ozarks into the northern deep south. So this includes areas of central and southern Arkansas, heading off into southwestern Tennessee and northwestern Mississippi. And then, of course, the surrounding areas there in yellow. So we have a 1 out of 5 in green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, and 3 out of 5 in orange on the severe weather scale. Pretty, as I said, expansive severe weather risk here for this event here today. But we also have a risk for tomorrow here. Massive risk for severe weather, an even stronger risk for severe weather here across areas that are further southwest of what we're talking about here today. So once again, 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in the orange, and 4 out of 5 in this red right here. And it is highly recommended that if you are inside the yellow or the orange or the red, that you should pay attention to tomorrow's event very closely, all right? Monitor ever-changing conditions and have a way to get warnings from the National Weather Service if need be. Of course, I will be live streaming, so if you want me to take care of that for you, any live warnings from the National Weather Service will be provided here on this channel. So we'll be able to try and make sure that you guys stay safe. Just make sure that if you know anybody else that may not have any ways to get warnings, please be sure to send this channel, this stream out to them, so that way we may be able to keep them safe too. So that means copying the link to this live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible. Hit that thumbs up button down below to help us spread this out on YouTube too, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. The higher that like count goes, the more we can actually spread this out with more and more people. We just cracked 700 just now. And if we can continue to get that closer to 1,000, as I said, we will be able to continue to spread this out with more and more people. This is from Brian Allen. This was very interesting here. And I want you guys to take a look at this here real quickly. And this is a part of Storm Quest Chasing, SQ Chasing. We will show you guys here. Look at this image. That's from El Dorado. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have thought that storm would have been able to do that, because that is nasty. That is from their drone footage over there, so really good stuff there. That's from Storm Chaser. I believe that's Jaden. I believe that's Pappenheim. Storm Chaser Jaden Pappenheim right there. That was his drone as well. Yeah, there you go. There's his drone and stuff like that. So if you want to go follow him, please be sure to do so. That was his drone, and looking at that structure on El Dorado, I mean, man, that is absolutely insane in its own right. Also got some pretty gnarly hail here. Look at this here, guys. This was over here in Hot Springs. Storm just passed through Hot Springs, and you can see that that's quarter-sized hail, all right. You can see that hailstone right there, and the quarter just for shape. So that's severe. That is definitely severe hail right within that area. Very interesting to see that. And thank you for sending that one in, by the way. That would be Sassy. Sassy Hook sent that one in, and then Alberto Weather sent the drone footage in as well. That might be birds, Slippy. I just got sent something really interesting here. This is going to be slightly, and I mean ever so slightly off topic. All right, true facts. But I just got sent something really interesting from Round Rock's radar. And I want to show it with you guys, because you guys, you know, this channel here, this is more of an educational channel. We want to make sure that you guys are, you know your stuff and see what's going on. This right here at Round Rock, Texas. See these little rings right here? See those little rings? Look at that. Look at that. Little shockwaves. That's pretty cool. I'm pretty sure they are birds. But if they're not birds, they're bugs. Either that or we launched a rocket. Something like that. But the reason why I say that here, chat, is because if we look at reflectivity, you can clearly see we got low amounts of reflectivity right here, right? It just updated again. Go back. Low amounts of reflectivity here in these spots. So it's not very high reflectivity. You go to ZDR and it's all over the place, so good luck. You're not going to be able to figure that out. And then you go to correlation coefficient here. Notice the very low correlation coefficient across the board. That tells you that it is non-meteorological. All right, this is not from meteorology whatsoever, which means there's a whole bunch of different stuff that could be taken into account with this. All right, we could be talking about birds, we could be talking about bugs, we could be talking about smoke. Definitely not debris, or at least I wouldn't think it would be debris. Definitely not hail, because obviously there's no storms nearby. So yeah, I'm thinking bugs. Although, what in the world is this over here? This and that has a medium correlation coefficient. That's going to test my knowledge. What in the world are those? Anyways, you guys get the point. Weather can be pretty wacky sometimes on radar, and you can pick some cool stuff up on radar, which is what I love about live radar analysis so much. And yes, it could very well be a UFO too. We could have definitely picked up a UFO on radar as well. There are some bats in that area leaving the caves. Then yeah, it could very well be bats too. It could definitely be bats as well. I wouldn't be surprised. I want to go over here real quickly. Where can I find it? Michael Canales with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So,
That's a lot.
Drum roll, please. Caleb got a membership. Carl Johnson got a membership. Tornado Clips with a membership. Dano DCM with a membership. And then Joseph Dawson with a membership. Congratulations to you all. If you guys want, by the way, for the people who are trying to figure out, hey, gifted memberships, how can I get my own membership? First off, you gotta be subscribed to the channel. And second off, now's the time for you to go click that that membership icon at the top. And you'll be able to get gifted memberships, or allowed to receive. So you gotta click it up top, and then what you gotta do is you got to enable gifting, or receiving, or something like that. It should be. So pretty cool stuff from Michael. And then Michael with the 16 months says, be weather aware for all of my homies. Thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate your support. Really does mean a lot to me.
Day 1 enhanced.
Day 1 enhanced still?
Yep.
Oh. Hey, Morgan.
They dropped the 10 seg.
They didn't do that, but they did something weird with it. There you go, chat.
Oh, let's go look. What? Why? And why did they keep a 10 Tor?
F in the chat. Matt won't be chasing tomorrow.
That's unfortunate.
Matt always flips around on that stuff. He's like, oh, I'm going to chase. No, I'm not going to chase. Ah, I'm going to chase. No, I'm not going to chase. I love Matt, though. I love him though.
Innate.
Yeah.
Can I ask you to consider the following really quickly with something that's not too terribly related?
Only on Tuesdays.
DMs.
Hey,
I'm having fun once again.
that's what happens when you trade away a franchise.
Fadeaway 2 is good. Wow.
All right, let's go back over here. Let's go see what's happening right now. Let's see what. It was the return of SpaceX NASA crew and their 5 mission. Really? Was it really? Was that really the return of the SpaceX NASA crew? Hold up. I need to fact check that. SpaceX. I can't see it. Can't find it. But that would be crazy if that was true. That'd be crazy if that was true. Man. Yeah, I mean, look at that. It just went. Crazy shockwaves right there. But the only issue with that theory is that you've got the circle right here, too. I'm pretty sure this is wildlife. I'm pretty sure this is wildlife. But that would be pretty cool. I would need to see a source in order to say if that's true, because, you know, per sources, I usually get these wrong. Yes, and factorial. I have. I saw it last night, actually. Yeah, these storms are just pretty widespread in general. They're not really doing too much at the moment. The one area that I would watch would be these storms near Guntown. All right, this storm near Blue Springs and Sherman, as well as this one near Corinth and Kossuth. Those ones would be the 2 ones that I would watch for it to be tornadic. Bats would make a lot of sense. Pretty confident it's bats. A lot of people said they live over there and said it's bats. So, bats usually take that trajectory too. I've seen that before on radar. Which is the reason why I was like, hey, that's wildlife there. There's a good chance it's wildlife.
Um,
I'm gonna take a 3D of this Blue
Nate.
Springs cell. What?
Nate,
What?
just when you've got a second, Instagram DMs.
Instagram DMs? Bro,
Yep.
everyone, why is everyone stretching me thin with every single DM possible, including you? Leave me alone!
Yes.
Because yes, fine. Check it here. What? I wonder how much we can get from them in order for that to be the case.
More capital, probably.
Well, but we're gonna have to retain his salary, obviously. So we retain his salary, and then what draft picks do we get? But that is a very interesting 3D here. Spectrum width sucks, at least with this, at least. Yeah, it's not going to be able to tell you a whole lot. Enrot. Ooh. Hey, chat. All right, hear me out, chat. Hear me out, chat. This is normalized rotation, right? By the way, that's a horizontal vorticity band right there for whatever reason that's picking up on radar, or at least I would like to think it is. I'm assuming it is, but you know, I'm usually wrong in this instance. That's your rotation. That's your updraft back here, which means if the updraft gets pulled around by the rear flank downdraft just a little bit more, if the rear flank downdraft can get pulled a little bit more into the rotation, I think this thing might try to have a shot. But it is very displaced at this time. It is very displaced. And that also has, actually, doesn't have a whole lot of side lobe. That's very interesting. Oh, tell me about it. I'm going to try and utilize 3D and slices more often. I'm going to try and get back to my roots. My roots of this channel. By the way, I appreciate everyone who's been helping spread this information out on all sorts of different platforms. We are rapidly approaching 36,000 subscribers. And you know me. You know, the more we can expand our community, the larger the outreach we can get. So, you know, small stuff like that is absolutely amazing, and I really do appreciate it. I definitely don't. The only thing Dallas Fort Worth is going to be in a moderate for would be hail, but that would be it, and I don't even think that would be enough. And I think
Oh,
I
that's
think
a
it'd be
good
less.
point,
What do you mean that's a good point? What did I do now?
Nathan. It is time.
What do you mean it's time? What did I do?
The 0ZH
Oh,
is
you
running.
are 100% correct on that one, Chief. It's actually 23, but you know.
No.
Yeah.
No.
No. I guess Pivotal is just not going to update.
Yeah, it's doing the same thing for me. I think it's a server issue.
Memphis gets slabbed in an hour.
In an hour?
In an hour.
By what? By that thing. It's the same storm that just lost its severe thunderstorm warning.
Have fun.
There's also another hailer that just formed out in front of it.
I'll tell you what, the cell in Guntown is going to be really interesting. I mean, look at that. Look at that hook echo. That right there. Did it become a right mover just now? Oh, it 100% did. It became a right mover. Chat, look at that. Look at that turn. Look at it turn. Look at it turn. It straight up turned. Look at that, chat. That is textbook right moving supercell right there. Look at that. What is the 23
Special weather
hurricane season looking like? Average. Average.
Maybe a bit below average.
Yeah, maybe even a little bit below average. But I'd say average.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Guntown is having fun. Guntown and Baldwin.
Excuse me.
Wheeler and Marietta. It's probably a good idea for you to get into
Nathan,
your
do you
safe
have
space.
Shreveport open?
No. Well, yes, I do. Why?
Go look at Louisville.
Lewis, those things? Why?
Look at Echo Tops.
Oh. Yeah, that is pretty interesting. That is pretty funny. Doesn't really have a very good updraft tower, though, so I'm not expecting too much from it.
Not really. You're right.
Yo, alright, that's gonna produce a tornado, Morgan.
Where at?
Guntown, Baldwin. That would be just northwest of the Columbus Air Force Base radar, along north of Tupelo. North of Tupelo!
Cameras!
Oh, that camera in Satio. Let's see. North. Switch to video. Let's see if we can see anything, Chiefs. We have a camera. We have a camera. It is kind of terrible, but you know what? It's fine. It's the closest one that we can get to Guntown.
That's side lobe.
Nope, believe it or not, because look at spectrum width. There is no spectrum width, which means there is no side lobe. That is legit. It's weird. It is very weird. And hey, Morgan, can you do me a favor? Look at CC, just for memes.
It's a lot of inflow.
That is a lot of inflow. This thing is sucking in almost anything it possibly can. You know, if I were Dusty and this was Twister, I would say this is the suck zone because it really is sucking in everything. New tornado warning.
Tornado
Oh,
warning
look at that
for
velocity.
Northern Itawamba County in northeastern Mississippi, northern Lee County in northeastern Mississippi, southwestern Tishomingo County in northeastern Mississippi, southeastern Prentiss County in northeastern Mississippi.
Ow. Yeah, that is some strong rotation. At least for this area. So if you're in Guntown, Satio, Baldwin, Marietta, areas along Highway 45 and State Route 4, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I want to see if there's anybody else. Yeah, there's no one. There actually may not be anybody on this storm, believe it or not. I don't think anyone's chasing this storm. Yeah, no one is chasing this storm, which means we have no spotters, which means we have no ground verification. We have no ground truth. But this thing, yeah, it's going, and it also has the characteristic of a very well-pronounced ZDR arc, just like that. So, whenever you see a ZDR arc on a storm, that kind of tells you that a storm is going to start to intensify. ZDR is a product that we use. It's called differential reflectivity specifically, instead of, you know, you wouldn't use the Z, but yeah, that is definitely a well-pronounced thunderstorm that is in its natural processes. And I want to show you guys here real quickly. We'll shift over to this. The vertical wind profile out of Columbus Air Force Base is pretty volatile. It supports this environment here. So this is definitely something to watch out for. And what I mean by a hodograph, imagine this box. You see these lines right here. This is like vectors. Winds moving north, winds moving east, winds moving south, winds moving west over here, all right? If you can get winds that veer a full, what, I would say 50 degrees or more, kind of similar like that, an arc similar to that, that right there is a favorable wind profile for tornadic development, and that is 100% the case there of what we have with this storm. So we'll go back to the main camera just to see if we got anything. But a reminder, this is Guntown, Saltillo, and Marietta, as well as areas along the Natchez Trace Parkway. The Natchez Trace Parkway. If you're over there, you need to get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So this is a tornado warning here. This is Itawamba County, as well as Lee County, Tishomingo County, as well as Prentiss County. If you are in those counties here, you need to get in your safe space. Massive lightning there from that. Guys, if you could already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. We got to spread this out with as many people as possible if we can, because this is a pretty intense storm. All right, for as small as it is packing a punch here. And even a storm north of it is also rotating too. So it's storms in this environment that's trying to really take advantage of what is really going on. And that is exactly what is happening here. So hit that thumbs up button down below to help me spread this out with more and more people on YouTube.
Oh my gosh.
You
How
know
about
what
the storm north of it too?
Oh yeah, the storm north of it is pretty crazy too. But you want to know what this storm reminds me of? This Guntown storm in Saltillo?
Supercell.
Obviously, you donut. Do you remember the day where Seminole, Oklahoma got hit by a prefrontal? And then we had that event over in Texas last year. It was like a whole moderate event. Lockett, Texas tornado. Do you remember the Lockett, Texas tornado?
I do.
That same day, there was a supercell that approached Seminole. And it looked exactly like this one. To where it had its rear flank downdraft go out like this. And it would produce these, like, constant tornadoes. These quick spin-ups, very rapid spin-ups along it. Now, I'm not saying this thing is going to, continue to produce quick spin-ups. But what I can tell is that you have one area of rotation in the back part and one area of rotation in the front part. You have two rotations on the supercell. You have two of them. Which means that this thing is definitely tornadic. Definitely tornadic on both senses of the phrase. But it's also, because of how streamwise it is very cyclic.
I'm going to go ahead and use your line. Thanks, Copernicus.
Very, very cyclic. This thing will rotate and rotate and rotate. Might occlude a few times. And it also might spin up numerous tornadoes along its rear flank downdraft. Oh, what is that? That's not a tornado, thank goodness.
No, it's not. I was about to say the same thing.
Velocities are going to update here in a second. This is really going to tell me if I'm right or not. But once again, tornado warning here. Marietta, Guntown, Saltillo here in northeastern Mississippi. You need to get into your safe space right now. Yeah, I would say that supports my theory. Guntown, Marietta, Baldwin, Saltillo, over here in southern portions of Prentiss County and northeastern, or actually northern portions of Lee County. If you're in those areas there, as well as northern portions of Itawamba County, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. By the way, this is not side lobe because spectrum width is not spiking within the area. You need a very high amount of spectrum width within the area in order for that to be the case. Although there is some wonky pixels across the board, which could be slight side lobe, but I wouldn't say it would be intense side lobe to impact it. That is definitely a really interesting storm. And it's got a full-on mesocyclone too. I'm looking up with height with this. You guys are seeing this with height. You still got reds moving away. You still got greens moving towards. You still got rotation in the middle. So that is as clear as day. So just a reminder as to how this all works. You can see the greens are the winds moving towards the radar. The reds are the winds moving away. Right where these two converge, all right? The red's kind of representing the inflow more or less, the moisture that's being pulled into the storm. The red is not the red, the green is the outflow that is wrapping around the rear flank downdraft around. That is where a lot of convergence is, and that's where you get a lot of counterclockwise spin within your storms. And so that's the reason why the National Weather Service has issued this tornado warning. Guntown, Marietta, areas near the Natchez Trace Parkway and areas north of the Natchez Trace Parkway. That is where this storm is going to try and head off towards. So it is recommended that you guys watch out for that very, very closely. I'm going to move that over so that way people can see that side.
Nate,
Yes.
tomorrow is canceled.
What do you mean tomorrow is canceled? What did the HRRR do? What did it do?
Crap vection, right?
Give me a sec. Oh.
It washes the environment. Now,
There's one storm.
DFW is still cooked.
There is one
But-
storm. One storm that forms south of Shreveport. That would be the hope. It's that one storm over there in that environment that can sustain from that morning convection. But it needs to be able to sustain. If it gets to the warm front, what happened to the low-level jet? Oh, no, it's still there. Okay, never mind. It just has got to... It's got to get its act together with that prefrontal convection, that morning convection. Because that morning convection does do a dent into things.
Hold up. I wonder if it's running cold. That might be part of the issue. Find the website.
I'll go back to the storm here, Guntown. No debris signature, fortunately, so it's not on the ground as of this time, but we do have a tornado vortex signature here, indicated from our radar. This radar is saying that it does have a tornado vortex signature, and you can tell because you can see this upside down green triangle right there. So if you're in Marietta, if you're in Dennis, Belmont, Tishomingo areas north of the Natchez Trace Parkway, approaching State Route 4, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because that's what we're looking at right now with that storm. That's what we're looking at. Not seeing much other stuff on Twitter. Yeah, I'm hoping tomorrow doesn't produce either. But sometimes the HRRR can be weird. That storm that's approaching Iuka in northern Tishomingo County might also go here in a second. That one probably will go. They probably will issue a new tornado warning for that.
Models are a bit cold, but not.
Was that a
too
power
much.
flash that I just saw? Or was that lightning? Chat, was that a power flash that I just saw? Up in the top right corner? Chat, was that a power flash?
I really doubt.
I gotta rewind that. I gotta see for myself. Give me a second, chat. Depending upon... Depending upon the answer to this might determine as to whether or not we got a tornado on the ground. Give me a second, chat. It was a car. It was 100% a car. That was a car. Dude, it was a police officer. It was a police officer.
Wee woo.
It was
Wee
legit a
woo.
police officer.
Police help?
Police officers need to not do that. Randomly just...
Can't do that.
Yeah. That's a new tornado warning on the
Tornado
opposite
warning
side of the
for
state.
Western
That's
Lauderdale
in,
County in northwestern Alabama.
That's in
Western
Alabama.
Colbert County in northwestern Alabama.
So, this is awkward. This is very
I think
awkward.
it's for the other storm.
Yeah, it is for the other storm, but it's in Alabama. This is very awkward, chat. I'm not sure about you. But in the tornado warning is supposed to be over here.
Dude, Huntsville literally just said, I ain't waiting for Memphis.
This is very awkward here.
Wait, hold up. Time out.
Here, I got it.
No. That's not even what I'm saying.
Don't worry
National Weather
about
Service,
it.
Memphis,
I can
Tennessee,
fix it
issued
here
by
real quickly.
Nashville.
Huh?
Nashville's issuing Memphis's warnings.
Really?
Yeah, look at the severe weather statements.
Bruh. Severe weather statements. In Nashville, Tennessee. Yeah, Nashville is issuing these warnings. So Memphis is down, I guess?
What a time. What a time.
Here you go. Well, I fixed it. There is your tornado warning. It has been added to kind of combine. I helped out the National Weather Service in
Did you just
Nashville.
draw a red box on your screen?
I sure did.
Well job.
Yeah, that is well job.
Tomorrow is still canceled. Per sources.
But yeah, that'll probably be a new tornado warning that Nashville will issue. So if you live in those areas over there, and actually, you know what I can do, chat, here? I can do this.
Oh, Nate, B were on the storm that Huntsville warned.
Oh, jeez. Let's go live.
OZDR. What are you doing?
What site code is Columbus Air Force Base?
GWX.
KGWX. Data. Get archive.
New tornado watch.
New tornado watch.
Let's play the probs game.
Yeah,
Play the
probs
probs
game.
game.
All right, new
It is
tornado
for
watch.
It is for northern Alabama,
Yep.
southern Tennessee.
There you go. You can see
Play
the
the
top
probs
right hand
game.
part of your
It's time to
screen
go.
up there. That's the probs game. What do we got, chat?
Nate, do you know what it is?
No, I haven't looked at it yet, and don't tell me.
Oh, look.
I want to go. All right, well, chat. Look at this. We got our radar here. All right. Now watch this here, chat. Catch me out. Catch me out. All right. We are going to go to tools, annotation tool, annotation, polygon, red. There you go. There's
All
your
right.
tornado
Well-
warning. It is done. I have created my own tornado warning.
I saw somebody that said 50-30 all in, and you are correct.
50-30.
The tornado watch that includes the most of the 5% is 50-30. That's a new tornado warning, and they actually bridged the gap. Nashville bridged the gap.
There you go. Well, there's your new tornado warning that I totally did not fabricate.
It's actually fairly similar polygon.
Similar
to, what you
polygon?
drew.
Really?
Sort of.
Sort of. Oh, that is a very similar polygon. You're not lying.
Tornado warning for.
But
Central
both of them have
Tishomingo
B words at
County
the
in
moment.
Northeastern Mississippi.
Yo, that one
Northeastern
in
Prentice
Leedy is gonna
County in
go, and that
northeastern
one's not
Mississippi,
even, it's not just gonna go, it's
southeastern
gonna be
Alcorn County in
significant. We
northeastern
probably could be talking
Mississippi.
about a Siggy here. That is, that's pretty intense. Actually, I'll tell you what. In times like this is what you have weather cameras for. Especially on Radar Omega. There we go. Now we have our camera that's looking down in that area. Yeah, that is a hook echo. That is a pretty immense storm right there. You can see the massive hook being wrapped around just like that. Massive hooking signature. Trying to figure this out just a little bit more. But yeah, if you're in Tishomingo County, northern Tishomingo County near Iuka, all right, Iuka, and then heading off into western Colbert County and western Lauderdale County. So that's like Cherokee, Highway 72 from Burnsville to Cherokee, Waterloo, and stuff like that. You guys need to go ahead and get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You know what? Hey, Morgan.
What?
Actually, you probably weren't here for this stream. For any of the OGs on my channel, do any of you remember the Tishomingo tornado emergency? I'm not saying that this is gonna be that thing.
Tishomingo.
I'm not gonna say
No,
that
I
this
don't
thing is
remember
this.
that. I remember Tupelo.
The Tishomingo tornado emergency. This was in 2020. All right. Early 2020. Okay. This profile looks very similar to that. It looks very similar to right before it crossed into Alabama.
Hey Nate.
Yeah.
DMs.
DMs. Yeah, that is good call, Slippy. That was a police thing. Yeah, that is a vertical wind profile, Morgan. That is a vertical wind profile.
And a good one too.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks really, really similar to that cell. Like, you know, character-wise. By the way, chat, just realize when I say OG, yes, when I was talking about 2020, I've been doing these live streams since the summer of 2019. So I've been doing this for 3.5 years now, believe it or not. I'm actually the longest tenured live streaming weather channel on YouTube, which is pretty fun to boast about. Pretty fun. So I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man.
That's enough. Down with you. Down with you.
But man, I'll tell you what. These storms look pretty messy. Very, very messy. Some people said to look further south. I don't know what other stuff you want me to look for. There's a lot of the other storms besides the one that's approaching I-55 south of Hernando. Or Hernando. It's not really all that. Yeah, the one that's over near Sledge, Senatobia, Sardis. That one's a big hailer. Huge hailer. And might actually have a little bit of rotational loft with it. It actually does, but not super strong. It looks more like a hailer to me. And then the storm that's over approaching Stuttgart. I know I have someone who views the stream that lives near Stuttgart, right? You guys are going to be impacted here in a second by some pretty large hail. So get indoors and stay away from windows, my friends. Stuttgart, areas near Highway 79, Rowe, Clarendon, Casco, Elmira, Humphrey. And then we can also talk about this cell that's approaching Pine Bluff. This one actually looks really interesting. I'm not gonna lie. I want to take a look at what environment it's in before I make any analysis. Yeah, there's no vorticity over there. Okay, I just wanted to double check. For the memes. Yeah, nah. That makes sense. But yeah, this cell that's over here that's approaching Pine Bluff is going to be very, very interesting here. And it will go to Pine Bluff too, or at least it might miss it to the south just by a little. But I would think it'll head off to that area. I think it's got a good shot. Don't also be surprised if you get a quick spin up here from this cell merger. Don't be surprised if you get a spin up over here near Bunn and north of Ivan in Arkansas along Highway 167 north of Fordyce. I think you could potentially actually see a cell merger here. North of Ivan near Bunn and Grapevine and Kedron and Ryson. So actually, if you're over in this area here in northern or northwestern Cleveland County in Arkansas, you need to get in your safe space. If you're in southern portions of Grant County near Grapevine, you need to get in your safe space. If you're in extreme eastern Dallas County near Bunn, if you're in Bunn in Arkansas, you need to get in your safe space. Because this might actually be a cell merger, and this thing could probably produce a tornado here for a good, I would say, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And if you know anyone who lives in those areas, please tell them to get in their safe space as quickly as possible. That was a massive thing of lightning right there.
Ooh.
Bless you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, this definitely is a cell merger over here north of Ivan near Bunn, Grapevine, Kedron, and Ryzen. I'm gonna check back at the tornado warning over here in Oh, that's a reported wall cloud in Marietta. It's from Stephen McElroy. It says large rotating wall cloud approximately a half mile to my west, and that was in Marietta. Velocities are still very interesting with both of those storms. Nothing seems to be on the ground. Still, if you're over here in Tishomingo County or in extreme southeastern Prentiss County in Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations as possible. So as I said, everywhere in Tishomingo County, southern Tishomingo County, northern Tishomingo County, like Iuka, Highway 72, we're talking State Highway 25 in Mississippi, near Belmont, Alabama State Highway 24, and north of that, potentially going into Franklin County, as well as southwestern Colbert County. Guys are going to need to want to watch out for that as that continues to move on through. But yeah, that storm near Iuka and State Highway 25 over in Tishomingo County, you guys need to get in your safe space with that one as well. Don't be surprised if it's right there. I'm going to go back over here to the cell merger here. Very interesting cell merger. I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna be close. All right. I'm not sure exactly if this thing is going to try and produce a tornado. Because cell mergers do some weird stuff. All right. That's what happens. But then it actually looks like a right-moving supercell here. Which could not only produce some strong damaging winds, but some large hail associated with it, regardless of the tornado. Storms in Shreveport will probably start at around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Oh, look at the storm that's over near Stuttgart. That's some significant amount of hail that's possible. Talking 1.5 inches. Yeah, Stuttgart, get away from your windows as quickly as possible. Get into the innermost part of it if you could. And get into a sturdy building.
It's a lot of ice.
Yep. That is a lot of ice. That's a lot of hail. That's just absolutely...
Wait, CC is saying, yeah, yeah.
Man. Oh, look at that next scan for hail. That is... Yeah, that... Wow. That is a tremendous amount of hail. Right there.
It's dangerous.
I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a damage threat destructive on that. I'm surprised they haven't issued anything beyond that. It's currently just a general severe thunderstorm warning. They need to probably issue something more. Because that seems to be a storm to produce some large hail. Like, very large hail. You have a carport? Or did you fill up your carport already? At this point, it might be too late regardless, though. That is some significant hail. The cell merger thunderstorm here near Grapevine and Bunn is now heading off across Highway 167 towards Risen and Kedron. If you have any pets outside, bring them inside. Bring them inside. If you have any pets outside, bring them inside. If you have any valuables outside, try and bring them inside when you can, because this storm, it's right on your doorstep. It is right on your doorstep. Also, for the person who is in Stuttgart right now, Starla, after the storm passes through, okay? Oh, that is a very high reflectivity. After the storm passes through, okay? And when this is all said and done and over with, okay? Go outside and take a look at the hailstones, all right? If you can, you know, if you have Twitter, feel free to send it to me in the National Weather Service Little Rock. But if not, tell me how large that hail actually is down there. But don't go outside right now.
Tornado warning. Why?
What?
Why? They literally reissued for a warning that they issued too early.
Today's
Well
been a
job,
meme.
Huntsville. Well job, Huntsville.
Yeah,
Tornado
as I
warning
said,
for
stay away from
Central
windows.
Lauderdale County in northwestern Alabama, northwestern Colbert
That's a
County
lot of
in
hail, don't get
northwestern
impaled.
Alabama.
Yeah. That's no recording or footage is worth your life. Trust me, glass is not anything you want to mess with. But that is a new tornado warning for Lauderdale and Colbert counties in Alabama. That will be in effect until this would be 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Now, this thing is starting to intensify. There's a good chance that this thing probably could produce a tornado here soon. Although Spectrum Width says otherwise, but the velocities are very compact, very tight.
This thing might also encounter anvil precip issues from the stuff to its south.
Right, but I mean, there you go. There's your presentation. You can see red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. This is going to head eventually towards the Florence area. So if you know anyone who lives in Florence, listen, you guys got a lot of time between now and then. It's about a half an hour when the storm is actually going to be right on top of you. But what will happen is as this storm gets closer and closer, you guys will actually know if this storm is going to be significant. So what I recommend you guys do if you're over in Florence and Tuscumbia is figure out where you guys need to go during a worst case scenario situation. Find a sturdy building or know which sturdy building you're going to go to, especially if you're in a mobile home, and get into the lowest, innermost part of your building or part of that sturdy building and stay away from windows. All right. Also, get helmets and get shoes if you can. That way, if there is any sort of debris, let's say the tornado does, spawn and it ends up, hitting this area, all right? You don't want splinters when you're walking around, but what about if a tornado hits you directly? Most of the injuries and fatalities that come from tornadoes are from head injuries. And if there's any sort of debris that falls from that roof on top of you, if you have no helmet, it's going to hit you straight in that noggin. And there's a good chance that, you might get knocked out completely. So don't risk that. If you don't have a helmet, pots and pans. Pots and pans are a good way to stop that, all right? Someone's asking gate to gate. Good question. 73 on top of 29. So that would be about a little shy of 105, I should say. Not 150. 105 as a gate to gate. So velocities are still there. No debris signature, fortunately. Oh, they might issue a new tornado warning out in front into Belmont.
Pleasant sight.
Yeah, Pleasant Sight and Red Bay. If you're over in northwestern Franklin County and southwestern Colbert County, they're probably going to issue a new tornado warning for you guys. That one looks like a pretty strong, not even pretty, very strong supercell that's moving on through near Belmont. And actually, if you're in Belmont right now, you should be in your safe space. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. You should be in your safe space.
Buffs.
Butts. You should be in your safe space. That is a new tornado warning for Belmont.
It's the extension to the border.
Put that up right there.
Tornado warning for northeastern Itawamba County in northeastern Mississippi, southern Tishomingo County in northeastern Mississippi, southeastern Prentiss County in northeastern Mississippi.
So yeah, that is quite a lot of areas out in front. We're talking Cherokee, Mount Hester, Smithsonia, Rhodesville, Cloverdale, Florence, Canaan, Moontown, Lane Springs, Marjoram,
And extension into Alabama.
Cypress Forest, Country Club Acres, Lovelace, Crossroads, Mars Hills, St. Florian, Sombrero Acres, Sheffield, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, of course. If you're in those areas that I just called for, you guys are in that tornado warning. But the people in immediate danger right now is Marjoram, Cherokee,
in northwestern Alabama,
Moontown, Lane Springs, and Smithsonia, as well as Canaan.
Alabama.
I have no clue if Brad Arnold is seeing anything of that. Stuttgart just got smacked by a lot of hail, of course, as we kind of figured. Did someone... Phillies, did you really just say that? Excuse me!
What? Huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to
What am I
pan over
missing?
to Arizona to where we have a tour possible severe thunderstorm warning approaching southern Phoenix.
I'm sorry, what?
And it does have rotation, so if you are in southern Phoenix,
Stop!
Arizona, you need
I don't want
to
to do this
get
anymore.
indoors
I
and
don't
you
want
need
do this
to
anymore.
stay away from windows.
Stop.
All right.
Stop. Enough.
This
I've called it. I've said it's enough. I've said enough. I have said enough. Therefore, that is enough. It's got 100 cape.
If you live in southern Phoenix, all right, we're talking the intersection of I-10 and 347 here in Arizona. You need to get in your safe space more than likely. Indoors and away from windows. All right? Do not be outside during this massive wave of showers and thunderstorms. As you can see, it is starting to move on through into that area. All
That's
right?
a lot of gusty winds.
So, tour possible severe thunderstorm warning. This is specifically for Maricopa and Pinal counties here in Arizona. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So, once again, tour possible severe thunderstorm warning here. And this is right near the intersection of I-10 and 347 in southern Phoenix. That's in Arizona. So, if you know anyone who lives in Phoenix, you need to tell them get into a sturdy structure if they haven't already. All right, back to the
We resume with our regularly scheduled programming.
back to the
There's
main thing at hand.
another severe thunderstorm warning.
And that right there is also tour possible. Both of them are tour possible.
BS. BS.
Hey, National Weather Service Phoenix wants to get into the fun. All right, I say let them.
60 miles per hour. wind
Kedron,
gusts.
Faith, and Risen areas over there. Listen, we got all sorts of vorticity bands over in that area. I don't know what to expect. Just realize you got a lot of hail, wind, and maybe even a chance for tornadoes. I'm not even sure. Is this tour possible? No, it's not. I don't think they even ever tour possible this thing. But if you're over near Star City, Yorktown, Terry, Moscow, Grady, areas in the southern portions of Pine Bluff, Faith, Kedron, and Glendale, you need to get in your safe space right now. Indoors and stay away from windows. Damage threat considerable. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Prairie, Monroe, and Arkansas County until 8:45. I think it's a little bit too late, in my honest opinion. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail associated with that one. That storm in Belmont is going crazy. The velocities, little bit.
It is having fun.
I will say, all right, I don't know what to believe at this point because it does look like that doesn't look natural. I will admit. That could also be a little bit, right above it, that is definitely side lobe. That is definitely some contamination. It looks like the northern storm near Cherokee has weakened significantly.
Yes. It's getting wrecked by Anvil precip.
Yep. Yellow TVS for Belmont. Pleasant Sight, Red Bay.
It's a very discreet couplet.
I'm gonna move radar scope to what's its face.
Just a reminder, Nate, that we can all see Omega, so pan it to something relevant.
Well, I was gonna put that in. I was gonna put scope in Arizona.
Because usually my camera would be there, but obviously it's giving us issues right now, so...
Right. Well, I'm putting scope in Arizona. Alright, and I'm putting Omega over on these storms here so that I can kind of tell people where exactly this is going. So Belmont and Golden, it's impacting you right now. You can already see the massive hook echo that is evident here on your screen. Look at this. Massive hook echo with a lot of this rain just being dumped in and pulled into this front part of the storm right here. Inflow coming in unimpeded just like that. A lot of moisture being brought into the inflow notch. And so right about there is where the rotation would be. And if we go over to the velocities, you can kind of see that that is exactly the case. A lot of our reds are moving away from the radar. A lot of greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So if you're in Halltown, Piney Bend, Seven Pines, Pleasant Sight, Pogo, White Oak Community, areas along State Highway 247, or that's not State Highway 247, that's County Highway 247 over here in Alabama. We are also talking about Rock Creek and Frankfort, Dempsey, Piney Bend, as I mentioned, and Bell Green, and areas from Highway 24 and north of Highway 24. If you're in those areas here in Alabama, we're talking Colbert and Franklin counties, you need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible. I'll go back to the velocities here, and you can kind of see this kind of quantifies how much or how strong the rotation actually is. This is the normalized rotation. And you can kind of see that that is exactly the case. We have some relatively strong rotation, at least according to what the radar says. It does seem to be a little bit contaminated, so it, give or take maybe, a little bit more strength or a little bit weaker profiles. This still is a well-defined, supercell starting to move on through into Alabama. So that's all the more reason why Pleasant Sight and areas around Pleasant Sight need to heed this warning. They need to get into their safe space now. So if you can, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below to help me spread this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible. Hit that thumbs up button down below as well. We are starting to approach 800 likes. So closer we get to 1,000, the more this will be recommended to more and more people on YouTube. Please be sure to do that if you haven't already. And I appreciate everyone who has done that and even subscribed and stuff like that. Even subscribing helps us out with the YouTube's algorithm so that we can get this out to more and more people. And this is just only day 1 of 3. Day 1 of 3 in our multi-day severe weather event that is going to occur over the next 3 days. We have our first one, which is here today. You can see the massive risk for severe weather that we are covering. The yellow is a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, and the orange is a 3 out of 5. And you can also see these giant red boxes all the way around here indicating tornado watches, which is the correct response in regards to what type of event we were supposed to get today, and even still getting ongoing over into portions of northwestern Alabama. So we have that risk here for today, and then for tomorrow, we have an even more extensive risk for portions of Texarkana, as well as the surrounding areas like Shreveport, Tyler, eastern Dallas, as well as areas into central Arkansas and extreme eastern Oklahoma. Anywhere within this area, there is a good chance to where we can have some significant severe weather. So if you're in the yellow, the orange, or the red, you probably should pay attention to this channel tomorrow, as we will be going back again live tomorrow afternoon. And then we also have the risk for severe weather on Friday as well. Just like a little quick, reference here. This is your risk for Friday. See expansive risk for severe weather ranging all the way up into southeastern Kentucky, all the way as far south as the border of Florida and Georgia and Alabama. So something to watch out for there as well. Don't be surprised if we get an upgrade over here into portions of Alabama, Georgia, the Western Carolinas, and southeastern Tennessee. But for right now, we have a significant event that is starting to try to unfold. It's not there yet. It is definitely trying. And it starts here with this storm over here, north of Red Bay and approaching the Pleasant Site area here in Alabama. Let's move our radar over. Let's actually move our radar over. Oh, you sent me the video. Cool. Thanks, Starla. This is in Stuttgart. So let me add this to the National Weather Service at NWS _ Little Rock. Stuttgart, Arkansas. Good stuff. All right, let's watch it here, guys, chat. Starla, thank you so much for sending this one in. I really do appreciate it, and I'm glad you were safe while doing so. All right. So once again, this is Starla. And look at that. Look at how much rain is being dumped there, too. And you can see some of the hail hop off of the, bounce off of some of the stuff there.
You
Wow.
hear that shit hit my house?
Look at that. That's kind of crazy. Wow. Good stuff, Starla. Good stuff. How large would you say the hail was over there? That storm. Oh wow, look at the supercell that's south of Pine Bluff. That is some
It's
weird...
got a damage threat considerable warning.
What, for
Oh
Stuttgart?
my gosh.
No, I'm talking about the ones...
For the thing south of Pine Bluff, just got a damage threat considerable warning.
Sheesh. Jordan Hall is really far north. He's trying to catch up to it, but he's over in southeastern Pine Bluff. That is a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Golf ball sized hail. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Star City, Yorktown, Glendale. This is why I said this thing is going to move in southeast.
Golf ball size town, 60 guests.
Yeah. So if you're in Yorktown, Glendale, Star City, Terry, heading off into northeastern Cleveland County and starting to move through into the core of Lincoln County, you need to get in your safe space right now as well. Very large hail and strong damaging winds associated with this storm. Very large hail, too. It's exceptionally large. If you are in the extreme eastern portions of Arkansas, I'm talking about areas that are very far east of I-30, because there are still some storms along I-30, of course. You guys are in the clear, okay? I'm talking about areas near Highway 70, Highway 71 north of Texarkana, Highway 270. You guys are good to go. You guys are good for the night. Man, that is some that is a hail spike if I've never seen one before. Look at CC on the Pine Bluff CDR. Yeah, that is a hail spike. That is a hail spike. And there's a strong ZDR within that too as well.
Ice, ice, baby.
But that is a hail spike. Vince is in southwestern Pine Bluff. Is he? Yeah, he is. He's not going to catch up to it in time. Brad Arnold is really far out in front of this storm now. I don't know what he's doing, but he is considering multiple followings. Oh, he might be trying to get to the storm near Pleasant Site. But Pleasant Site almost kind of looks like it tried to fold itself.
Ow.
Am I making a video about the risk for tomorrow and on Friday? If I do it early in the morning tomorrow, I can, but realistically, the plan is to live stream tomorrow and a live stream on Friday.
New severe thunderstorm warning for the gust front that is occluding into Tempe, Guadalupe, and Mesa. "60 miles per hour wind gusts with a tour possible" tag.
You know what? I'm moving Omega back. Radar Omega, my friend, what do you have? Yes, you do have a tour possible. Yeah, if you would like to have the utmost fun, Arizona would be the place. So yeah, southern Phoenix and southeastern Phoenix, you need to get indoors. Don't be outside during this. There's a tornado possible tag with this. Tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning.
There are 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in the Phoenix area. They just issued another one
Bruh.
for 60 miles per hour wind gusts and a tour possible tag. It's for these occluding gust fronts.
Funny part about it is one area actually has some decent rotation. It's approaching the Guadalupe and the Mesa area. It's not strong rotation, of course, but I mean, there is rotation. It'd be right here, chat. That's where I would be looking. It's approaching the Guadalupe and the Mesa area, just to the east of Tempe. And that'd be moving off near the Highway 60 area, crossing over I-10. That's what I would be thinking about. So, Eastern Phoenix, southeastern Phoenix. Like the airport. I believe the airport is down here. I think it is. Is it? No, the airport is right there. If you're east of the airport, east of Tempe, approaching Gilbert, Chandler, Mesa, you need to get indoors and you need to stay away from windows because there is tornado possible tag, severe thunderstorm warnings across the board in that area. Yeah, I showed it, Starla. Thank you so much.
It's a general risk down there.
There's 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in Arizona.
And then 4 across the rest of the country.
Hmm.
As well as a couple tornado warnings. How are they doing? Not great.
Yeah, the one near Pleasant Site approaching Russellville. I mean, it's okay, but it's not. It's not anything special. Put this back over here. It's also a giant special weather statement over Phoenix as well. They're issuing everything under the sun over there. Everything under the sun. Let's see. Video work with the 2 says you're in DFW. What should you expect tomorrow? Large hail. Very large hail. Very large hail. Very large hail. Thank you for the 2 video work. I really do appreciate it. Eli with the 5 says, are the parameters pointing towards any SIG tornadoes tonight, especially in northwestern Mississippi, southwestern Tennessee area? It's definitely possible. I mean, that's what we're looking at right now, but things don't seem to be going to the ground. I wonder if that's because it's a little elevated. Yeah, that does seem to be the case. It does seem to be a little teeny bit elevated. You also, from the looks of it, don't have the greatest amount of vorticity, but it still is something. Yes, Josh, we do cover some Canadian severe weather outbreaks. We did that last year for Northern Ontario the one time. I just need to have enough notice ahead of time for me to be able to do it, though. Chris with the 5 says, hey, Nate, you're here in Fort Worth. Honest opinion, what does it look like for the northwestern side of the Metroplex area? We're worried about hail. Yeah, there's beach ball-sized hail. On a real note, it'll be some very large hail. You could get some tornadoes. There is a chance. But, I mean, the low-level jet is just not the greatest. It is not very good. So, it will be interesting to see. Although that does look interesting along the line. If these storms don't cluster as bad, as poorly as the HRRR says, could be a tornado risk within that. There definitely could be. Wouldn't be surprising, but... Oh, that's a warm frontal supercell. That's pretty significant wind profile. Yeah, if that forms along the warm front, that's That's going to do a lot of dents. And that is some pretty strong. So yeah, we'll see what happens in Arkansas realistically. It's going to be very interesting to see the overnight threat. But, you know, warm front truthers stand up. How bad is tomorrow? It's definitely not a high risk. It's definitely not. I will tell you that much. That, you know, no way in God's green earth is that going to be a high risk.
Tell you what, if I was gonna miss a high risk because I had a freaking National Honor Society induction for not even myself, I was gonna be
I'm upset.
unhappy.
50,000 on my head is disrespect.
Yeah, okay. This is why we take away your talking privileges in the server sometime.
Me?
You heard me.
You sure it's not Nick?
Yes.
Can't believe that, man. That is a sleeper area of rotation. South of Oxford. Wait a second. I've got a camera in Oxford. Hold up. Timeout. Cameras. Most of them are pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie. What place is that? Oh, Ole Miss is in Oxford. Okay. I didn't know that. University of Ole Miss. Interesting. Man, that's a lot of rain over in Oxford. It's a lot of rain. Woo! Big lightning strike. Yeah, we'll look at this here for a little bit. But we got a huge storm moving into Lincoln County in Arkansas now. If you're in Lincoln County, Arkansas, you need to go ahead and get indoors. If you haven't already, of course. What state is this camera in? This is in Mississippi. The thing that's above you here, the radar that's above me, that is in Arkansas here. We're talking about this here real quickly. But Star City and areas in Lincoln County, Arkansas, that'd be approaching Yorktown and Star City along the Highway 425 area. And then areas approaching Grady and Gold on Highway 65, going into the western and northwestern portions of Desha County. You guys need to get in your safe space as well. I'm going to see what the HRRR says about these storms and what happens afterwards. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I'm not too worried about the velocities for Star City, honestly, because the vorticity over there is just non-existent. So I think it's more of just strong damaging winds, and I also think that that right there is also in part due to de-aliasing. I think there's a lot of contamination going in through that. So, for tomorrow's event, what do I think Northwestern Tennessee will get? I think you guys will be too far north, so I think it'll be more wind and maybe elevated hailers more than anything. We'll see, Devin. I might come down.
Really?
New tornado warning. Star
Tornado
City.
warning
Why?
for that supercell.
Tornado warning
Why?
for northeastern Cleveland County in southeastern Arkansas, northwestern
It's
Desha
got
County
3-inch
in southeastern
hail.
Arkansas, southeastern Jefferson County in southeastern Arkansas, Lincoln County in southeastern Arkansas, south central Arkansas County in southeastern Arkansas.
There is no ZDR arc there. There is none.
It may also be just being destroyed by hail, so.
I don't see any dry hail there, though. Not to the extent of what I saw earlier. That ZDR arc gets disrupted by the actual body of the storm. So that kind of just doesn't really make too much sense. But hey, you know, what do I know? If you know anyone who lives over here in Lincoln County, Arkansas, all right, I'll tell you what right now. You guys need to get into.
Get go fill in the blank inside.
You need to get inside now. All right. There may not be as big of a tornado thing here because not too sure that there's something tornadic here. I mean, we're talking about storm relative helicity in the double digits, 62 meters squared per second square. That's a new tornado warning.
New tornado warning.
That's not an arc.
Tornado warning for southeastern Colbert County in
Alabama.
northwestern Alabama.
I thought it was about to be Arizona.
I really thought it was going to be too, and I was going to laugh so hard.
Alabama.
I was gonna get off the stream at this moment. Speaking of which, what's happening down there? There's still 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. None of them have rotation.
Time for me to go see myself. Here, I'll be back. Yeah. All right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But yeah, if you live in Star City, wait a second. Aren't we starting to get to the other cameras that are down there too? Tomas. There is a camera there. It's right there. There is a camera right there. In Pendleton. It's looking north, but you know, that's okay. It's all right. Anyways, Lincoln County here in Arkansas, you need to get in your safe space right now, as we do have a tornado warning for your area right here. Large hail is also associated with this storm. Very large hail. So if you're just barely north of the storm, you're like Grady, Terry, Yorktown, Gold, Gillette, those areas over there, you are probably going to get a plethora amount of hail that's going to move through that area. A lot of hail. So we're talking about Cades, we're talking about Varner, talking about Phoenix, Whitefield, Grady, Shannon Tank, Cummins, Douglas, Forelli Lake, Gillette, Aransas or Arkansas Point. Arkansas Point. I was thinking Aransas.
Nathan.
I was thinking of Aransas.
Nathan.
I was thinking
Nathan.
Aransas. Aransas.
Nathan.
Go
Really?
away. Go away.
Really?
I don't want to talk
Really?
about it. I don't want to talk about it. Arkansas Point. I need water.
Someone clip that, please.
Someone clip that, please. I was really thinking, and that's the reason why I stuttered before. I was like, Aransas? And I'm like, no, that's not Aransas. It's Arkansas. But then my thing said Arkansas, and I was like, huh? Excuse me? So... yeah, don't worry about it. I got a place for me.
It's called in bed.
And it's called CP time. It's called I've been working too much for. Yeah. Anyways, Lincoln County getting stuff. Toast, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Arkansas.
I don't want to hear it.
Uh,
Yeah.
Kansas Point.
Arkansas Point. I really was thinking Aransas, because I've seen Aransas before, and then it was like, wait a second, that's not Aransas, that's Arkansas. But my brain still said, no, Anzus. And so, yeah, that is a wind threat. That is a gusty wind threat. That is a wind and hail threat there for Lincoln County and gold. So if you're in Lincoln County and northern Desha County, you need to get in your safe space. What does it look like for Lauderdale County, Alabama? Good question. Lauderdale County is getting some severe weather in general. Just passed through Tuscumbia and Florence, and you had a tornado warning a little bit earlier. If you're in the western portion of Lauderdale County and like Waterloo, for right now you're good. You're actually out of the severe risk for right now. There's going to be another wave that's going to move on through later on. Don't worry about that. But for right now, you guys are kind of good. What in the world is that down there? That doesn't make any sense. But if you are over still on the eastern side of Lauderdale County, like Rogersville and Anderson, as well as Lexington and Killen, stay indoors for right now. Just some strong damaging winds in general is what's kind of expected within that area. If you're in Littleville and Russellville, there might be a tornado.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
There could very well be a tornado that can try to form here that's moving to Littleville. It may not, this could also be contamination, which I'm starting to think that it is, but it still has got a shot. So Littleville and Highway 43 north of Russellville in Alabama. Recommended that you guys get indoors. There's been reports of damage in Burnsville of a partial collapse to a gas station canopy. So, potential...
Burnsville?
That's Burnsville in northeastern Mississippi.
Ew.
But either
That
strong
looks to be
damaging winds
more
or tornadic.
associated with damaging winds, Gus.
Huh?
That looks to be more associated with damaging wind gusts. It was in the forward flank.
Yeah. Oh. Someone just found out that there are some severe thunderstorm warnings that exist in Arizona. Give me a second here. I gotta listen to this, chat. That's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. It is very funny. Oh, what did I just do? What did I just do? There you go. It's fixed. cameras. Yeah, I do have still that one camera that's there. This is going to be heading off to this, by the way. We actually are going to get a decent view of this storm, barring that this thing continues to move in its current trajectory. It'll be really interesting to see what happens with this camera, but yeah. Pretty strong severe weather moving on through. Have I seen Arizona? Yes, we talked about Arizona and how it actually had tornado warning, or not tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warnings earlier. And it actually had rotation. So, cool stuff with that, no? Cool stuff with that. But yeah, very strong severe weather that's moving through into Golden Dumas here within the next few minutes. If you are in those areas, you need to get into your safe space. This is Arkansas we're talking about. Highway 65, Highway 165. Strong severe weather within that area. So, if you are in that general vicinity, as I said, recommended that you get into your safe space. This is the bridge, by the way. Or at least I think that's the bridge for Arkansas Point. Yeah, that is a bridge. That is some speed shear on that southern side now. And that is de-alias to Kingdom Come. Yeah, goodbye. You got a lot of very strong damaging winds. It's not going to be tornadic, though. This is very de-aliased. Yeah, there is... No tornadoes here, Chiefs. You've got a hail spike within it now. I get that, JL. If you need to leave earlier, it's fine too. Get your sleep. Sleep is more important.
Hey, I'm probably out at 10, truth be told, so.
The storm's going to last another hour or two beyond that, and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I've got a long day ahead of me tomorrow, and there's more severe weather.
Yeah, that is true.
We're gonna get another new tornado warning here up on the northern storm in Alabama.
So it'll probably be for Lauderdale,
Rogersville.
Lawrence, Limestone, and maybe even eastern Colbert County. That could also be approaching Athens here relatively soon, so the people of Athens on 65 need to watch out. If you know anyone who lives in Athens, tell them to watch out for some strong severe weather moving into their area. Strong storm also moving off again near the Tunica area and the Lula area. So if you know anyone who lives over there, and then eventually towards the Senatobia, the Como and the Sardis area over there along I-55 in Mississippi, severe weather is also possible. I can move over there.
Oh, excuse me, computer. What?
What did you do this time?
Is my Discord working?
Yes.
Okay, it just stuttered hard.
Ouch.
I'm not having fun anymore.
I get that. Let's go look at the screen here. Look at it live. Oh, that's really interesting. Can I do coverage for tomorrow real quickly? Yes, I can. So, tomorrow, pretty strong severe weather event is possible, but notice how I said possible, because there is a couple of fail modes that are tailored to it. Regardless, the convective outlook looks like this. We have a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in yellow, a 1 out of 5 in the green. We have a 3 out of 5 in that orange, and a 4 out of 5 in that red right in the middle right here. So if you live in the 2 out of 5, which is this yellow, the 3 out of 5 in this orange, or the 4 out of 5 in this red, there you go, red.
Reg,
Your
body is Reggie.
Yeah, my body is Reggie, I agree. If you are in the red, you need to watch out for tomorrow. 100%. Because realistically, the parameters are in place that if a storm does form near a specific spot, it very well could be a strong tornado. So, we'll take a look here at the actual models for you guys here real quickly, and show you guys what I mean by this here. So here's the models. Time is above, and this is the simulated radar. So you can see as we push this across, got a lot of snow coming in behind. And then this is the interesting thing here, right? So these storms out in front right here, if we don't see this at all tomorrow, there's a good chance we're going to have a significant event. But if we don't see those, or if we do see these storms tomorrow, then we can count our lucky stars, because there might not be too much. But regardless, there might be 1 or 2 storms that form over here in northwestern Louisiana, northeastern Texas, that could move along this area over here near the warm front. And if something forms along that area, there could potentially be something tornadic. Meanwhile, back over towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area and west of that, large hail is anticipated across much of this area. Very large hail, actually. You know, if you were to ask me what the more significant event would be in that area for the early afternoon hours, it would be very large hail, exceptionally large hail. Could be talking about 3 to 4 inches at maximum in diameter. So that'd be something to watch. Then it will slowly transition into a tornado risk depending upon the discreteness of these showers and thunderstorms. If we got this massive blob like we see right here, then we're going to see a lot of damaging wind and large hail instead. But if it can get a little bit more discreet, we could be talking about the threat for tornadoes along that line too. That would be something interesting. And then by the time we get into the evening and the overnight hours, cold front starts to ramp up, and a big line right here of showers and thunderstorms start to surge in behind. That is where your massive wind risk actually exists. Now, depending upon what happens, you could also see some sigtors along that side there, along the line too. But it's kind of half and half, realistically. So there's still a lot of fail modes going into tomorrow. What did you nate me for? I don't know what he nated me for.
Sorry, I was watching something. New mesoscale discussion, and it's just for that one supercell
Really?
in Arkansas. Yeah,
It is.
mature intense supercell is moving across southeastern Arkansas, accompanied by a very large hail and potential to produce a tornado.
A tornado.
A tornado. The storm is moving along a low-level conglomerate / convective boundary lying west to east across southeastern Arkansas and northern Mississippi. Given the maximized baroclinic low-level vorticity along the boundary, there's some potential that this storm could produce a strong tornado over the next 30 to 60 minutes. What?
Goss, I love you sometimes.
Consider the following.
Goss, but I might have to disagree with this one, Chief. Goss, I might have to disagree with you on this one. I'm sorry.
I had a stroke.
I just might have to disagree with you on this one. Because I'm sorry, there is a lot of contamination out in that area. Like, a lot of contamination. Probably a lot of side lobe that's refracting back down towards the ground. I don't see it. I'm gonna press X to doubt here, Chief. I am gonna press X to doubt. You get a lot of strong wind shear on the backside, just like that. Moisture being pulled in. Sure, you can start to get your mesocyclone, but I mean, Chief, I'm going to show you guys something that's going to be really interesting. You ready? Taking a slice right through this area. Taking a slice. Oh, that actually is a pretty nice mesocyclone. I'm not going to lie. Look at that. But, Chief, it's definitely got side lobe. It's definitely got side lobe. And the only reason why I say that is because your winds are supposed to accelerate with height, right? It's
Correct.
not. It's the opposite. It's decelerating with height.
It's also in a very nice radar hole at the moment. We're looking up 6,600 feet from 6,400 feet from Low Rock.
But it's got some nice velocity. Like, look at this
From
mesocyclone here,
Little
chat.
Rock. Little Rock.
You can definitely tell there is spin here, right? Can't you guys tell? There's definitely some spin. But I definitely think there's more side lobe more than anything. Let's take a 3D. Oh,
No.
what in the actual... Did I make a mistake?
Always.
Oh, come on. Let me go to my volume alpha. Stop! I hate... There we go. I've got it. About time. That is a hailer, Chief. You see that there, Chief? That is a hailer. You have a lot of upward motion right here, but it's just nothing but upward motion. Your updraft tilts slightly. It's got to tilt more. And that ain't it, Chief. Normalized rotation is pretty whack, though. I'm not going to lie. It's a pretty whack mesocyclone. Look at that. Very interesting mesocyclone that goes up to 30,000 feet. Storm relative velocities. Yeah, that's no. With all due respect, no. That is definitely side lobe. Yeah, no. Thank you. That is definitely side lobe. Oh, that's a new tornado warning. It's an extension.
Tornado warning for
They can.
Central Desha County in
I don't
southeastern
understand,
Arkansas,
but you know.
southeastern Lincoln County
It's
in
either
southeastern
inflow or
Arkansas,
side lobe or yes.
South central Arkansas
Look at how much
County
lightning
in
there is,
southeastern
chat. Hold
Arkansas.
up. Look at this. Look at this, chat. Yeah, Dumas, Watson, Yankopin, Pickens, Kelso. It's getting into Desha County. As I said, if you're in Desha County, you need to get indoors. You need to get in your safe space. Man, look at how much lightning there is. Look at this. By the way, that is not a debris ball. Alright? No. Man, the velocities are de-aliasing to all get out. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, but Storm's playing a trick on y'all. Stop it! Bro, stop. What is that velocity? Stop it! Stop. Enough. Listen, man.
I swear
Alright.
you're gonna go on strike.
Radar, you need to chill. Enough is enough. Let's go back over here. That is pretty... Listen, a tornado warning is a tornado warning, alright? So whenever the National Weather Service issues a tornado warning, you gotta get in your safe space. Get underground and get in your lowest innermost part of your building. That is de-aliasing, though. That is 100% de-aliasing. I'm sorry, it is. Alright? It is big time de-aliasing. Nah. What is with that light on the bridge up there? See that, chat? Is that a car? It's like the ghost of Christmas past. Anyways, yeah, no. With all due respect, no. I refuse to take a delta velocity of that. I refuse to take a delta velocity of that.
Why?
No, because it's not legit. Like, this is all radar de-alias BS. No, why is a
It's
semi driving on this
okay.
road?
Why is a semi driving on this road?
Yeah, no. 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 Yes, when there's a lot of lightning, that means you have an intense storm. Or sometimes, if you get a storm that doesn't have a lot of lightning and then it transitions to a storm that does have a lot of lightning, then it's getting stronger, yes. But Dumas, Pickens, Watson, Yankopin, Kelso, and Rawer. Guys need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. Alright, Rosedale over there in Mississippi. Need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. Alright? You guys do have a half an hour, though, so you got plenty of time. Yeah, that's a lot of rain and hail. Here, actually, let's go back to this and look at this here, guys. Wind searching, or surging just like that. Watch that area right here. Yeah, it is starting to get into the core of this storm. This this camera right here is believe it or not, if you look right above me at the radar, it's located right here. That's where it's at. That's where the aforementioned rotation is. But you can also see there's flow right here, which means there's flow towards the actual hook. That's the rear flank downdraft pulling itself around. Look at the winds there. Holy. Golly. That is some intense wind right there. Visibility has plummeted, my friends. Visibility has plummeted. Vince Whaley was somewhere in that tour warning cell. Could it possibly him? No. He wasn't. He's not driving a semi. Yeah, see, look at that chat. See that velocity above me? This said no. Go away. Enough is enough. Could not play video? What do you mean? Is the camera down? Here, I'm gonna mute my audio or the desktop audio here real quickly. Bruh! Really? Really? Facepalm, facepalm, facepalm. God, that's hilarious. What do you mean, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy? Give me a second. That is... Andy, I love you. Alright? I just gotta say, when in doubt, meteorologist Andy Hill saves the day. True facts. Oh, look at this! Oh my gosh! The camera is back. Yeah, I had to double check to see what other people's opinions were, and then Andy came to save the day with that stream that I was watching. I was watching someone else's. They were pretty whack. Love you, Andy. No one got me. I know Andy Hill got me. Can I get an amen? True facts.
Amen.
Bro, look at these wins! Look at these wins! Yo! Golly! Look at that! Golly! It got so bad that they had to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for the northern portion of the cell.
Mm.
They legit had to
Well
issue
job.
a severe thunderstorm warning for the northern portion of the cell. This storm is so big. Yo! Look at this! No, that's the rear flank downdraft right there. The rear flank downdraft is pulling all the winds just like this, right? And so right here,
No.
right here is the camera, and it's pulling it around just like that. What do you mean? Oh, did they score?
No, we're in overtime against the Flyers, though. This should not be occurring in either event.
Well, that's what happens when you lose to the Capitals, who lost to the Sabres. Who lost to the Jackets.
Who lost to the Jacket? I was gonna say, there goes, then what?
Who lost to the Coyotes. So essentially, that's what happens when... Oh, come... Stop! Radar! Be good!
Yes!
You guys won. Good stuff.
Oh, what a shot by Tarasenko!
And the Rangers win in overtime.
Hey, can I meme real quickly? Chat.
What, he finally did something?
No, that's not what I want. Oh, who's that person? Is that a storm chaser? We just saw Brandon Kopic! We just saw Brandon Kopic! Brandon, what's up, my guy? What's up, Brandon? Hey, yo, we just saw Brandon Kopic pass by. What's up, Brandon? Hey, yo. Good to see you there, buddy. I love you. We just saw Brandon Kopic pass by. That's amazing. Listen, funny story. He actually sold me some weather cameras. He actually sold me some media equipment for my storm chasing and stuff like that. So, good stuff, all right? What's up, Brandon? Nice to see you. Someone clip that. Someone clip that real quickly so that I can send that to Brandon. I love Brandon. All right, well, this storm is still zooming. It's going to head to Yankopen, as well as Watson, Rosedale, and Gunnison, so... Yeah, it was pretty cool. We saw Brandon Kopic go south on 165 on this storm. Pretty cool, pretty cool.
Very nice.
All right, we're going to go back to the main radar page here. Yeah, that's pretty funny. We saw Brandon Kopic drive by.
Do 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 do. Go dig up the meme.
Oh, gosh.
Go find it somewhere.
I'm going to get copyright claimed. I have it saved on my computer, though. What do you mean it wasn't on the screen when he went by? I'm pretty sure we were watching it live. Media equipment for my storm chasing and stuff like thunderstorm warning for the northern portion of the cell. There, oh yeah, he was here. Yeah, we watched him. Radar. He was on the camera.
Yes. Overtime.
Hey, can I meme real quickly? Chat.
What, he finally did something?
No, that's not what I want. Oh, who's that person? Is that a storm chaser? We just saw Brandon Kopic! We just saw Brandon Kopic! That's pretty funny. Yeah, it was there. It was definitely there. Yeah, we saw Brandon. The camera is not loading, so we're gonna have to consider the following again. But anyways, yeah, this storm is producing a lot of large hail. Very large hail. I gotta say though, this storm, the supercell still is supercelling. When I mean supercelling, I mean selling out, because this thing ain't doing. Anyways. Is there any... Do I have any cameras on the opposite side of the state there? No, I don't. Unfortunate. What else is happening? This is the only tornado warning. We have two severe thunderstorm warnings. They're not gonna warn that cell. At least I don't believe they will. What are these other storms doing down here? Hmm. Interesting. You're 5 minutes from Benton, Arkansas? Where in Benton, like, past this now, I think? I remember seeing Benton somewhere.
All right. Someone asked in chat, will y'all be streaming tomorrow?
Yes.
He will.
Yes, I will.
I have obligations that I was unaware of until this afternoon, so I may be in and out, but I will be around as well.
Yeah. He'll be kind of around.
I hate it. 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 I hate it.
Yeah, man, I love radar so much. That is Aransas. Great job, Lance. Very cool. Oh, that's the clip? Nice. All right, I'm going to,
Oh yeah, I
Next
forgot
line.
Lance is around. Just wanted to
Good
take
stuff.
5 seconds and say appreciate trading Tarasenko to us. Thank you. Have a nice day. Oh, what a very
Is there a way
beneficial.
for me to download that? Trying to figure out a way for me to download it, because it's... That's pretty cool. Why do they call CC drop? Because when a correlation coefficient, in order for it to indicate something that's non-meteorological, it has to lower itself, or in this case, drop. So they say CC drop. I know Bentonville is in Northwest. Benton is over there, southwest of Little Rock. Yeah, I remember Brandon Kopic was over in Benton, and he was getting that hail, right? He was getting smacked over there. But now he's all the way over here. On this storm. I wonder if he's completely caught up with it. Curiosity killed the cat. The answer is no. He's right in front of Vince Whaley. I have no idea what they are doing. They are driving away. It seems they are done. They are not doing this. It said, I'm out. What is
Run away. Run
What is Brad
away.
Arnold doing? He might be driving away. I think he's done too. What about Brett Adair? What is he doing? He is driving away too. Yeah, they are done. They said, enough of this. It is time to go get some sleep. And I don't disagree with them.
Or Whataburger. Who knows?
Whataburger. Yeah, that's true. That's true, that's true. Are there any cameras over here that I can use? No. Unfortunate. Yawn. Yawn, man. Oh, wait, there actually is a camera I can use. I just realized this. That one. There you go. Look at that. We've got another camera. Look at that. Athens Alabama. Because we got that storm that's all the way up there that's approaching Athens. Let me move this stage. Let me reorganize my radars. I don't need that stuff in Phoenix anymore, so let's do Little Rock.
I don't know why I still have a radar on Phoenix.
Because why not? Let's do Memphis.
Ew.
Let's do Jackson, because that's going to eventually get into Jackson's territory. Let's do Columbus Air Force Base. Let's do Huntsville. And there we go. We have all the radars that we may need. We don't have like 5,000 of them anymore. And honestly, we didn't even really need Memphis, but I'm just keeping it around just for safe sake. Jackson, I mean, we'll see. And Columbus Air Force Base is for these storms that are over here. They're doing some whack stuff. Listen, the storm near Salito, or Saltillo, and Tupelo, these ones are still kind of interesting to me. I'm not fully discrediting those quite yet. That's just, there's an embedded supercell within that. It is an embedded supercell. And then there's also another supercell. That one actually is really interesting. Got a ZDR arc that's just east, or no, not east, just west of Tupelo. Maybe a developing storm there along a cell merger. That might be interesting. And then Huntsville, for obvious reasons. Excuse me? What are you chuckling about?
The music theory quiz that I was dwelling on all day because of how badly I did on it, I got a 98 on.
What?
I have issues.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm trying to get an entire website or an entire map full of these cameras done. So my plan, believe it or not, after the stream is to work on Alabama. Or actually, I probably should finish Kansas City sooner rather than later, but I'll work on Alabama and chat's congratulating you on you being an idiot.
Appreciate y'all's congratulations. Hey, if I may provide a word of advice to any of y'all youngins still in high school, give half of a damn throughout your high school years, and you'll be just fine. Take it from me. But I appreciate the congratulations. I should stop dwelling on things when I think I do badly on them, because most of the time I don't do badly on them.
Jeez.
I'm asthmatic here. Yeah, thank you, Lance. Well, to be fair, I've been feeling minorly sick the last couple of days, so.
Half? Anyways, storm near Athens. There's also one near Decatur, I think. Snow looked like it was coming down near Carefree, Arizona. That's part of the metro in Phoenix. How much closer to Phoenix will it get? Good question. By the way, did you hear some severe thunderstorm warnings that were near your area? Just as like a separate, question. But anyways, So let me get to cities. That's U.S. regions. I want U.S. cities. And I want to go to the P's where it's Phoenix. And there we are. Maybe a mile or two. Here, there you go. It gets really close. It really depends upon how far north you are, as well as how high your elevation is. So if I remember correctly, that area out over there has some pretty decent elevation, especially north of Phoenix. So, because it kind of, flattens out, with the exception of that mountain range southwest of y'all. I don't know what mountain range that is, because I'm not too familiar with the geography of Arizona, of all places. Yeah, it's getting close. Don't get me wrong, very close. And when I mean miles, probably not a few miles. There's a good chance you guys might get some sleep, by the way. How far would this be? Place marker here.
Nathan Snyder,
What?
NATOcast has spoken.
That's cool. This is
10 seconds.
42, 45 miles. Something like that. That's what this says right now. My guess, maybe 35 miles, maybe 30 miles. But you guys could also see, depending upon how much cold air gets forced down, you might see some flurries or some sleet. So, yeah, it will be interesting for you all over there. Is there a tour possible thing on this? No, there is not. There really should.
I was gonna say, the only severe thunderstorm warnings that are allowed to have tour possibles are the ones that are in Arizona. New one just got issued, actually, that does have a tour possible for Cleveland.
Oh, wow.
Cleveland, Alabama, or excuse me, not Cleveland, Alabama. Cleveland, Mississippi. Do need to specify.
Oh,
we are not in Ohio.
The tornado warning. Yeah, good stuff. I agree.
7 miles an hour wind gust.
So that's
and
Decatur.
ping pong balls.
Are they gonna move this camera around or not? Because this is definitely looking east, I think. Yeah, it would make sense if it's looking east. It's actually looking more... No, it's looking east, my bad. It is looking purely east. Which does kind of suck. I'm not gonna lie. There you go.
Hey, Nate, watch out on the organization of the southern storm and the Alabama severe thunderstorm warning.
That's the reason why I'm trying to get a camera in Decatur. But if this camera can,
doing it quickly,
rotate. It's gonna do me a favor and, move the camera. But Hillsborough, Trinity, Decatur, and Tanner, as well as areas near Interstate 65. Wait a second. You know what? There is another. There is a shot. A chance. A small chance. Where is this looking? That's looking north. I will take that camera. What about this? No, that sucks. What about that? That's looking south. I don't know what storm motion of these storms are. Would it be necessary? It could be possible. What about that? Oh, tell me that's... Which way is that looking? I have no idea which way that's looking. It could be looking south, honestly. Which I think, now that I think about it, that probably is the case. So that means that will be our camera. We are going to utilize this camera right here, which seems to be looking south. Wait, there's no way this is looking south. It is looking south. This is some stupid stuff. That's slightly upsetting. All right, let's see what we got. On armor, there's a circulation west-southwest to Af. Really?
West-southwest.
Armor. Oh, it's the armor radar. Hold up. The University
What?
of Alabama, Huntsville. Velocity.
That's on.
Oh,
That's online.
Yes. Yes, there is. Yes, this is online. I'll send it to you. There you are. Yeah, there is some rotation there. Not very strong spectrum width. This, yeah, the radar is
Oh.
over there at Huntsville International.
Oh.
And that is
Yeah,
an
just a little
embedded,
bit.
that is embedded. That is 100% embedded. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. The supercell's going in the one area across the entire risk where lapse rates at the surface to 3 are better than 6.5 degrees. So this guy, it has a shot.
Oh, that's the wind profile. Bro, it gives you wind profiles. This thing is kind of broken, I'm not gonna lie. This thing is pretty cool. Dallas has all the cool stuff, I'm telling you what.
He's got the sauce.
He's got the sauce. But yeah, that right there, there is some rotation. The one near Hillsborough doesn't seem to be super significant anymore, though, according to that radar. But I mean, of course, if you look up with Huntsville's radar, that one that's over near Decatur, I mean, tells you everything you need to know. Oh. Do that. There we go. Yeah, I don't know which camera I'm going to have to use for Decatur. It's going to be very difficult to see, but yeah, we've got two areas of rotations. There's one that's over near Athens, and then there's one that's approaching Decatur right now. There we go. Quote of the night is Aransas. Dude, Aransas is a place. It is 100% a place.
Arkansas.
Aransas. Arkansas is not. Yeah, but... yeah, pretty strong rotation right there. Approaching Decatur. So if you live near Tanner, Decatur, Trinity, Hillsborough, even though there is no severe thunderstorm warnings in place for that storm, I'd watch out for that very closely. Man, I want to use the Athens camera instead, because that's probably going to give me a really good idea as to what actually could be happening there. You've got areas of rotation over in that general vicinity. I wonder if we could see like a wall cloud. Here, let's go full screen. Let's go see. We just saw Brandon Kopic. Yeah. Yeah, there's like 2 areas of rotation here that is approaching Athens. There's one right here near Oakland, and then there's one right here. And here is Athens. And our camera is right here, I believe. I believe. I think. Yes, I am correct. It is right there. So this is going to be really interesting. It's going to come down to the wire. But there is rotation that is approaching Athens. So if you know anyone that lives near Athens, I would tell them to get indoors and stay away from windows if you can. The rotation that's over near Hillsborough kind of sucks. At least at the surface it does. Upper levels it looks a
Tornado
whole
warning,
lot better.
Huntsville.
Yeah, it's for that Hillsborough cell.
Tornado warning for southwestern Madison County in north-central Alabama.
Texarkana,
Southeastern
yeah, that's
Limestone
right.
County in north-central Alabama.
There's a
Northern
Morgan County in
in
Alabama.
north-central Alabama.
Some Morgan County and
Northeastern
West
Lawrence
Virginia,
County
too.
in northwestern Alabama.
So that's Decatur. I'll full screen Decatur there.
Yep. Huntsville's in it entirely.
So, tornado warning Huntsville. I'll put this up with Decatur here. Get the Decatur camera up. Oh, look at this, chat. Look at this camera. We actually got a pretty good view. Even though this is looking east, I would love for it to turn around. But, you know, we can't get everything we want in life. Possible CC drop? I would say no. I would say no.
We're talking about by Trinity, that's inflow.
Yeah, definitely inflow.
Alright, well, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna stay on the stream until 11, but I'm gonna go get some water and stuff like that really quickly.
Okay.
Because this isn't too tight yet, so I think I've got a couple minutes.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Man. Whoa! Did you guys see that, chat? Did you guys see that? Wow. Did you see that, chat? Look at that. Wow. They turned the camera around! They did it! Load, come on, please! Please! Pretty please! Yes! Yes! I don't care about the poll! Chat! Come on, move it west. Move it west. Move it again. Move it, man. Come on. Don't do this. Big trust. Yes. Yes. Oh, look at this, chat. All right, this is looking northwest here. This is exactly what we needed to see. We needed to see this so much. This is northwest. We've got, yeah. Wall cloud, wall cloud, wall cloud, wall cloud. No, don't you dare move it back. Don't you dare move it back. Keep it right there. Go back. Right now. That was a wall cloud. 100% a wall cloud. Look at all this lightning here, chat. Oh my good. Yes! No! Go back, you stupid idiots! Just keep it in one spot. Come on! Do me a favor. Throw me a bone. Throw me a bone. Come on. Come on, man. Yes. Yes. Come on. Little more. Little more. No, it went too far. Go back to the right. Stop moving too far. Oh, come on. Just a little bit more to the right. That is blinding, I'll tell you what. That is blinding. Come on. Come on. Move it more to the right. Move it more to the right. Come on. There's a little bit more. Move it. Move those chains. Move those chains. Move those chains. Move them. Just a little bit more to the right. Come on. I know you can do it. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Why you love talking a thunderstorm?
No. I'm talking to the camera worker who's looking now south from the tower indicator. Come on, man. Listen.
Never said them Alabama folks were the smartest.
Way to offend our Alabama viewers. Great job.
Love y'all. Hey, I considered college down there for a while.
Whoa, what a lightning strike. Big wall cloud. That's a huge wall cloud, chat. That is a huge wall. No, don't you dare try to do this. No. Go back to the left. Go back. Go back. Just a little teeny bit. Actually, no, that... According to radar, it actually looks about right there. So, never mind. That should be fine. Should be okay. But look at that wall cloud, chat. Look at that. Oh, that lightning. And once again, guys, this is a tornado warning here. Tornado warning for Decatur, Alabama, and Huntsville, Alabama. We'll go to the full screen here so that you guys can see. Here is the tornado warning in question. Massive hook echo right here near Trinity and Decatur. This is approaching the Decatur area here now. So if you live in Decatur, this is southern Limestone County as well as northern Morgan County or northwestern Morgan County. You need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you live in Huntsville, you have a lot of time between now and then before the storm actually gets near your area. About a good, I'd say 40 minutes before it gets near your general vicinity. And Madison, you have a little bit less than that, about a half an hour, give or take. So please be sure, if you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. Let's look back live at the camera. And once again, this is in Decatur, Alabama here. And we are looking at what is a massive light show. There are so many different lightning strikes here. No, go back to the right. Come on, man. Don't do this to me. I wish I was controlling the camera. I wish I was, but I'm not. If I was looking at the camera, it looks east again. Come on, man. Go back to the left. Go back to the left. Come on, man. We can watch the... If there was a tornado, we could legitimately watch it.
Assuming the camera guy was looking in the right spot.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, newest radar frame shows a hook.
Oh, yeah. Big hook. That's your wall cloud right there, chat. See that? Wall cloud right there. So that is indeed your wall cloud. You can see that. That's clear as day. And we'll be able to watch it right here. Oh, what was that? There's a very interesting lowering on that left-hand side. Big time lightning across the board. What is that over there to the left, chat? This over here. Oh, velocity signature just increased. Velocity just increased. Over here, it would be on the left side, right over here. That's where I would watch. Let's see if we can find the tornado here, chat. Once again, tornado warning.
No.
I didn't say it. Tornado warning. I didn't say it.
Mate.
I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Tornado warning here for Decatur. Usually when it gets to those situations where I'm this close to looking at a camera, usually it's that, but it's not. It's nowhere near that. It kind of looked like a funnel. No jinxing. Yes, you're right. Don't. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. It's a tornado warning.
You almost said it.
Almost, yeah. But velocities have upticked significantly. Cameraman does need to be fired.
Yeah, I got a place for him.
He does need to be fired.
You gotta go.
Oh, well, that lightning strike, though. Let's go back over to the camera. Come on, do it. Back to the left. Oh, look at that wall cloud here. All right, keep it still. Keep it still. Keep it still here. Someone is saying Athens. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Athens might be on the ground. Or at least here soon.
I don't know about on the ground.
It'll be close. Athens, you need to get in your safe space right now if you haven't already. We got 2 cameras here. I'm gonna actually put these cameras on 2 different. I'm actually gonna put it over here on the side, and I'll watch Athens myself.
CC is incredibly useless.
Yeah, I know, right?
Right through the hail core.
If you're in Athens, you need to get in your safe space right now. If you're in Athens, you need to get into your safe space if you haven't already. Because it does look like there could very well be a chance for a tornado over near Athens. And you can see here in the velocities near Athens, it does look like there could be that potential. I'm gonna watch both screens here. I'm gonna try and see if I can find something, because both of these storms are moving through this area at the exact same time. Oh, what is that? What is that? You see that, chat? What is that? What is that, chat? What is that? That's a wall cloud. That's a wall cloud right there, chat. Big time wall cloud. Big time wall cloud. Yep, there it is. Wall cloud right in front of us. Big time wall cloud. Trying to see. Yeah, I mean, it's still a wall cloud right there. I don't see any funnel. I need more lightning behind it. I need to be more backlit. Light itself out. Come on. Oof. Oh, look at the rain on the left-hand side. We're going to get enveloped here in a second. Big wall cloud right there. Huge wall cloud. Look at that. Massive wall cloud right there. Once again, tornado warning here for Decatur. Tornado warning for Decatur in the intersection of 65 and 565. If you live in these areas here in Alabama, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. The velocities for the storm that was over in Athens kind of died out just a little teeny bit. Oh, we still got that wall cloud there. We still can see it. It just needs to be illuminated in lightning again. Oh, big RFD surge. Huge RFD surge. Camera could probably go out here in a second. I wouldn't be surprised. Huge RFD surge. Massive RFD surge. Rear flank downdraft surging super hard into the storm. Can we still see the wall cloud at this point? Probably not. Because now we're starting to get behind the RFD.
New severe thunderstorm warning, Russellville, full Campbell.
Oh, that. Interesting. Yeah, that's
Just for wind gusts.
massive surge in the RFD. They're going to try and move the camera around to see what they got. Or actually, they're moving it back to the original place. And I think that camera is out now, chat. I think the camera is down. I think the camera is down. And yes, it is down. So, once again, intense situation here that is approaching the intersection of I-65 and 565. All right, we're talking north of Decatur, heading into the northeastern portion of Decatur. We're talking Madison here. Let's see if I can get some traffic cameras over in this area. Oh, there you go. Back to this. The camera has been moved around, I think. Or I would like to think it has been. Very high-based storm. And, oh, wow. Massive lightning. This could be looking west, honestly. This could be looking west. I'm not sure if it is. But this could be looking west. And if it is, then this is huge. But it does look like this storm here near Whiteside and Mooresville, approaching I-65, is going to pose an immediate threat to life and property. So if you live over here, I gotta go back into the live stream. Come on, stop. Lot of lightning there. My goodness. This is just an entire wall that is approaching. But if you live in Greenbrier, Belmina, Mooresville, north of Mooresville along 65, Murphy Place. Here, we'll show you guys what I mean. Murphy Place, Pete's Corner, Oakland, Madison, Greenbrier, Belmina. You need to get in your safe space right now. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Yeah, this is looking west here, guys. This is definitely looking west, which means on the right-hand side-ish, like over here. Oh, come on. Over here on the right is where I would try and find where a tornado would be. Right here on the right.
Wait.
Wait,
What?
let's put that over there.
Del Rio magic!
Right now?
Right now.
Gosh. Why is the date 1969? No, that's just the serial number. Or at least I would think it's the serial number. I don't know
Oh
why
my-
it's 1969 or 18 whatever.
Oh my Del Rio.
Oh, you're Del Rio. Yeah, that's nice. Way to be on topic.
Dude, it's got 52,000-foot echo tops.
Do I have any other cameras in this area that are nearby? I have one in Madison. Oh, yes. I completely forgot that this existed. Oh, if this camera can be moved too, this is also broken. I don't know which direction this is looking. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's not helping.
Oh, frackalacka.
I mean,
Looks
this
slow.
is an
That's
intense. This is an intense situation. I'm gonna turn off Arkansas. I'm gonna turn off Mississippi. View the live stream here again. Man. Do I know where Limestone County in Texas is? Not off the top of my head, no. Or at least, I would like to think I've heard of it, but I can't remember where it's at. Is Limestone in the northeastern Texas area? I'm really hoping this camera in Madison starts to turn around. Oh, it moves. It does move. All right, we've got a shot. This camera is looking at the storm that's heading towards Madison. And while this is here, we're going to take a look back at our reflectivity and our velocity scan here. We'll take a look at our reflectivity first. Big rain that's starting to wrap around here, just like a hook would. All this rain's being wrapped around into the rear flank downdraft, just like this, where you have a lot of winds that are surging in behind here in this hook. So that's kind of the reason why you have this little bit of a bowing echo. Ooh. That's some really nice lightning that I just saw. And then right in this inflow notch, right within here, this is where a lot of your moisture gets trapped in, gets pulled in right within this area. And because of that, that's the reason why this thunderstorm's able to sustain for as long as it is. And so when you have the combination of those two factors, you have what is a supercell that is surviving as long as it has been. It's been surviving since it was over in the northern portions of Mississippi, where it actually was originally moving northeast, and then it curled off and it went east, a little bit further east. And that same storm that was over near the Iuka area, over in Tishomingo County in Mississippi, is now over here all the way into the southeastern portions of Limestone County. So now, as it's moving from Limestone County into Madison County, the tornado warning has been issued, of course, for Limestone and Madison, and that will be in effect until this would be 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you live specifically in Madison or in Huntsville or areas south of that, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is a bit more of a rain-wrapped tornado. If we go to the velocities, you can kind of see that the velocities have kind of weakened a lot, but the general flow is the reds are the winds moving away from the radar, the greens are moving towards. So right about there where the velocities kind of touch together, it's relatively weak, but if you go back a couple of scans, you see how intense it actually was right here with a lot of your reds moving away and your greens moving towards. So don't be surprised if stuff like this happen again. And, you know, just for reference, if we keep playing that out, so this is the general direction in which the rotation has gone. If we go to the reflectivity and take out this little arrow that I drew, notice how much rain is around that little area. We've got a little circle that's in the middle of lesser amounts of reflectivity, which means there's not as much rain. Notice how much rain there is all the way around, which means that this is a rain-wrapped storm with a rain-wrapped circulation. If there was a tornado in there, you might not be able to see it until it is literally right on top of you. And what a lightning strike that we just saw on the top part of our screen. Wow. That is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. So, once again, if you're in Madison or in Huntsville, you need to take your proper precautions, get underground, or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I don't want to say anything about the intensity of this thing because tornadoes do damage regardless. And so we are preparing for the fact that this thing could potentially try to do damage. And we are in an environment to where strong tornadoes could potentially occur. I'm actually interested to see what the vertical wind profile is over here.
New tornado warning, Hackleburg.
Hackleburg? What is
that name familiar at all to you?
Yeah.
Use Columbus.
Tornado warning
for
northern Marion County.
It's a lot of
northwestern
inflow.
Alabama.
Oh, that is a lot of inflow.
I definitely see why they
soon.
warned it, though. I definitely see why they warned it, though.
Yeah, that is a new tornado warning for Hackleburg. I believe that was Birmingham. Yeah, Birmingham issued that warning. So who knows if Huntsville might get into that as well. But there is the new tornado warning here. This is for Hackleburg, and this is for essentially areas here in northern portions of Marion County in Alabama. So if you live over Hackleburg, as well as Bear Creek, and then I would even include Southern Franklin near Phil Campbell and Hodges. If you live over in those areas, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It's not. But this is...
No, it's not, but it's really close.
Oh, yeah. But it's the same recipe here, guys. You can see the rain wrapping all the way around into this little hook just like that. A lot of moisture being streamlined into this area, and the convergence between the two right on the tip of that hook echo is where the tornadic rotation would be. It is not on the ground quite yet according to a correlation coefficient. It definitely could, though. So this is one of those things to where the people over there in the northern portions of Marion County and the southern portions of Franklin County in Alabama need to take this seriously, very seriously for that matter, for the potential of a tornado to try and form within that area. Very strong velocities within there too, so do not be surprised if we could potentially even see one of your stronger tornadoes, not the strongest tornado ever in existence, but, you know, stronger than your typical weak, wind gusts that you would get within normal thunderstorms, which means you would have to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure. Mobile homes will not do it. you need to get into a sturdy structure, a building that is anchored to the ground, so that way you may be able to be safe.
Building anchored to the ground, preferably with an interior room, but a concrete shelter does best. Storm cellars will work. I know that there are a number of those across the board, really across the entire state of Alabama, because you guys have been through this before. So just do your best to get out of something that would be prone to being picked up in strong wind gusts, like a mobile home or a car or something like that. Find a local convenience store. Where?
Tornado warning for southern
Arkansas.
Franklin County in northwestern Alabama.
What? I closed my radars.
Oh, never mind. No, it's Alabama. Oh, it's the northern portion. Never mind. It wasn't updated in time. It was it was Franklin.
Oh, that's on the ground. Tornado on the ground. Tornado is in progress, heading towards Hackleburg.
Yep, that is a tornado in progress. That is 100% a tornado in progress. And how I can tell that, guys, is because if you go to the correlation coefficient, you got 3 different steps in order to verify if you got debris with a tornado. Actually, technically, it's 4 steps. All right, so you go to the velocities, and you see here first, do we have strong velocity, a strong velocity couplet? You can do that in 2 ways. You can, 1, manually look for it. You can see reds are moving away from the radar and greens moving towards. And then you also have this kind of stacking within the velocities that are touching pixel to pixel right next to each other. We call that gate-to-gate shear. But another way to be able to determine that is by looking at the normalized rotation, and we have some stronger amounts of the normalized rotation localized right within that area. So that's where our rotation is. We would want to be able to correlate that with our correlation coefficient, and we do have a lower amount of correlation coefficient right below the velocities. Correlation coefficient essentially tells you as to whether or not your particles within an area is approximately the same. And the reason why all this back here behind it is because rain approximately is about the same within all of their particles. Water is water. But once you start to introduce some foreign objects like trees, sticks, as well as dirt and even parts of houses and stuff like that, or even non-meteorological stuff like smoke and bats and birds and wildlife and all sorts of different stuff like chaff, that is when the correlation coefficient can start to plummet, very significantly. And in this instance, we have a lower correlation coefficient, which indicates that something non-meteorological is under that rotation. One final thing that we check is ZDR. ZDR is the differential reflectivity. This can basically tell you essentially the size of your particles, spanning from vertically stretched particles to horizontally stretched particles, and then stuff that is somewhat in between. So we see horizontally stretched particles with higher ZDR. We have more vertically stretched particles with negative ZDR, and then we have something that's about the same in the middle. We have about neutral ZDR, which is right there. That indicates that there is indeed debris, and that is why the National Weather Service has now updated this tornado warning as a tornado confirmed, a tornado on the ground here, approaching Hackleburg.
Big CC drop. Hackleburg, you have 10 minutes to get into a storm shelter, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This is along 43 near Hackleburg, which go away 11 o'clock.
Yep.
Where was I? Hackleburg at United States Route 43 and State Route 172.
Yeah.
If you guys are in that area, or if that sounds familiar, you got to get into a safe space now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. South of Phil Campbell, south of Hodges.
Massive.
That is where, actually, excuse me, I'm going to retract my statement. If you're in Hodges or Phil Campbell, you also need to be in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because you yourselves are also in a tornado warning right now for a separate cell. Isabella as well, up along 43. State Route 5 down to Phil Campbell. It'll branch off to 172 as well as 5 going down to Bear Creek, also in a tornado warning. So really, you're talking about United States Route 43. Excuse me.
Yeah.
From Isbell down to Hamilton, or a little bit north of Hamilton, actually. And then State Route 5 that takes you from the intersection with 43 through Phil Campbell, down through Bear Creek, down through Haleyville, and 172 that goes through Hackleburg. All those areas on top of Hodges, you need to be in an underground or interior shelter away from windows and in a sturdy building to do so.
Yep. Let's go back over to the Huntsville cell here real quickly. It looks like this storm has occluded to the point to where this thing kind of just had to recycle in general. There is a new area of rotation, however, developing right over I-565. So this is not done quite yet. This will head off into the Madison area, south of Madison and north of Triana, approaching the international airport. So if you live along the airport and areas around that general vicinity, you need to still take that very seriously. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, which is right here. You can see the reds moving away, the greens moving towards. This counterclockwise spin within this storm is where the rotation lies, and that will continue to head off and move across the I-565 area towards the airport. All right, so if you live again near the airport and south of Huntsville, you need to get in your safe space right now.
Northern extent just got confirmed, but I think they just confirmed it for hail because there's no really associated debris signature tornadic related or really anywhere that I would identify as a tornado on velocities.
Well, no, so that's a part of the storm. So they have issued a joint warning for that entire area.
Oh, is that a jurisdiction thing?
Yes, the north is Huntsville.
Huntsville
south
and
is
Birmingham. Excuse me. Thank you. Realistically, though, it's still on a beeline for Hackleburg.
Yes. Athens is in the clear. Decatur's in the clear. Areas near the intersection of 65 and 565 is in the clear. So that's Mooresville. We're still waiting. So if you're near the intersection of 72 alternate and 565, especially if you're near both airports, we're talking the international airport, and I'm not too quite sure as to what that one is right next to it. I think that is the Redstone Army Airfield. So the airfield and the international airport, as well as South Huntsville, southern portions of Huntsville, you need to get into your safe space right now. That storm still is tornadic. We'll move back to the tornado that is currently in progress over, that is approaching Hackleburg. Still got a debris signature, albeit the debris signature is starting to fan out a little bit, which means that the debris is not as vast, the tornado is not picking up as much stuff, or as a best case scenario, if that is also possible, the tornado is no longer in progress, but we still have some debris in the air, which means that if you're outside, you know, who knows if there is a 2x4 that can try and move on through and try and impact your area. So that is one of those things to where if you're in that general vicinity, it is recommended that you guys still stay indoors. You don't want to be impacted by flying debris within that general area, especially when this storm has had a history of producing a tornado. There's the velocities once again. Reds moving away, greens moving towards.
It may recycle in a slightly more northern spot that would put it online for Phil Campbell. Stronger concentration of greens on the northern extent of the rotation could link up with the reds there. That would put it basically on the border of the two warnings. Regardless, Hackleburg, you need to still be in your safe space. Bear Creek, you still need to be in your safe spaces. Hodges, in particular, you need to be in your safe spaces. Phil Campbell as well. You guys have been through this before. You need to be in your safe spaces. What's going on in Huntsville?
Yeah, I'm looking at the live camera over here in Madison. There's a very interesting little divot.
Watch the southern extent. Watch the southern extent.
Southern extent could do something, but I'm watching the heart of the storm inside the main core. There's something over here. There's a wall cloud that I was noticing on the right side of our screen here, and I'm wondering if it can show itself up again here with some more lightning. But there is definitely a lowering within the storm that indicates to me that there is still some tornadic activity inside this storm. Whether it's scud, whether it's actual wall cloud, we still have a very strong storm that is approaching the Huntsville general vicinity. So you need to heed the warnings of the National Weather Service if you're over in Madison County. All right, it is very important that you guys go seek a sturdy structure, not a mobile home, something that is anchored to the ground, so that way if this thing does produce a tornado, you are able to at least have a higher chance at being safe from it. So please be sure, if you haven't already, if you are in South Huntsville or if you are near either airports, both the Red Army, or I believe that's we're talking the Redstone Army Airfield, or the International Airport, you need to get into your safe space. And Southern Huntsville as well, along 231 and 431, you need to get in your safe space as well.
Hey, Nate, in your DMs, I sent you the current vertical wind profile of Columbus. And all I'm going to say is if there's going to be a strong tornado, this storm's going to be the one to do it. Given that profile, it's right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
And it looks like it looks like it's already in the process of recycling properly.
it looks like the rotation that over was with Madison, the one that's north. That one looks like it's occluded, and the southern one is starting to kind of form next. So yes, there is some occlusion over there that was that's going off into the heart of Madison. If you are in Madison, of course, we've mentioned that you need to be in your safe space already if you haven't been. And of
Yesterday.
course, yeah, yesterday, as I would usually say, be in your safe space yesterday, so that way you may be able to survive the storm, or at least not exactly that to that severe extent, but to be safer from this storm. But there is a new area of rotation developing north of Triana, approaching the areas over here of South Huntsville. So you need to get in your safe space if you haven't already in those areas. We're talking back at the storm that is over near Hodges and Hackleburg. It has taken more of a northeasterly turn, or actually more of a northerly turn. It is veering off to the left of its current trajectory. It was supposed to be going due east. It has now moved off a little bit further north, which means that this is kind of occluded a lot further towards the left, which means Hodges and Phil Campbell, as well as Hackleburg, every one of those areas could potentially have that risk for something to be tornadic. So you need to take that seriously and get into your safe space if you haven't already. This thing has had a history of producing a tornado. I'm not sure to what extent. It did seem as if it was somewhat strong, but this thing, regardless, has done damage on the ground. So if this thing does end up producing another tornado, it'll be over your guys' area. It'll be near Hackleburg. It'll be near Bear Creek, Phil Campbell. It is currently over Hodges, or at least a half a mile south of Hodges as we speak. But you guys need to take that seriously if you guys haven't already. So there's the actual look of the storm here. We were giving you guys kind of a view of what was happening in Madison, and above me was the actual radar. This, once again, is the rotation for what was a tornado that was in progress over in the western portions, or actually the northwestern portions of Marion County in Alabama. So Hodges, Hackleburg, Bear Creek, and Phil Campbell, if you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space right now. Here's the
Birmingham
rotation.
has upgraded,
Yeah,
or
go
excuse
for it.
me, updated their half of the warning. Remains radar confirmed. So again, like Nate said, Hackleburg, Bear Creek still need to be in your safe space. I don't know if this thing is gonna produce again, but it does look like there are two separate spots of rotation, one on the southern side and one just to the south of Hodges. So do bear that in mind, folks. It won't take much for something like this to drop. Obviously, it's not like last Sunday. We had situation in Norman, but it's still definitely a volatile situation where a tornado could drop with this thing at any time. You see, it just did. So bear that in mind if you guys are in these areas. Still got to be in your safe spaces, regardless of whether or not it looks like it's going to tornado or not.
I'm going to put a radar over there next to that storm in Texas, because now it actually has a damage threat destructive tag on it. So, we are, I'm just gonna put that down there just to see as to if there could be anything else that could move on through. But yes, there is once again still an observed tag here, which means that the National Weather Service still believes that there's either a tornado that is currently in progress, or B, a tornado that is was in progress but still has debris still lofted in the atmosphere. And so that's the reason why we still say Hodges, Hackleburg, and Bear Creek, as well as Phil Campbell, needs to stay in their safe space. Here's the rotation in itself. Reds are the winds moving away. Greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This is just barely down to the south of Hodges, and just about, I would say, 2 to 3 miles to the west of Hackleburg, moving to the east-northeast, I should say, at about, this is what, I'd say, this is 55 miles per hour? Yeah, 55 miles per hour. So Highway 43, Hackleburg to Phil Campbell. We're also talking about State Highway 5, State Highway 172 over in those areas. If you're right along the border of the Franklin County and Marion County line, you need to get into your safe space if you haven't already. Well,
I'm just gonna go out and I'll just go out really quickly and say this. If you live along I-35 south of Moore and north of Dilley in Texas,
You guys have been through this before, but there's probably at least softballs
Oh
falling with
my
this thing
gosh.
going right for Derby. So this thing just blew up out of nowhere. We talk about how the surface or the surface temperatures and how extreme they get with height. This is bound to happen. So if you guys are in those areas of Pearsall or Derby, you need to be in a sturdy structure in an interior room. Now you got to treat it like a tornado warning. You got to
Yes.
treat it like a tornado warning. 3-inch hail and 60 miles per hour wind gusts
Oh,
per radar
wow.
indication. This is a dangerous storm.
Look at that vertical wind profile from Del Rio. That is a hailer. That right there is a significant hailer. You've got weak surface veering, or you got weak surface shear, and then extreme upper level shear. New tornado warning.
West Central Jackson County in northeastern
Yeah,
Alabama.
yeah.
Central Madison County in north central Alabama. Southeastern Limestone County in north central Alabama.
What?
Why did they issue a tornado warning for Limestone? Didn't it pass already?
No, it's a new one for Huntsville.
Yeah, it's a new one for Huntsville, but Limestone is... What? They just covered over the entire area. Wow. But yeah, that is a new tornado warning. Huntsville,
Watch the
Madison.
Watch the northern severe warning for a spin up.
Yeah, that was the one that was over near Athens that Doss was talking about. Yeah, if you are over there in Huntsville and Madison, you still need to stay in your safe space. I know I just said that Mooresville is okay for right now, and I firmly do believe that that is the case. So even though you guys just got reissued a tornado warning, I think you guys are fine. Same thing with Decatur, same thing with Athens. I think you guys are still okay, all right? Now, we'll still have to watch out for these storms that are moving from Russellville as well as Hackleburg, but for right now, you guys are fine. It's the areas that are south of Huntsville. We're talking the Owens Crossroads, Gurley, Paint Rock. All those areas over there, there is still a chance for a tornado. We still have a supercell ongoing right within that environment. So just something to make a note of. We still have something tornadic here in northeastern Alabama. The velocities on the storm that is approaching Hackleburg has broadened. So it's not as tight and compact, which means it's not as intense. So that is the good news in that instance. That tells me that a tornado is no longer in progress within that area. But this storm has had a history of producing a tornado. And if I were you guys, I wouldn't take a risk at it. All right. I would not risk it at all saying, hey, the storm is done. It's already produced its tornado. It's not going to do anything else. You guys don't really know that. All right. I don't really even know that. All right. We got to kind of monitor the storm very closely. But by doing so, we also would rather be safe than sorry. And in this instance, we have to take a look at what it's done in the past. And just recently, over the past 10, 15 minutes, this thing has produced a tornado. And with that being in mind, it is recommended that you guys over in Hackleburg, Phil Campbell, and Bear Creek get into your safe space now, underground or lowest, innermost part of your building.
Mattress-sized hail.
If you guys are in northern Huntsville, like Normal and Moores Mill, you guys aren't really a part of the main tornado risk with that storm, even though you're in a tornado warning at this time. But still stay indoors, all right? This is southern Huntsville. This is southeastern, or not southeastern, southwestern Huntsville that is in the path of this tornadic storm here still. Not as strong rotation. That's where I would be looking right there. And even then, there's not really a whole lot of it. So that's kind of the good news. It has downtrended more and more and more over time. It still has a ZDR arc, which means the storm still is trying to get stronger. We'll see what happens here in the next few frames as to what it does. But it definitely does look like this thing is not as strong as it once was when it went near Decatur. I'll tell you guys what. I'll put the camera over at Phil Campbell here. And yeah, now we have a camera over at Phil Campbell. This looks to be looking west. This looks to be looking west. Let's go full screen here. Once again, this is Phil Campbell, Alabama. And while I'm at it, I'm going to talk about the other storm that was over in Texas, or at least look at it for a little bit.
Yeah, just bask in it. Bask.
Yeah, you saw the vertical wind profile there.
Oh
Del
my-
Rio, right?
Gorilla hail.
It's
Gorilla hail.
that right there. You know, I feel bad
Weak-
for whatever bat that is living out in the middle of nowhere. But
Weak shear loft, better a deep layer. It's about as textbook as you can get.
that surface is just like that's slow, but then you got some speed up above. This is a heck of a radar signature right here. Look at how intense. Look at how intense that that hail spike is right above me. Massive hail spike here. This is gorilla hail. This is bona fide gorilla hail. I'm trying to see if I can find anything with the camera. Because I think if there was going to be a tornado, we're going to be able to see it with this.
Hey Nate, do I dare?
About?
Do I 3D Del Rio? That might be the coolest thing I've ever seen.
You could.
Yo!
Oh my goodness.
Wow!
Look at that updraft. It goes straight up.
That's almost sculpted in a way.
That is...
Oh!
That right there is... that is a linear updraft right there.
That is a very linear updraft. And... yeah.
Ouch.
It's a lot of KDP.
For the people who want to see, that right there is your supercell in Texas. Massive supercell in Texas. And I kind of want to... I'm actually going to filter it to see... That right there is 60 dBz. Ladies and gentlemen, that is 60 dBz.
My God, you've got hailstones aloft probably to about 30,000 feet. Oh, man. Well, Nate, happy meteorological spring, good sir.
Hey, Morgan, go into KDP and turn it on to, like, well, not KDP, but, like, do a 3D. Go on to KDP. And then make it negative. No, make it negative.
I'll make it negative?
That's dry hail, remember?
You're right. Hold up. I missed.
Like, even the slightest bit negative. And that is some significant hail. Oh my...
My gosh.
That is an ouch. I'm going to continue to mess around with this 3D here for a bit.
30,000
feet.
feet. 30,000 feet.
That is some massive...
I'm glad I didn't go to bed yet because I wouldn't have seen this.
Del Rio magic.
Yeah, if you needed any other sign to point to you that it's meteorological spring.
Del Rio
magic.
That'll do it.
No,
oh, what a lightning strike right there, chat. You see that? Golly.
Gee whiz.
All right, I'm going to go back over to Huntsville. And the supercell is not having a whole lot of fun. It's not exactly looking the best in the world. And it's got a lot of storms that are smacking straight into it. So it's not really in a good position to try and re-intensify. but it's still, you know, looking half decent. So that is something interesting to note. All right, the storm is getting closer. The storm is getting closer. Yeah, Huntsville, just continue to stay in your safe space right now.
Yeah. Destructive severe warning continues. Softball-sized hail and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source radar indicated. Haha! The SPC felt compelled to do a mesoscale discussion for it.
Really?
Yes, they did, Nathan Snyder.
Oh my!
And there it is.
20% watch issuance.
Isolated severe storms capable of producing very large hail will be possible over the next few hours across parts of South Texas. The very isolated nature of this expected convection may preclude the need for a watch issuance.
That's a bruh. It's also just a reminder in a general.
Part of it's in a non. Like, part of it's in a nothing.
Yeah.
Literally.
That's true.
Though any more than very isolated additional development appears unlikely, any storm across this area will be capable of producing destructive hail and possibly locally damaging winds.
2 cameras. Where are these cameras at? Hold up. I'm always willing to have extra cameras. Oh, what is that?
Echo tops of 59,500 feet.
Oh, those are traffic cameras. All right, perfect. Aransas.
Arkansas Point.
Don't look at me. I'm not the brightest bulb in the world. Oh yeah, that was an incredible lightning strike there. My goodness. Yeah, good catch, Kevin. Very good catch. Yeah, someone said spring has sprung in South Texas. An absolutely bonkers supercell is currently producing 3-inch hail in Loma
Dude, I
Vista.
want Nixon to do an honorary analysis of it. It's meteorological spring. Come on. Do it.
Nixon or Convective Chronicles?
Nixon.
Oh boy.
60,000 foot echo tops.
He did send something in for how it would be hail. He did didn't he like send something for it to be oh, what's its face? Kind of like confirmed.
Yeah, published, I believe.
Published.
Lord.
Something like that. I can't remember.
So yeah, we've got a few tornado warnings, but I'm gonna say it right now. Derby, safe space yesterday.
Yeah.
And I mean yesterday.
Yeah.
Interior room of your building. Preferably low, because who knows what this thing is gonna do to roofs. I'm actually just gonna I'm just gonna go kind of street view through Derby, see what we're dealing with.
Yeah, that is some dry hail. Because, like, just a reminder, it's 83 degrees down there, and the dew points are 66. And I believe, what's the environment behind it? Like, what's the dry line itself? Or, like, what's in this?
Jesus, it's all trailers. Oh, no.
What's all trailers?
Derby.
Bruh. Oh, yeah. Dude, there's so much dry air at the surface. It's not even funny. Ugh. That storm does dense. Yeah, if you're in Derby, Parasol, as well as areas north of Dilley. Actually, you know what I wonder, Morgan?
Hmm.
Give me a second as I look at the Texas dot. All right. And I want to see if there is a camera down there. If there is a camera over there, I want to see. Come on. Nope, no dice. I wouldn't think there would be one there, but it still would be kind of cool just to be like, oh, there's a camera at Derby. Let's see how large the hailstone is. You know what I mean?
The thing is, you'd be the one to do that.
Yeah, of course.
Oh. Yeah. Good lord.
All right. What did
Dilley is
NATO
much
cast
more
do tomorrow?
civilized. 10 sig.
10
Couple
sig for
different
warm front
10
truther.
sigs. Yep.
Oh, and then the 10 sig for the middle of the dry line, like I thought. Yeah, good stuff. All right, cool. I'm not insane.
I mean, yeah, you are, but it's okay.
Way to instill a lot of confidence in me.
Bro puts webcams on a map on his free time.
It works.
Like,
though.
I'm sorry, folks, but if you ain't calling that man crazy, then you're one of the crazies yourself.
Chat, listen, all right? Hear me out. How many different storms did we see with our web cameras here today? By the way, it's rain, Michelle, what you're seeing on the screen. You're an insurance adjuster. You kind of need that hailstorm to go through San Antonio. That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that's some big time rain. Can I explain dry air? Yes. So, essentially, with dry air, you want low dew points. All right, very low dew points. Okay, dew points is essentially the moisture content in a given spot. Kind of similar to temperature. Temperature is how hot or how cold. Dew points is how moist and how dry. So the lower the dew points you go, the drier it is. And you can still have dry dew points, you know, at low, you know, temperatures, right? But it still have high humidity. In this instance, so humidity makes up of dew points and temperatures and the displacement between the two. The closer they are, the higher the humidity. That's the reason why you feel certain days that are like super muggy, and then other days to where it's just like pretty balmy outside. That's because the dew points are really low. And so in that instance, when you have a lot of dry air at the surface, and you have warm air that's rising with that dry air, you're essentially bringing dry dust into the atmosphere, and it's essentially getting mixed with the moisture that's in the upper levels. And so when you get moisture that mixed with a lot of dust particles, because there's so many dust particles, you get individual crystals that end up forming, and they form along that dust. And because instead of it, you know, just being nothing but, you know, strong shear across the board on all sorts of different levels, what you end up getting is you get updrafts that just bring the hailstone all the way up into the upper levels, and then they just sit there. They wait until all of the moisture, or I should say all of the moisture and water form along the ice, and it continues to build and build and build until eventually it can't be held up by the updraft anymore, and it ends up coming straight back down. And so, because when the hailstone falls back down and all the residual moisture is around it, when it falls back down, the moisture falls off, and instead you just got a bunch of just hail, dry hail. And because there's not a whole lot of rain, that's, you know, not a whole lot of moisture at that surface, once again, whenever that hail falls back down, that moisture or that rain doesn't come with it because it's just, there's nothing there. So, where is it in San Antonio? Is it moving north? So fortunately for San Antonio, no. It's actually moving towards Jordantown. Or not Jordantown, Jordanton. It's crossing over 35 as we speak near Derby. Derby and I believe that's Pearsall. Or Pearsall. Probably Pearsall. So if you live over there near Derby and Pearsall, it's recommended that you guys, you know, if you're in Pearsall, I'd actually recommend going north. I would try and avoid this at all costs. If you're in Derby and Dilley, it's too late. But Pearsall, you guys might have a little bit of time depending upon where the storm ends up going. David Mollisfish with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Aaron Easton with the 5 says, says, hope you guys are going live tomorrow. Expect drama in Dallas and around dinner time. Yeah, this gonna be a lot of large hail over there in Dallas. But yes, we will be live tomorrow covering a pretty significant severe weather event that is possible.
I have a confession to make.
Look at that. That's our event tomorrow. Yeah, go for it.
I have a confession to make. My school is trash. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd be here for the entirety of the outbreak tomorrow. Happen I not been told today that I have to be there. I, a senior, have to be there for the Juniors National Honor Society induction, which happens to be tomorrow at 6:30. I will get out at 8 o'clock, get home by 8:15, but I'm off the grid for arguably the 2 most important hours of the event.
Well, you're going to be home and then you're going to go back, right?
What do you mean?
Are you coming home after?
Yeah.
So you'll be home.
Yeah. Okay, I'll stop now.
Yeah. But yeah. I don't see, oh, what in the world is debris signature? Tornado, Hazel Green and Plevna. It's now a severe thunderstorm warning for whatever reason. But that is a debris signature in northern Alabama heading into Tennessee. So if you know anyone who lives over there, we're talking Huntland, Flintville, Elora, and Plevna, just northeast of Hazel Green. You got a tornado. You have a tornado that's in that area. And yes, you have low ZDR there. That is the verification factor. Yep. Zeros or around 0 ZDR. Yeah, that is 0.13 dB, which is, yes, very low. So that is a tornado. There's the velocities. There's the correlation coefficient. There's the spectrum width. What actually was it before? Yeah, it actually had some pretty strong rotation. Or not pretty strong, but it still had some pretty good rotation. And it looks like it's
tornado
still...
warning for it.
It just went?
Yep,
there it is. So Plevna, Elora, Huntland here on the border of Alabama and Tennessee. You need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
That was the area that I was talking about
Tornado
like 25 minutes ago.
North Central Madison County in north central Alabama.
Very
Southeastern
shallow
Lincoln
CC,
County
but
in
no
middle
less a
Tennessee,
tornado on the ground.
Southwestern Franklin County in middle Tennessee.
Small chance, David. Very small chance, but it definitely can. It definitely is possible, but it's a small chance. Appreciate the subscription, Thunder. Really do. But yeah, this definitely is a tornado. You can see green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, just to the west of Plevna, just to the east-northeast of Hazel Green, moving to the north and east at about 20 miles per hour, believe it or not. So this is a slow-moving storm here, and expect this to not really move all too quickly, although it will try to spin up just a little bit more before it ends up kind of weakening. This is going to be your kind of spin up, and that's kind of what happened, actually. It spun up for just a little teeny bit, and then it kind of dissipated a little. So what you kind of have with that is you have these storm mergers. You have these thunderstorms that kind of merge with a bunch of these other areas. So when you have some precipitation or some showers that move up north, and then some storms that move up east, you can have these kind of spin, you know, this whirlpooling effect right within that area that can kind of make stuff tornadic happen. So we've got another one of those areas that's possible here, just to the north of that, near Flintville, and you know that there area over into southeastern Lincoln County in Tennessee. So watch out for that, and then watch out for southwestern Franklin County. These storms will be heading off into your area. They very well could potentially try to produce tornadoes. But yes, this was a brief tornado. Was anyone impacted by this? Oh yes, there was. Oh, there is people that live in this area. Yeah, people live in this area. Yeah, I hope some people are all right over there, because that's northeast of Hazel Green. What development is that? Or will it tell me a development? Skineem. Skineem. I'll move this over here so that way you can see. Go back one frame. Yeah, it went north of Walnut Grove, towards the Skineem area, right next to Buddy Williamson Road. There it is, Gob. How's Philadelphia, Tennessee looking? That is a good question. I'll have to take a look. Philadelphia, Tennessee. Yeah, go for it.
One dial.
Always. Philadelphia's looking all right. They're good.
So, not this means anything at all because it's totally contamination. But the Del Rio thing is a mezzo signature.
Yeah, that is.
like I said, not that it means anything at all because it doesn't. But it's quite funny. 10 sig? No. Del Rio hailers always. Del Rio is forever.
So I think Friday's line during the day will dissipate after it hits Atlanta, Georgia. Probably not. I think it'll dissipate the further south you go, but I think the further north you go, it'll be a little bit more. Is Detroit, Tennessee in the path of that? Let me take a look real quickly. What happened to the warning sound? I don't know. I think I was probably talking over it. Probably. Detroit. It's... From the looks of it, it still has a long ways away before it gets that, gets to that point. So there's Detroit. But the storms will move off into that area. So I would watch out. Oh, jeez. I would just monitor it very closely. Do I think the rain moving across Dallas, Fort Worth right now will impact the severity of the storms tomorrow? Yes. Any sort of precipitation that occurs overnight and into tomorrow will impact tomorrow's event. At least tomorrow morning. You live right next to there? Are you alright? Well, I mean, I hope you're alright. I think you're alright. You're good. What time is it going to be? Oh, go for it.
New destructive severe warning. Frio County, Atascocita County, until 11:45 Central Time. At 10:40, severe thunderstorm was located near Derby, 7 miles south of Pearsall, moving east of 45. This is a destructive storm for Derby. Softball-sized hail, 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Translation, actually, because there are populace impacted right now. That isn't just Derby. Charlotte, Jordanton, Pleasanton. Those are actually relevant areas with relevant populace.
Yes.
And down south, McCoy, Christine, Charlotte, Campbellton, south of San Antonio. You guys need to be watching out and not going outside, even if your life depends on it, because you will die if you try and stand outside in the middle of softball-sized hailstones. I'm sure you have been this before. And I don't say that, and I'm not saying that to be an ass. I'm saying that quite literally. And I can say that's a lot of hail. Don't be impaled. That softball-sized hail can kill you if you are unprotected.
Yes.
Take your pets, take any pets that you might have outside. Take your personal belongings. Take valuables that you might have outside. Bring them inside as much as you can so that way you may be able to protect your property and your belongings to some extent. There will obviously be some damage, but you can limit it by taking those precautions. Do not. So actually, we can even take storm motion. And I'm not usually accustomed to doing that, but we can do it anyway. So this thing isn't the fastest moving, but looking at impact starting in the Charlotte area in probably about 15 minutes, Jordanton area, the Pleasanton area in about 30 to 35. That is how much time you have to gather your belongings, gather your pets, gather your valuables that might be outside, get them inside, and hunker down. You have no good reason to go outside after the storm starts to move in. No good reason at all. I'm done. Sorry, I had to go on that rant.
Where is Reeson, Arkansas? Oh, that was the cell that went through Star City. Yeah, there's some pretty significant wind damage over there. I'm pretty sure it was straight line winds, let me tell you that. But this is what we're talking about with some of the damage that's over there in Reeson. By the way, for all the people who subscribe to the channel, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. We're only 174 subscribers away from 36,000. So once again, I really do appreciate that. Thank you much. It really does mean a lot. But that's some of the damage here. This is from James Bryant. And then Coral sent it. By the way, Coral, you asked about Georgia. Friday is when you should be concerned about northwestern Georgia. Because Friday is when there could be potentially some tornadic activity. This is some damage pictures here from the significant winds over in Reeson, which is south of Pine Bluff. It was that big storm that we were looking at that got tornado warned for every little thing. So I'll slowly pan through so that you can kind of see that. See ya, Dano. That. That's right. Natchitoches. That's what I was gonna do. God, I got sidetracked. Natchitoches, so it's really interesting. You guys can get one of two things that can occur for tomorrow. Realistically, you're going to get something at some point. My understanding from what the models have said, per sources,
Per sources.
Per sources.
Bro, I had to add the per sources.
per sources, my understanding is that these storms will have the potential to try and form some discrete supercells early in the afternoon near Natchitoches. All right, so that we're talking about like noon to a little bit prior to noon, something like that. And then once that moves off by about 4 or 5, there's going to be this big line that's going to move on through here by about midnight, give or take. And that's when you're going to get your second wave, which would be your strong damaging winds pushing back in behind that. So that's what I got.
Big if true.
Big if true. Caleb sent in a nice little video here from Newmarket, Alabama. Look at this here. Thanks, Caleb, for sending this in. How'd you accidentally found this channel? Love storm watching. Really want to learn how weather patterns and how storms form. Well, I appreciate that. And listen, I love getting technical and getting educational and stuff like that with these storms. So, you know, if you want to stick around and stuff like that, I even have a Discord server if you want to continue to advance your knowledge. Because we got all sorts of people there that talk in that Discord server. You got smart people, you got people who are new, you got, you know, all sorts of different, you know, aspects. You got people who are in college, you got, you know, a couple other, you know, different things. So, if you want to join the Discord server, all right, listen. It's a great place to go to. Just make sure you verify yourself when you do it. Generate new link, copy. There you go. This link in the chat right there is where I would go with it. What's happening in that? Yeah, nothing too much. If I go back to Columbus Air Force Base, that storm that's over there, approaching Grayson. Yeah, that's a bit more of just like a laggy storm. So if we go down now to Derby, massive hail. I mean, look at that. We've got almost 5-inch hail. Almost 5-inch hail within that. That's pretty crazy. And then there's your 3D. I mean, that's as classic of a 3D setup for your hail as you are going to get it. Is that cell still pushing on? It doesn't look any weaker. The stuff in Alabama, yeah, it looks weaker. The stuff in Texas, it's still going. That concussion from a baseball-sized hailstone. Softball would easily kill you upon impact.
I don't want to have this conversation. Just go inside.
Yeah.
Go inside. I'm not having this conversation.
Yeah, it's not smart for you to
Not the nicest conversation to have, you know.
Oh yeah, there's definitely softball-sized hail in this thing. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Softball-sized hail. Here, I'll pull it up the warning for you all, for you guys to read it. There you go. That is what you guys can read. Madison, Alabama, quiet now. Yeah, those storms have started to kind of really put themselves down.
Hey Nate, there's totally a BOR on San Antonio radar.
Yeah, clearly. Clearly. Whew, big wave.
I amuse myself to no end. 59,000 foot echo tops.
Hey, we try to talk about weather for the most part, but sometimes we do veer off topic. Sometimes. But we try whenever we do talk about weather, we try to get really technical about it. How do you see hail on radar Omega? I don't think you can. I don't know. I'm not completely well versed in radar Omega. I think if you go to MRMS, I think you can do it that way. But I mean, you can see hail off of high reflectivity though. So I mean,
I don't believe any other application does like hail markers the way that GR2 does. 5 GR2 says 5 on San Antonio radar.
I wouldn't be that surprised.
God, that's a okay. I hate to be that guy, but that hail spike is sick.
Hey, listen. There was a storm way back when I first started streaming. It was Del Rio Magic, obviously. But that storm legit was like, it was insane. It looked almost something similar to this. And it happened, I think, in March as well. It's kind of funny. Now, not in the beginning of March, obviously, but happened in March.
Yeah.
And seeing you go off like that is kind of funny. Because it kind of reminds me of
Reminds you of you.
Yeah, just a little bit. I don't want to sound like an old geezer, all right, but you know, it's just
Weird how that works. Not like that's how this started or anything like that. 3 whole years ago. God damn, it's getting close to 3 years.
Chill.
That we've done this shit.
Language.
In here, it's fine.
Language. We understand English isn't your strong suit. You don't have to add different languages to it.
Arkansas Point.
Arkansas Point. What in the world? Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. No, thank you. What I do want to talk about is tomorrow. All right, tomorrow. Let's put it this way. All right, we're starting to get to the point to where the storms have started to kind of just not function. So if we look to tomorrow, we can start to kind of see what's potentially going to go on. Although that storm right there, believe it or not, might produce a little weak tornado north of Gurley. So watch out for that as that gets to Skyline. But
well, you know what? If you're gonna do that, I'm gonna make my escape because I do need to be up at 6:15.
Go to sleep.
Yes.
So.
We will convene during the day, I presume.
Yeah.
We'll both keep track of models in our own right.
Mm-hmm.
And I will see you at home, probably roughly at 3 o'clock. That's when you should anticipate me to be ready.
Yep, sounds good.
Alrighty. Talk to you then.
Yep, take luck.
Night.
Night. So that was Morgan, who is going to go to Oklahoma University this coming fall. So, pretty cool stuff. Sup, Sean? How do? Take a look, Julie. Good night. So, tomorrow. All right, let's get technical about tomorrow, shall we? you guys already know. All right, if I go to the national view and I go over to 500 millibars, you guys already know there's a massive trough that's digging on through. The main reason why today was happening is because of this like boundary here, the stationary boundary here, with a high pressure system kind of guiding that flow up to the north. But this low pressure system right here is going to dig on through, and it's going to create a lot of very strong upper level wind shear, which is kind of what we got in Del Rio at the moment. You see how strong the wind shear is up here. There's a reason why that storm is producing so much hail. So, really interesting to see that. But low pressure system starts to move on through, and then the upper level wind shear actually weakens temporarily before you get into the overnight hours, and it starts to become negatively tilted way into the early hours of Friday morning. So if we go back to Thursday afternoon, right, the wrap depicts this as a neutrally tilted, or not even tilted, a neutral trough, or even maybe a little bit of a positively tilted trough as well, which would favor a little bit more of a wind mode. As this pushes on through, 850 millibar wind shear, which is about 1 kilometer above ground level. So we just took a look at the upper level wind shear. Now we're talking about the low level jet. And I said earlier in one of my videos that the low level jet was going to be a problem for storms to try and be able to become tornadic, because there wasn't really a whole lot of it. And that ends up being kind of the case here, at least early on. You can see here, this is 21Z, which is the afternoon, once again, afternoon to the early evening. You have a decent low-level jet where there's supposed to be convergence and where there can be the threat for tornadoes, which would be southern Arkansas as well as the Texarkana area. But out in between that and where the dry line is in the cold front, there is absolutely nothing, which means that any storms that form along the dry line, which we'll show you here in a second, is going to be primarily large hail makers. All right, they are going to be large hail makers, something similar to what's happening down in southern Texas, but maybe not to that extent. So then once you get into the evening hours, that's when your low-level jet starts to really crank up. But by then, the cold front's going to catch up, and you're going to get a lot of forcing, which is going to produce a lot of strong damaging winds across the board. We'll go over here to the moisture content with our dew points, and we'll actually zoom into the south central United States here. And you can see that if I can get my thing to load, lot of moisture here across much of the areas here in Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas. But I want you guys to kind of notice here, this little area right here on the border of Arkansas and Louisiana. You see how there's a lot lower dew points here, and then there's more higher esteemed dew points over here in northern Louisiana? That's because there's a little bit of a boundary. You can kind of tell there's a boundary because we have a lot of our southerlies right here, and then our southerly shear, which is winds coming from the south, turns into southeasterlies here, right in this general area along I-20. So basically from I-20 all the way over to, like, say, Tyler. That is where you've got our veering. And if you get a storm that forms right in that environment, oh boy, there's a good chance you can probably get a strong tornado. But, that's still, an uncertainty. That's still a heavy uncertainty within that area. But you notice you still got a lot of southerlies, and you still got a lot of moisture present within this giant environment. But the dry line is all the way back here. You see how it's very moist on one side, very dry on the other. And when you have storms that fire on that, typically these are your ones that produce a lot of large hail. And when you have some very weak surface flow, very weak surface shear, very weak surface wind shear, I should say, within that environment, but very strong upper level shear that we saw with our jet stream, that kind of spells more of a hail risk for that area. But watch out for this area over here in central Texas, all right? Because that could be something to watch for the potential of maybe a tornado threat or regional tornado threat for any storm that can take advantage of that environment. And so when we show you guys here our 0 to 3 kilometer convective available potential energy, or CAPE, which is essentially the energy for thunderstorms to form or sustain, you notice there's quite a bit of it across the board. We'll take a sounding here first off into northern Louisiana to kind of show you what I mean with that strong environment up north. And you can see that this thing has some pretty strong veering here from at least the surface to the upper levels. Now, it's not very strong at all. It's very weak veering, especially from 0 to 1. So you need some stronger wind shear at the 850 millibar level in order for this thing to really go. But this veering right here is exactly what you guys would want. This kind of curling off to the right on the photograph is what you kind of want for tornadoes, which essentially means that you have winds coming from the southeast, kind of like that, and then you have winds coming from the south-southeast, and then you have winds coming from the south, and then south-southwest in the upper levels. So that's the reason why the winds turn like that. It's because these are all vector plots. These are all, the wind is coming from this direction, or from this direction, or from this direction, and stuff like that. You also have a lot of energy, a lot of cape within that environment too, so energy is not going to be an issue. You just need stronger wind shear within that environment to do stuff. The dry line is going to be really funny. The dry line is going to be really funny because you see your 0 to 2 kilometer shear is terrible. It is terrible, which means that you're going to get a lot of hail. And especially since all this wind shear is unidirectional, meaning they're all moving in the same direction, but at just different speeds, especially with it accelerating with height, that is a hailstorm. That is a big hailstorm. And that is a hailstorm that will, continue to maintain until Kingdom comes. So that's going to be something funny. Here is Central Texas. Central Texas is very interesting because there is some veering here. You can see how you curl off to the right, and you have a lot of energy here, at least from a convective available potential energy standpoint. And this is kind of, what the 3 Cape kind of illustrates. But that veering there, let me take it a little bit further south here. There you go. That veering, once again, has got to be a little bit stronger in order for it to really be significant. In this case, it doesn't seem to be that significant, and so therefore it's not really super strong. And that's kind of what the wrap kind of depicts across the board, really. What about this area over here in southeastern Oklahoma? Yeah, same thing. Winds are moving all in the same direction. Very weak shear at the lower levels, and that is a hail threat right there. That is a bona fide hailer. What about this one down here, more towards the dry line? Yeah, that is even more of a hailer than anything. Look at that. Very weak shear from 0 to 3, and then your wind shear explodes with height. Your low-level jet is just non-existent with this event. So if there was anything to take away from this, the storms that form in Central Texas, they're going to produce some very large hail. Very large hail across the board. There's a good chance that everyone gets a lot of large hail if they get inside the body of a storm. There's also the chance for a tornado, but it just needs to be stronger along that dry line. Meanwhile, out in northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and northeastern Texas, that area still seems to be the best area for something to be tornadic, at least during the daylight hours. Now, if we go a little bit further in time, and I'm going to cherry pick some soundings here because, I need just at least some form of cherry picking here. This is the late overnight hours into midnight, and this is where a lot of your moisture content can be kind of put together into some larger area. If you can get a storm that can form and sustain in the late evening into overnight hours, before midnight, preferably before midnight, there is going to be some significant tornadoes possible within that as well. The wind shear is so much better. The Cape isn't, but you've got a lot of forcing within that area and vorticity, so that really isn't something to worry about. Realistically, it's all about the wind profiles, and they look good. So it's realistically 2 different waves. You've got the first wave in the early afternoon into the early evening, and then you have the late evening into the overnight hours, the second threat that'll begin to kind of move on through towards like the 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock hours and stuff like that. And then after that, that's when stuff starts to transition more into Friday. Friday is going to be really interesting. Once again, that is a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, but I do not think that'll stay there for long. I think it'll actually be upgraded to a 3 out of 5. And a part of that could be because of something like this. This profile here from the wrap shows some really nice southerly flow here, and then it transitions to more of a southwesterly flow, which means that there's going to be a lot of speed shear. A lot of speed shear here. Maybe if you had a little bit more of that speed shear that originally goes southerly up to like 0.5 and then it veers off, that could be even worse. But you've got some very nice wind shear here, at least on Friday. That could spell the chance for some significant tornadoes in central and eastern Alabama, as well as western Georgia, and even southeastern portions of Tennessee as well. So we will be live streaming tomorrow. That is a very nice sounding. That is exactly what you would want to see for a significant tornado if something were to form there. And that is northeastern Alabama and southeastern Tennessee. So that's something to watch. But we will be live streaming tomorrow, and we will be live streaming on Friday. So regardless if you guys are wanting to go to bed right now or not, we will be covering this extensively. We're going to make sure that we put almost every single other thunderstorm under a microscope, and we try to figure out which storms could probably be the most significant. And if you guys are also willing to figure out how these storms work, be sure to stick around with us here on the channel as we try to, make things as informational as possible. Aaron with the 5 says, good night, Nate. Thinking about tomorrow will be interesting in the Big D, so going to catch some Z's. See you tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, thank you so much for the 5, Aaron. I'll see you tomorrow, and please stay safe. Let's see. David, as I said, thank you with the 5. Really do appreciate that. It says, how do you read the graph on the left? Good question. So the graph on the left here is a thermodynamic profile of the environment from surface to like 100 millibars. So this is your wind barbs. If you know how to read wind barbs, then that's going to be helpful. But if not, it's not really helpful that much. The hodograph kind of explains that in general. Your red is your temperature with height. Your green is your dew point with height. And then this is your parcel line, which is essentially the pathway or the environment in which a developing thunderstorm would need to take that is required for you to get thunderstorms. This is also your red numbers is your heights in kilometers. So 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 9 kilometers, 12 kilometers, 15 kilometers aloft. And then you also have your millibars over here on the left-hand side in these white numbers. So 100 millibars, 200 millibars, 300, 500, 700, 850, 1,000. Now, 1,000 is not the surface. Your surface pressure can be higher, it can be lower. It just depends upon what type of environment you're in. But, yeah, if you get a, if you have, space in between the parcel line, which is the dotted line, and the red line, you have CAPE or energy. And then if you have space in between the green line and the red line, then you have a lower amounts of humidity, because humidity, remember, is high, dew points and temperatures being around the same, which is what we have here in the lower levels. But in the upper levels, it starts to become drier, which means we have an elevated mixing layer with some dry air that can actually mix down and create some stronger winds. And maybe if you had enough or stronger lapse rates towards the surface and more energy, large hail. But in this instance, it would be more of a damaging wind risk with that, as well as a tornado risk. And yes, someone did mention that there could be wildfires behind the line. You are 100% correct. You are 100% correct that wildfires could be behind the line. So the people who are out in like eastern New Mexico and western Texas, you guys need to watch out. Pretty curious on the storms, what they're going to do in southern Ohio. A lot more activity in this past year alone. That is true. I don't think you guys are going to get a whole lot of activity on Friday. If anything, it'll be a lot of strong damaging winds. Yeah, this is southern Ohio, really, that gets stuff. Let's see what their profile. Yeah, that's pretty linear. So a lot of strong damaging winds, if anything. Ooh, pop my neck. Still a damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning that is taking its time. It is moving east at 30 miles per hour, but it is taking its time, and it is producing 3-inch sized hail, which is an ouch. Am I a meteorologist or studying to be one? I am not officially a meteorologist, but I am trying. I am trying. College is stupid sometimes. So, can you please tell me the chances of Limestone County, Texas to get upgraded to a moderate risk? Aren't they like... I'm going to just search it up for myself. Limestone County, Texas. You are... Oh, you're in Groesbeck area. I mean, I don't think you guys would get into the moderate. I think you guys are too far south. But of course I've been wrong before, which is natural. I think if it does happen, it'll be for hail. I don't think it'll be for wind. Once again, I think you're too far south. And I definitely don't think it'll be because of tornadoes. So, all in all, I'd say it's a very, very low chance. Very low chance for you to get into the moderate. I stand up to day one in another server, probably. Has Alabama calmed down yet? That's a good question. The answer is kind of. It's a severe storm right there that seems to be trying to do things. Not tornadic-wise, just trying to exist. There is actually a little bit of rotation on it, though. Not gonna lie. Whether that spins up, that's, you know, to be determined, but... How's Alexandria looking for tomorrow? It's gonna be very interesting, but I think you guys are gonna be... I think you guys have a shot at being alright for the most part. I think you guys are too far south. So that's your risk. You're on the border of the 2 out of 5 and the 3 out of 5. Do I think it's gonna be bad in your area? Maybe for damaging winds, there is a scenario that things could be very bad for Arkansas. I will say that. But based off of my interpretation, that doesn't seem to be the case, at least not as of right now. But I will keep you guys up to date in the beginning of tomorrow's stream if I think otherwise. A good question, Starla. Limestone County here too. Channel 10 said we are in a moderate. That is definitely not the case. That's Limestone County right there. And the moderate is definitely not in it. Or at least, I'm pretty sure this is Limestone County. What's the timing and the tornado chances for White House, Texas? Good question. White House, Texas. You guys are a little bit closer into the tornado risk. So you guys do have a risk for tornadoes tomorrow. You guys are in the 15% chance for tornadoes, which is definitely a possibility from either the prefrontals or the strong damaging winds. I think you guys can get both modes. Although I think the first mode may not be as significant until it gets further north, so you might be spared from that. But you're definitely not going to be spared from the strong damaging winds that are going to come into the evening hours for you guys. So essentially, White Horse, you guys, or not White Horse, White House, you guys will get your stuff at about 8 to 9 p.m. is what I'm starting to think. 8 to 9 p.m. Give me a second. All right, I wanted to check that. I'm going back to the storm that's over here in Texas because I want to see it. I want to look at it. I want to stare at it. I'm gonna answer questions from chat because I can. I'm gonna answer questions from chat. Dodged a bullet today. How does Corinth, Mississippi look tomorrow? I think Corinth is gonna be fine. Realistically, you're not gonna get your stuff until like the early morning hours on Friday. So yeah, you should be fine tomorrow. It'll be Friday when you guys should probably pay attention. That's a new mesoscale discussion that has been issued for Alabama, Georgia, and Tennessee. It says local risk for severe weather continues across northern Alabama and adjacent southern middle Tennessee within Weather Watch 51. With some risk possibly existing east of the existing watch, we are monitoring parts of southeastern Tennessee and northwestern Georgia for a possible / new Weather Watch issuance, which probably will be a severe thunderstorm watch. How do you get the 48-hour HRRR on iPhone? You have to do it within specific models. So it's 0Z, 6Z, 12Z, and 18Z. You can't do it on like 1, 2, 3, or 4Z. You need to do it on those 4 hours specifically. So 0Z, 6Z, 18, or 0Z, 6Z, 12Z, and 18Z. Should be watching Alabama. Well, Alabama's not really too intense at the moment. You just got one severe thunderstorm. But on the other hand, you've got Texas, which has got another severe thunderstorm, but it's producing 3-inch size hail. So I can go in between both. Both is fine. A lot of flooding in this area over in Alabama, though. A lot of flooding, or at least flash flooding. All right, let's take a look at what you guys got. Limestone County in the clear? I would think so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say Limestone is good. Snow here in Minnesota. Honestly, can't wait for stormy weather, except for tornadoes. Yeah, I get that, Jasmine. I get that. Can I run a simulator radar over Georgia, specifically Morgan County? On the news, it said the line would dissipate when it gets to you. Morgan County is where? I'll tell you if it is or not. Morgan County, Georgia. Is Madison? Nah, you guys are still gonna get it. I'll show you what I mean. Southeast. We want 0Z HRRR. Line moves about. And then you still get the line. It just really depends upon if the storms really anchor. It'll depend. HRRR is not doing a great job with Friday. I wonder why. Good night, LM. Good night. See you, Matthew. Have a good night's sleep. How is Newton, Texas looking tomorrow? Good question. Newton, Texas. As I said, I'm answering questions from chat here, so if you guys have any questions, now would probably be the time to ask. Newton's pretty far southeast. I think you guys are going to be fine until the line starts to move on through, which would be in the late evening hours. Like, I would say 10 to 11 o'clock. 10 to 11 o'clock is pretty realistic for you guys. So, I think you guys will get your strong damaging winds on that front. I don't think you guys are going to get much else from that. You might get some scattered showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon, like early afternoon, but that may be it. Can I show you the HRRR for tomorrow? I sure can. South Central. Latest run's not all the way up there, so we're going to actually show... Wow, that morning convection destroys the event. Yeah, no sir. Absolutely nothing happens on the warm front because that morning convection says no. Wow-wee. Okay. So tomorrow is going to be a big hail event. A big hail and wind threat until you get into the overnight hours to when it will transition into a tornado threat. Or at least a wind and tornado threat. Can I check the winter storm models for the Northeast on Friday? You have to go home after your exams. Your mom doesn't get out of work until 5. Yeah, let me do that here real quickly. I'm going to probably use the Euro for that. Euro's pretty decent with winter weather. At least I think it is. We're gonna go 3-hour thickness. And we're talking about Friday. So Friday night, it looks pretty nice. It'll be like Friday overnight is when stuff starts to snow. And even could potentially have some freezing rain within it too. Actually, I wonder if the NAM 12 kilometers in range of this, and it is. It actually says that you guys might get some sleet. Because it believes that it's actually going to be a little bit warmer than what the Euro says. So, and I do agree with that to an extent as well. That is a new tornado watch for Chattanooga and Rome and Gainesville. So does anyone want to do the tornado watch guessing game? Anyone want to do the guessing game? Guessing game, the guessing game, a terrible way to die, a terrible way to die. I hold it there, a terrible way to die. Coleman has sirens going off? I wonder why. Yeah, I don't know why Coleman has their sirens going off right now. It wouldn't make too much sense. I guess it's because the storms are approaching? I don't know. There's no warnings out right now. Yeah, tomorrow looks very sloppy. Very sloppy. You're in Huntsville, it's raining and thundering, but it's not too bad as a while ago. Yeah, when you guys were a part of those tornado warnings over there, that was crazy when it was going next to Decatur. We had the live cameras over there. We had live cameras over in Decatur, and we saw a big wall cloud just pushed on through. It was a very intense storm. How does Southern Indiana look tomorrow? They look all right. You guys aren't even a part of this risk. You guys are fine. You guys are okay. Yeah, you guys got general thunderstorms. General thunderstorms. How is Philadelphia, Tennessee looking? Didn't you guys... Let's see. General thunderstorms, realistically, for the rest of the night. I'm looking at the side map that I have over here. This. I'm looking at this. And, this is Philadelphia right here. They just issued a new tornado watch, and they said that the majority of that significant event is, or significant severe weather is going to be localized within this area right here. And because it was that recent that they just issued it, that leads me to believe that their confidence in anywhere north of that is very, very low. So Philadelphia, I think you guys are fine. You're just going to get a lot of thunderstorms. How's the Dallas-Fort Worth area looking for tomorrow? Large hail. Very large hail. How many significant tornadoes tomorrow, in my opinion? I mean, it's hard to predict. It's hard to predict a specific number. First off, all right, you can't really do that, but I'll do it anyways. My guess is at least 2. At least 2. I think 2 is a safe bet. How's Killeen, Texas going to be? There's gonna be a few storms that are gonna move through your area that are gonna produce a lot of gusty winds and large hail. So I'd watch out for that. It'll be tomorrow. About northwest Arkansas. Northwest Arkansas is gonna be fine. You're too far north. Too far north. There's a risk for tomorrow here, just to remind everyone. And while I'm at it, someone asked for Brighton, Tennessee. Brighton, Tennessee is north of Memphis. You guys are fine for right now. It'll be tomorrow morning, believe it or not, when most of your severe weather is actually going to move on through. So I would watch out for that. There are some chances for some scattered showers and thunderstorms throughout the day tomorrow. Just recognize that. And, you know, there is a worst case scenario, like a small little worst case scenario to where I could be wrong and there could be something bad to occur. But it looks unlikely. It looks very unlikely at this point. So I wouldn't think too much of it. I'm not thinking too much of it, at least. $600 millibar warm nose problem Friday. That's after the cold front smacks into the dry line. That's after the cold front smacks into the dry line. What kills Friday, at least with the warm front magic, is the morning convection. The morning convection makes everything dreadful. How's Fayetteville, Tennessee looking for tonight? Good question. Good question. I'm pulling that up here real quickly. Fayetteville, Tennessee. You know, I knew it sounded familiar. What the heck is that, first off? Alright, that doesn't make too much sense. But anyways, Fayetteville. I think Fayetteville is unironically fine. They're gonna get a lot of flooding activity there, though, so I would watch out for that. But I think Fayetteville for the rest of the afternoon is fine. Fayetteville on Friday, however, will be a different story. I'm not at liberty to say specifically as to what or how significant I should say it would be, or I should say it could be, because I honestly don't know myself. I think it's in the mix of strong damaging winds and some large hail, or not large hail, strong damaging winds and potentially a couple tornadoes. So that's where I'm kind of at with that. By the way, the probabilities for the new tornado watch is 30-10. 30-10. So, congratulations to only one person who got it, Joey P. Good stuff. Arkansas MCS has acted different. Models for Arkansas need caution so far. There is no signs for morning convection by mesoscale. Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. The HRRR and the RAP depict that. At least it is a cam. Watch this. You ready? Thursday morning. Oh, wow. Lot of morning convection. That moves on through. Lingers again. It's still there. And then this is where your convergence starts. And that's your dry line. So, it's kind of bleh. Carolyn with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I am slowly catching up to the more recent comments. But thank you so much. Says thank me. Well, thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel. It really does help me out a lot. Some of the people actually caught the 310 here as it moved on through. So Matthew got it, Mindy got it, Caleb got it. So that's pretty good. Good stuff. I'm trying to keep up with it because what I do right now, I have none of my strong wind. Yeah, I get that. Yep, no problem, Melissa. You're chasing tomorrow, your chase target is set somewhere around Sulphur Springs. Sulphur Springs. Sulphur Springs. Yeah, that's not bad. Give me a second. Let me pull up Google Maps. So, realize that when you do chase max, try to find options that parallel storm motion. So, you know, if there was a storm to form, say, over here, like north of Texarkana, then I-30 would be a good road. If there was a storm that would form right here, say at Dalby Springs, then I-30 or even to an extent, Highway 67 would be a good road. You know, we could talk about all sorts of those other roads. But my thing is, keep in mind your environment around you. Like, for instance, this road right here, 155. I was looking at 155 earlier because Matt said he was going to chase, and then he said, oh, I'm not going to chase anymore. Donut. That right there, that's a heck of a road for you to go along because it goes northeast. This road here near Marshall, where it goes northeast and then it goes north. That's an interesting road right there. You know, stuff like that can get you northeast options or just plain east-west options. All right, going north is for suckers. Going north is for suckers. You're gonna want to go northeast, or you're gonna want to go east. At least with this event. See you, Steven. Night. What about Jackson, Mississippi tomorrow? You guys are gonna be fine. It's gonna be too far. You know, it'll be in the Friday morning, early Friday morning, as to when you guys can get your strong damaging winds. But other than that, yeah. Oh, I am catching up to the comments. Look at that. 40 miles west of Shreveport in Texas. What time tomorrow and how bad are we looking? So for right now, the models have downtrended your area significantly because it was originally supposed to be the most significant aspect of this event. And you are in still a 4 out of 5 of the severe weather scale. Let's put it this way. I'll give it to you in 2 separate waves. The first wave comes in the early afternoon, like noonish. You know, you're going to have some scatter showers and thunderstorms earlier on in the day. And if that doesn't happen, then that's scary. But your first wave could potentially be around noon to 4, maybe 5. And then your second wave is going to be sometime around 7 to 8, maybe 9 o'clock at the latest for some strong damaging winds. That's when you could also potentially get strong tornadoes as well. But the first wave, that was supposed to be the strong tornado thing. Now it's kind of a little bit wonky. It's weird. And then your second wave will be definitely some strong damaging winds at minimum. And you could potentially be talking about the chance for tornadoes there too. When's the next SPC update? I think it's a half an hour, actually. It's a half an hour from now, isn't it? Should we wait until the next SPC update? Should we wait until then? I'm okay with doing that, honestly. What are the 2 colors for the tornado confirmed? Bro, I didn't edit that. Yeah, that is true. I should probably do that right now. Good point. That is pretty funny, isn't it? It's supposed to be a PDS tornado. Yep, good point for whoever pointed that out. Good stuff. Let me edit that right now. We are talking weather crap, JPEG, all slides. Good stuff. All right, is it edited now? Is it fixed? No, it is not. Great. Warning legend. Add files. Weather crap. I can't tell which one is which. Yep, there you go. It's done. It's fixed. Good point for whoever put that out, because if we are going to get a significant tornado tomorrow, that's probably going to be helpful. That is a 4-inch size hail report from fire department. West Dilley. Hail came through the roofs of mobile homes and trucks' windshields. Oh, the storm split, Lamau. That is an ouch. What time am I going until? I'm going until the top of the hour when the new convective outlook comes out. Whenever the new convective outlook comes out for tomorrow, I will be, then I will be skedaddling, skadoodling. But we've got another 20 minutes here. I'll show you guys what I mean. Storm Prediction Center. Can you guys see? Kind of. Let me zoom in. All right. So, next day one outlook is scheduled by 6Z. The current time is 0541Z, which is 12:41 a.m. my time. All right. So we've got 19 minutes until the next day one outlook comes out. And honestly, You know, that's, you know, everyone's already stayed up until this point, realistically. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change it back to what I originally had. Where's my Nate announcements? Or YouTube uploads. There we go. Do that. Do that. Update. Now that's done. Good stuff. Did you see your tweet that you had with the lightning? Was it the one that I had on my stream? If not. Oh, wow. Hey guys, you remember that cell that was over in Dilley? The big cell that, oh, I don't know, casually produced softball-sized hail? There you go. There you go. That was taken from Raw's Alerts, or actually, it wasn't taken from Raw's Alerts specifically, but this was a photo that was uploaded to him for the Raw's Alerts channel. Man, look at that. Man. And then, of course, look at all the damage that it did. What in the world is happening in my side screen? Give me a second. I have no idea what's happening in my side screen. But you know what? I will just totally let it be. Just let it happen. Let it happen. Do not care. And by the way, remember when I said that hail comes through the side of the house? Through the windows? That's what I meant. That's what I meant. And that appears to be a part of the firehouse, too. The fire department took that. Excellence, what's up? Welcome to the stream. What? That's the mobile homes that they were talking about. I've seen that a couple of times before here, whenever I've streamed. I've streamed for 3.5 years on YouTube. Approaching 4 at the end of June. Doing weather. And there's been only 3 events that I can count off the top of my head. Maybe not 3, maybe 2 that have done that. What are we looking at? That's a roof. There was softball-sized hail in Texas, and guess where that softball-sized hail went through? That's a lot of hail. Don't be impaled, as Morgan would say. Mike, there's literal holes in the roof. If you're just tuning in, this is in Dilley, Texas. I'm not sure if you just came from someone else's stream, but that significant storm that was down over here in Texas and approaching Derby and Dilley produced softball-sized hail. That's the aftermath of it. You have holes in the literal roof from the hail falling down. That's also another reason why you shouldn't be in a car during all this. Man, that almost looks like an actual baseball. That's crazy. Hey, this is what we mean when we say don't be in a mobile home. It's not safe. Mobile homes are not safe during significant severe weather. It isn't. It's not the smartest thing in the world. We're going to continue to stay here live until near the top of the hour because that's when the next convective outlook for day 1, that would be tomorrow, our significant severe weather event that we will be live for tomorrow. That's when the next day 1 convective outlook will be issued. So we will see what the Storm Prediction Center is thinking about tomorrow. That's some very large hail. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at this. This is a picture that Caleb's cousin sent to him. Look at that lightning strike. I mean, I know it's blurry, but look at that. That almost looks like CGI, doesn't it? You know, like someone just edited in. Not that I'm saying that actually is the case, because I actually do believe this is a lightning strike. That's crazy. Man, oh man. Yeah, Del Rio Magic does do some weird stuff. Tomorrow's going to be horrible. You think it should be a high risk? I don't think so. I don't think so. Tomorrow is downtrended slightly, which means there's a lot more uncertainty than I would have liked it. Now, don't get me wrong, and you can ask everyone in chat. I'm a warm front truther. I thought that there was going to be some significant tornadoes along the warm front on the southern portions of Arkansas and the northern portions of Louisiana. But even the models aren't even portraying that anymore because we have morning convection. And that is, that kind of makes things a little bit more difficult for me to try and forecast. Severe thunderstorm warning for Cullman, by the way. Cullman, Alabama, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And I think that's pretty much it. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in Texas. There it is. People who are driving on I-37 northwest from Corpus Christi, northwest from Three Rivers, heading towards the southern portion of San Antonio, don't. Just don't. It's my outlook on the on Friday. I think it could be upgraded, but I think they'll keep it as a slight for when they issue it tonight, and then they'll need more clarity from the next 2 model runs of the HRRR, so the 6Z and the 12Z, as well as the RAPS 9Z run and the 15Z run before they upgrade it to an enhanced. Do I think that they will increase or decrease the moderate? You know, that's a really good question. That's a really good question. The Storm Prediction Center sometimes is really stubborn about whenever they issue risks. But I think that this is where this is a prime opportunity for them to shrink it a tad bit, but I don't think they will. I don't think they will. I think they'll keep it the same. Or actually, I think they might move it. They might rotate it somewhere. They might push it somewhere. But I don't think it should go anywhere further west, unless if it's for hail. If it goes anywhere further west, it's going to be for hail. Because there's going to be some significant hail in Dallas-Fort Worth. But anything else, and it's not really going to work out too well. Surprised the windshield didn't fully crack out of that size. Bozeman, Montana, a storm decent sized hail years back. Tore siding off literal windshields across the area. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh yeah, someone brought up a good point. Where are we at likes? We're 15 likes away from 1,000. Can we get up to 1,000 likes? Can we get up to 1,000 likes before the next convective outlook? What's inhibiting? Morning convection. Morning convection. Unless if you want to talk about the dry line, then that's your low-level jet. Your low-level jet is just not good. Seth, that's pretty funny. Unfortunate. I will say there is still a threat for overnight tornadoes. We're talking like just after the evening, heading off into the overnight, like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Right there in that northeastern Texas. Here, put out the outlook. I'm talking that northeastern Texas, extreme southeastern Oklahoma, southwestern Arkansas, northwestern Louisiana. That area right there is going to be very interesting for overnight. But man, there's supposed to be warm front activity right here. I'm not even sure if it really gets going. I'm going to put up IEM bot. I'm going to put up IEM bot. I'm going to turn on audio alert. So whenever you hear this noise, that will be when the Storm Prediction Center has updated their thing. Which I'm hoping is soon. I am hoping it is soon. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Coleman. If you are over in Coleman County, specifically northern Coleman County, I probably should be indoors, although it's just 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. It's nothing really too much, even after that. There's a little bit of rotation that is approaching Morgan City, though. Northeastern Morgan County, so I would watch out for that as well. But other than that, I mean... bleh. What do we think is going to happen tomorrow, guys? What do we think is going to happen? What are you guys' opinions? We're over 1,000 likes, by the way. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. What do we think is going to happen tomorrow? What we got? Because this is what we got as our outlook for right now. This is what is supposed to be for tomorrow. It will change here in around 4 minutes. And the only reason why I say around 4 minutes is because there's some instances to where there's so much debate over, amongst the forecasters in the Storm Prediction Center, that it actually gets delayed by like 15 minutes or whatnot. But once again, for the people who are just tuning in here for the first time, we have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here tomorrow, which would be day 2 of our multi-day severe weather outbreak. So 1 out of 5 in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and 4 out of 5 in red. And that is on the severe weather scale. It's, let's see. Maybe one discrete supercell. 98 from, my daughter Cheyenne. I think you're another great stream. Yeah, no problem, Wendy. Good night. Maybe a few strong naders. Tornado Outbreak Friday is your prediction. That's interesting. Parameters are good enough for it. I just wonder if there's enough forcing. I think a couple SIG tours, and if there's no morning convection, we could be talking about a very significant tornado outbreak. You have no idea. Life-wise, I'll do okay in my midterm. Yeah, I get that. Squall City after one discrete cell. Yeah, I get that as well. Large hail at first, then progressing into some damaging winds, and then the tornadoes. You hope that your car doesn't get mauled by hail. I understand that. A few SIG tornadoes. Small briefs, and then one more threatening one. Interesting. That would be probably along the QLCS, like the overnight wind threat. That big line that moves through into eastern Texas. Large hail, very strong winds, and 2 to 4 tornadoes confirmed. Another 4 radar indicated. Okay. Be surprised if it's out by 0Z. Well, it's already past 0Z. Right now, it is 558Z. And it's supposed to come out at 6Z. What in the world was that? Big tornado through Dallas. The big Dallas slabber. I see you have seen your EAS alerts. There's this like whole emergency alert scenario, right? Where you have like tornadoes going straight through Dallas and stuff like that. I've watched it, when I was a lot younger. I was into emergency alert scenarios, stuff like that. They're pretty trippy. I'm not gonna lie. They're pretty scary. I'm not sure about you, but hearing like an EAS tone, like here, hold up. I'll pull it up on YouTube. EAS alarm. USA. Listen to this. I'm already getting goosebumps. Like legit. Look at my hairs. They're standing up. It's crazy as crap. I only played a half of, 30 seconds of it. Search up the Germany AS? Why? How bad is that? I can't. Nope. Two-tone alert is copyright? Is it really? Copyright by who? By whomst? Not according to this. Doesn't say it's copyright here. Question about getting into streaming weather. You've been into severe weather since you were young. So wondering the success you've been doing this. Thank you for your insight. Realistically, I thought you could build a channel off of streaming alone, but you need to at some point adapt to making recorded videos, which I understand if people are not, you know, comfortable with. I wasn't at first either. But in order to make a channel grow, you need to be able to keep those. Oh, that's the new update. Yeah, day 1 convective outlook just got issued. You need to be able to keep those viewers to your, you know, to your channel. So, yeah, new day 1 just got issued. And we shall see right here when it's updated. So, new day 1 convective outlook. Actually, we'll do it like that. Or copy. Copy. Paste reference. What? There we go. All right, good enough. So it'll update here in a second, but it has been released. The day 1 has been released. And we need to figure out here. It's the NHC. What is the risk here today per sources? Or tomorrow, technically. Day 1 moderate. Day 1 moderate. It is still a moderate risk. They have expanded the enhanced further east. They have expanded it way further east. And it looks like they have expanded the moderate further south. It looks like they have expanded it further south. Why this is not updating, I have no clue. I really don't have a clue. Yeah, here it is. Here's your day 1. So it looks like a larger moderate. It looks like a larger moderate got issued. David, that would be only for use of alerts in regards to like falsifying, either falsifying reports or being able to use it as your own tone. So I'm not using it for either. It's for recreational, which means I'm fine. It's good. Day 2 doesn't get issued until an hour from now, which I'm not going to stay up for that. Let's take a look. I'm going to actually restart GR Earth, because that's taking forever to load. So let's just take a look with College DuPage here. There you go. So there's your day 1 moderate. There's your day 1 moderate. Definitely looks larger. It definitely looks larger. I'm actually going to compare the two by having Omega on one side and this on the other. So I'll zoom in so everyone can see. So it looks like it is, Actually, the moderate's kind of about the same. Might be expanded just a little bit further to the south. The enhanced is expanded further east. The slight is expanded further southwest to take into account the dry line. So that's the thing. The 15 tour risk. Let's actually change that here. So the 15 tour risk. Well, actually, we could just talk about the tour risk in general. It seems as if the 10% tornado risk includes areas either near Jackson or just north of Jackson for the overnight threat. Well, actually, the overnight or the prefrontals, either or. So the moderate has been expanded. It seems as if the 10% has shrunk. The 10% has shrunk from south to north, but from north to south on the northern edge of the or actually no, what they've done actually is they've expanded the 10% south by a bit. They've expanded the 10% south a bit, and they've expanded the moderate a little bit further north. They canceled that weather watch, by the way. So they've expanded the 10% SIG tour south here. And then, of course, into Jackson. So you can see that right there. It would be kind of like that. Yeah, kind of something like that. And it looks like they expanded the moderate a little bit further north. So they went a little bit further. Like up here and then sharper down. So interesting. Let's take a look at the wind, because the wind is probably the most important aspect of this entire event in regards to the significant aspect of this. That still hasn't updated, which upsets me, but okay. Wind looks to be the same. The wind looks to be the exact same. So that hasn't changed. And last but not least, the hail. I'm not sure I understand why they put the 30% hail there. It should be a little bit further to the west, but it looks like, to me, they've trimmed up the SIG hail risk in Louisiana. It looks like they've trimmed that up. I'll read the discussion. Give me a second. And this will be the last thing I do before I go to bed. All right. So we're gonna read the entire thing, and I'm gonna try to make it easy for everyone to understand as best as I possibly can. So it says, a regional severe thunderstorm outbreak appears likely across parts of the southern plains into the Arc-La-Tex and Arc-La-Mis region today into tonight, which is technically Thursday, the entirety of Thursday. Widespread damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes are expected. So that's the risk for tomorrow right there. Boom. A few long-lived intense tornadoes are possible. Quote, possible. Synopsis, a potent mid-level shortwave trough will traverse the southern plains today and approach the lower Mississippi Valley tonight, while a surface low rapidly intensifies over the Arklatex. Multiple rounds of severe thunderstorms are expected through the period, with an initial round of storms moving across the Arklatex during the late afternoon, and a second round moving across the Arklatex into the lower Mississippi Valley during the night. Ahead of the surface low, oh, that's a new tornado warning. What?
Tornado warning for
Tornado warning Chattanooga.
southeastern Marion County in East Tennessee, southern Hamilton County in East Tennessee.
Okay, never mind. We aren't reading anything. Tornado warning Chattanooga. If you're in Chattanooga, you need to get in your safe space right now. If you're in Chattanooga, get in your safe space right now. Tornado warning Chattanooga and northern Chattanooga. Yep. Tornado warning Chattanooga. Red Bank, Walden, Hickson, Harrison, areas on Highway 27. You need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. There's the debris signature. There's a tornado right there. Did it hit anything? No, it went over the mountains. So, we gotta hope here, chat, is that this tornado weakens on its approach to the northern portions of Chattanooga. If you're in the northern portions of Chattanooga, you need to get in your safe space right now. That is a tornado. Low ZDR, right within that area. It's not as low as I would like it to be for verification. That is some intense spectrum width, though. Spectrum width verifies that. So yeah, that is a tornado in progress. So North Chattanooga, Red Bank, Walden, Hickson, areas near US Highway 127 and 27 need to get in their safe space right now. Chattanooga, Tennessee. Northern Chattanooga, Tennessee. You need to get in your safe space. Sheesh. Next scan's gonna tell us a lot of stuff here. If this debris signature fans out here in 30 seconds, it'll tell us that it was a pretty brief tornado, which that's what I'm assuming. The velocities are not super strong, but it got strong enough to, you know, produce something. Definitely got strong enough to do something. Two seconds in one. And the debris signature fanned off. All right, perfect. Just a brief tornado. Chattanooga's fine. We're going back to the thing. Ahead of the surface low, an intensifying low-level jet beneath unseasonably strong mid-level flow will promote very strong deep layer ascent/shear atop of rich low-level moisture, encouraging significant severe weather in association with both rounds of storms. A regional severe thunderstorm outbreak is expected, including the potential for damaging tornadoes. Central Texas into the Mid-South, daytime. Showers and thunderstorms should be ongoing at the start of the period across eastern Texas into southern Arkansas toward northern Alabama along a diffuse effective warm front delineating the northward extent of the warm sector. As the mid-level trough traverses the southern Rockies, rapid surface cyclogenesis should ensue across Texas, supporting the vigorous northward advection of rich low-level moisture into eastern Oklahoma and Arkansas. 7 to 8 degrees Celsius per kilometer mid-level lapse rates will overspread upper 60 degree surface dews, contributing to 1,500 to 2,000 joules per kilogram of mixing layer CAPE across the warm sector. During the day, a 30-knot low-level jet will be situated across the southern plains, overspread by 50-plus knot southwesterly mid-level flow, resulting in widespread 50 to 75 knot effective bulk shear across the warm sector. Appreciable low-level shear will also be present, with photographs gradually elongating and curving throughout the day. With the mid-level trough 300 millibar jet streak still lagging to the west, some questions remain in terms of how widespread diurnal warm sector coverage will be. Nonetheless, the eastward advance of a merging dry line / Pacific front will encourage at least isolated supercell storms during the afternoon into the early evening, with supercells initiating across central Texas into southeastern Oklahoma, progressing eastward into the Arklatex. Severe gusts, large hail including 2-inch plus stones, and tornadoes are all possible. Any supercell that can become sustained within the warm sector may produce strong tornadoes, which is what I was saying. That stuff that is in eastern Texas, western Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and southeastern Oklahoma, strong tornadoes are possible with any storm that can, stay right there. Arklatex into the mid-south, nighttime. By evening, the mid-level trough will be negatively tilted and will accelerate towards the lower Mississippi Valley. With the surface low also expected to undergo rapid intensification, impressive vertical wind profiles will develop as a result of the deep layer mass response to the approaching trough, with a regional but volatile severe weather setup taking place. As the Pacific front rapidly advances eastward into a buoyant air mass of 500 to 1,500 joules per kilogram of mixing layer CAPE, driven primarily by upper 60 degree surface dew points. Several strong to severe storms should initiate along the front. An intense QLCS may develop, comprised of a mix of embedded supercells and potentially long-lived mesogamma scale vortices. A 50 to 60 knot low-level jet overspread by 100 plus knots of 500 millibar flow will support very large curve photographs amid residual surface-based instability. In addition to widespread severe gusts, several QLCS possible embedded supercell tornadoes appear likely with this main round of storms. Given the high magnitudes of shear, at least a few sustained strong tornadoes are likely in this intent, and an intense EF3 plus tornado or two cannot be ruled out. One caveat which precludes the issuance of a higher tornado-driven probability this outlook is the advection of warm 700 millibar temperatures into the low-level jet axis during the evening, which may temper low-level updraft stretching and in turn dampen the tornado potential with a subset of storms that do occur, essentially capping inversion. The QLCS may undergo gradual weakening after crossing the Mississippi River around 9Z. Nonetheless, impressive low-level shear profiles, at least some surface-based buoyancy, albeit scant, should precede the line, with at least some risk of damaging gusts / line-embedded tornadoes continuing toward the end of the period. So essentially what they are saying is that because the parameters are so whack in the overnight threat, that they are just so confident that supercells are going to form on that line overnight. Which I'm not exactly sure I agree with, but you know a lot more than I do. I just gotta remind myself as to how volatile that environment is again, because that looks better. Not from a thermo perspective, but from a kinematic perspective. A lot more veering. That looks good. Still that 700 millibar capping inversion in that. So they're saying this stretch of time period over here at 4Z, which is like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, is when they think the thing is going to hit the fan. And even after that, into the overnight. Do I think they'll change up some stuff when tomorrow morning comes out and the models are more accurate and or closer to the event? Yes, I do. I do think they will change things up. How much, though, is to be determined. Oh, that's a very nice wind profile. Yeah, I still like that northern Louisiana. I still like that. Just rode out a crazy storm in southern Texas. Asacusa County. That storm? I was about to say, it wasn't the greatest idea if you were to have went through that storm. That storm's had a history of producing softball-sized hail. What time do I think I'm going to be going live tomorrow? I'm thinking 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, honestly. Hold up. That's not what I wanted. $17Z is when? Yeah, maybe noon, maybe 1 o'clock, something like that. That's a really nice sounding. I'm not gonna lie. South of Abilene heading into Weatherford, which will head into Dallas. Interesting. All right, well, CP time. What can I send pictures to tomorrow to show you the chemicals that are on the car from this rain? Probably on Twitter. I would send it to me on Twitter or on Discord. That is pretty much it. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy this giant live stream that we did, the event before the event, please be sure to hit that like button down below. Subscribe if you are new. Turn on notifications to stay up to date with when I'm going to be going live tomorrow and Friday. Share this with friends and family and on social media because people are probably going to need to know this. I mean, there is a good chance that at some point there could be a strong tornado and someone could very well be impacted by that. So we want to make sure everyone knows. Can I describe what a negative tilt looks like? Yes. So when you have your wind shear, let's go regional here. When you have your 500 millibar jet stream and it pushes through just like this. You see how you have the majority of your curve, your red is like this? Whenever that's the case, you have to take wherever's the middle of it and then draw a line from one side to the other and kind of put it like that. And if it's tilting, if the bottom part to the top, if the top is tilting to the left, it's negatively tilted. If it is moving straight up, that is neutral. And then if it's tilting to the right, it is a positively tilted trough. But yeah, I will catch you guys tomorrow. I'll be in my Discord server possibly, or at least I'll talk every now and then when I can. If you guys have any questions, please sure to let me know. Stay safe, everyone. All right, tomorrow is not a day to mess around with. Tomorrow is when you are going to want to have a plan of action, and I'll try my best to give you guys the best information you guys can possibly get. What each individual storm is going to do, how it can move, how it can be significant, and stuff like that. Everything I can, I'll give you everything I got tomorrow. All right, because man, some people may need it. So I'm gonna go to sleep. Everyone else can go to sleep. And I will talk to you guys tomorrow. So peace out.